Hello, I'm delighted to have you with us. And happy sunrise to those of you on the US East Coast. I'm Shaun Chamberlin of Dark Optimism, and today marks the 10th anniversary of the death of my great friend and mentor, David Fleming, a man who absolutely transformed my life and those of many others, as we'll be hearing today. Both those who, like me, were fortunate enough to meet him and know him, and others who only encountered his work or even the ripples and influence of his work. I'll be your host as we move through this full day of dawn to dusk programming to mark the occasion, which is there for you to dip into as video, as audio, or I guess if you're really committed to sit wrapped in front of for 9 hours, which would be great, you're most welcome. So as many of you doubtless know, David was a pioneer of the Green Party of England and Wales here in the UK. He was involved in the origins of what's now the New Economics Foundation. He was a former chair of the Soil Association, the organic growers movement here. He was one of the whistleblowers really on energy and oil resource depletion, and the inventor of the idea of carbon rationing, which he called TEX. One of the originators of the concepts that led to the transition towns movement. And more broadly, he was a cultural historian and then later an economist who pioneered post-growth economics, but in a uniquely engaging and holistic way. And probably what he's best known for now is his posthumous books, Lean Logic, A Dictionary for the Future and How to Survive It, and Surviving the Future, Culture, Carnival and Capital in the Aftermath of the Market Economy. So today's programming will be a mix of recent Fleming fans, new people kind of inspired by his work and his legacy, other input from those of us who knew him personally, and also hearing from David himself. We've got footage of a lecture that he gave on moving into this era of post-growth descent, and also his final interview that was actually given up a tree on Hampstead Heath just a few weeks before he unexpectedly died. We'll also culminate with the 1-hour film about his life, which is called The Sequel, What Will Follow Our Troubled Civilization. And then after that, I'll return with Philip Ackerman-Leist, who was my co-facilitator on the first run of the online course that's grown out of David's work now, which is called Surviving the Future, Conversations for Our Time, and which we'll be running again starting in January 2021. And so we'll be hearing all this content from people whose lives and work have been shaped by David. And we're going to start with a music video. So this was a bit of a surprise to me, but just a month or so ago, I was minding my own business and an old friend contacted me to say, I was listening to Radio 6, BBC Radio 6 tonight, and there was a shout out for Lean Logic, A Dictionary for the Future and How to Survive It, which was rather unexpected. Do you know anything about this? And I didn't. And it turns out there's a band now called Lean Logic, inspired by the book, who are just launching their career and getting some attention. And so with their permission, we're going to start with their first music video, Safe in a Dream by Lean Logic. And then after that, we're going to hear some reflections and recollections from the first run of that course I mentioned, Surviving the Future, Conversations for Our Time. Some of the participants in that course who weren't previously aware of David's work will be talking about their experiences in that. And then after the video and after those recollections, I'll be back in 45 minutes or so to introduce the rest of the content of the day. See you then.
dream. Faults can't be seen. The river, it flows. The water, it knows. It comes from the source. The waves are the force. The river, it flows. The water, it knows. Confusing what we want with need. Believing that it isn't greed. The land is not ours to receive. Mistakes removed from history. Safe in the dream. The faults can't be seen. The river flows. The water, it knows. Comes from the source. The waves are the force. The river, it flows. The water, it knows. Safe in the dream. Thoughts can't be seen. The river, it flows. The water, it knows. Comes from the source. The waves are the force. The river, it flows. The water knows.
Eco-gather.
Eco, we know what that is, right?
But at Gather, and it's your invitation to join us on this journey. Welcome to the Eco-gather podcast. Community stories, global possibilities, carefully crafted to fit between your ears.
In the beginning of the course, when Philip said, we're hoping we create a community, I was like, what is he talking about? What community? It's not possible. I need legit folks in my face to have a community. I don't know about no online possibility. It's how I went in hypothetically, and I was wrong.
I'm Philip Ackerman-Leist, your host for Sterling College's Eco-gather podcast. I'm speaking to you from the upstairs of my barn in Vermont, and Lorette was reflecting from her apartment in Queens, New York. All of the voices you're about to hear come from kitchens, attics, patios, and balconies scattered all across the globe. Were it not for an online course that started during a pandemic, none of us would have been likely to ever meet. With the unprecedented isolation created by the constraints of COVID, we've all been forced to find new forms of connection and community. That's how I first came to meet Lorette and several hundred other fascinating people in the spring of 2020. She'd enrolled in an online course that I was teaching with a colleague. The course was based on the work of British author and economist David Fleming, and its title, Surviving the Future, became increasingly poignant as the pandemic unfolded. When we began planning in 2019, we'd envisioned it as the first in a series of online courses that we would launch as part of our Eco-gather platform. We never thought that the course would end up being a touchstone of sanity and connection for what would turn out to be a truly global crisis. The pandemic was, in fact, a clear iteration of the kind of cataclysmic shocks that Fleming had been envisioning as inevitable when he began writing what eventually became a dictionary for navigating the future. It's an engaging and whimsical book that almost never saw the light of day. Fleming had worked on his tome steadily and stealthily for years and years. However, his unexpected death in 2010 meant that his masterpiece almost went to the grave with him, buried among computer files that few people even knew existed. Fortunately for us, his work lived on, offering us multiple pathways for surviving the future.
It's the only thing I think about, really. And I have been doing it more or less flat out for 20 years. And I first started thinking about it in 1978. How long ago is that? It's a dictionary. Dictionaries take a long time to write.
It's called Lean Logic. Was it Dictionary for the Future?
Yeah, Dictionary for the Future.
Oh, wow.
And how to survive it.
Tell me.
How to survive it.
Okay, really? Can you try and sum it up?
How can I sum up a dictionary?
But so, for example,
600 entries.
What kind of entries then? If you could give me an example.
700 pages.
It's kind of like for a world post-peak oil, isn't it? And how to survive it. It's a lot to do with communities.
We're not going to be able to sustain the system we've got at the moment. It's going to be heading for an absolutely radical change. How radical that's going to be is not for me to say.
I never had the pleasure of meeting David Fleming. I can only imagine the delight of sharing a pint with him in a lively pub where navigating the future meant something more diurnal than existential for most of the other patrons. While others would probably have recognized him as an academic, I doubt they would have quickly pigeonholed him as an economist, simply because he seemed unlimited in his scope of interest and his zest for life. I'll bet his table was one of the most animated in any establishment that he frequented.
I'm Shaun Chamberlin. My work, and in some ways my life, goes under this name of Dark Optimism. In 2006, I heard about a course at a place called Schumacher College down in Devon in southwest England. It was called Life After Oil, and it was just a 2-week course. But when you're reading and exploring all these things, obviously there are certain voices of people that you respect or admire, and it seemed like all of them were going to be at this place. And the one teacher on that course who I'd never heard of before was a guy called David Fleming.
When I call myself an economist, I don't think other economists would call me an economist. Yeah, I have got a PhD in economics, but nonetheless, I've never, well, I have, but I've written about economics and I've read probably a great deal about it. But I know it's a practice and a banker as an economist. I never advised the government as an economist. I'm an environmental economist, you could argue. I'm a thinker. My speciality is being a generalist. In the academic world, it's an extremely long word. Your tape recorder would probably crash. Interdisciplinary studies, that's to say.
Yeah.
I sort of cover everything.
I looked him up before the course. He had this little booklet called Energy and the Common Purpose, and it was about, among other things, he invented the idea of carbon rationing and had kind of worked out how that might look. But what's sort of surprising to a lot of people now is that in all the time that David and I were working together, he was working on his life's work, Lean Logic, a dictionary for the future and how to survive it, which he'd been working on since 30 or 40 years.
It can be very difficult to keep up with what's going on in all these things. And if I did keep up, the thing is, as I said, I'm getting constant flack from friends and people. People pointing me in the street and say, "See that poor old fellow over there? Yeah, that one.
He's got big ideas.
He's been writing this. He's been writing this book for the last 20 years. He'll never finish it." And then they say, "He's a nice fellow, but just don't mention the book." So I think I'm in real trouble. There's almost nothing I don't sort of include in Lean Logic, which is why it's taken such a long time.
So you're a holistic economist.
Yes.
Well, there's a lot of anthropological stuff, actually, isn't there?
Yeah, and it could be taken to the themes, because there's so much, having to cover such a wide front.
He said, "I had one condition on us working together." I remember slightly nervously asking what this condition might be, because I was very excited at the prospect of working on the most exciting idea I'd found at that time. And he said his one condition was that at least once a week we must go to the pub together and have a drink with no agenda and no work talk, because he was, as I now know, ever a fan of the informal and the importance of not getting tied up in just the kind of the business-like part of our brains. And so it turned out that the one condition was one of the great gifts of my life. But he would never let me look at it until, I think, a month or two before, as it turned out, before his death. And then after he died, he didn't really have sort of close family, so it fell to me to sort of go through his possessions. And in doing that, I came across the manuscript that he was working on for Lean Logic on his computer. It felt like one last glorious conversation with him, because the book, as many people know now, really captures astonishingly his sort of interdisciplinary, holistic way of thinking, where everything joins up to everything else. it's a dictionary, but it, kind of not really a dictionary. It's a non-fiction work, but then it's kind of a fiction work too, because it's a work of imagination about a future that we could build together. It just doesn't fit categories, but it absolutely is a post-cautionary tale. Its starting point is, we would have done a lot better not to end up where we are, but what can we do from here? Of course, there's also a sort of paradox in the title, which in a wry way kind of amuses me. If you were choosing someone to write a guide to surviving the future, you probably wouldn't choose a dead guy. We all ultimately fail to survive the future, of course. That hopefully leads into the subtitle, which is Culture, Carnival and Capital in the Aftermath of the Market Economy. It's culture and carnival that make surviving worth doing, is the kind of point of it all. And that's really one of the essences of his work.
I'm Margot Baldwin. I'm the publisher of Chelsea Green. We published Surviving the Future in Lean Logic in the summer of 2016. And out of that project grew everything else. It became this pretty unique publishing project. First, because it was 2 books. It was basically 2 versions of the same book. So that's already very strange. Second of all, the author was deceased and was being put together by, his chief, I would say, mentee and student. Third of all, it was UK-based book, and we didn't have an operation in the UK at that time. And fourth, one of the books was a dictionary. It was a very peculiar dictionary. So all of those things made it kind of a unique publishing event.
It firstly won a number of prizes, was named in sort of numerous best of the year lists in 2017. And Lean Logic actually won design awards as well for the absolutely beautiful job that Chelsea Green did of creating the object, if you like, of the book. So, huge enthusiasm for that. Like lots of communities around the world, started running sort of reading groups around it. Probably the one line, it's not the most poetic line, but the one line that's changed my life more than any other is his line about large-scale problems do not require large-scale solutions. They require small-scale solutions within a large-scale framework. That really changed my perspective. And I can now see how actually David's own work is one of those large-scale frameworks. It's not like a plan or a blueprint. It's much more an encouragement to people to discover the wisdom in their own selves and to trust in that and to get together with those around them and to act on that scale. And so all the probably literally millions of projects around the world that have been directly or indirectly inspired by his work. In a way, those are the small-scale solutions that we need within the large-scale framework that his work has sort of offered to the world.
The next best thing to meeting Fleming himself was working with his former student and collaborator, Shaun Chamberlin. Shaun and I began conspiring on the development of an online course that would introduce Fleming's expansive work to a broader swath of people who might find his work relevant to their dreams for a better future, even in the face of dire planetary circumstances.
There's a line in David's work, do nothing that matters without consulting a conversation. And that was the inspiration for our title, Surviving the Future, Conversations for Our Time. Stirling was having to, along with vast numbers of other educational institutions, think about, well, what does our very hands in the soil, land-based, down-to-earth education look like if we try and provide that in a way that doesn't involve bringing people here, which obviously the pandemic at the very least makes a great deal more difficult. And so Philip, who had experience of online learning, he and I worked very closely to develop this course called Surviving the Future, Conversations for Our Time. And so it provided this real opportunity for us to develop a framework within which to talk to some of the most kind of compelling and interesting people who've been thinking about these ideas for sometimes decades and use the Surviving the Future book as a kind of framework for that exploration.
In March of 2020, we received the EcoGather grant. And as soon as we got it, we realized we had to put this course on. It just needed to happen immediately. I'm Caroline Kimball. I'm the Associate Dean of Professional Studies at Sterling College and the project manager of the EcoGather initiative. So we launched on April 6th of 2020. Well, at that time, we were still deeply in quarantine mode, so I was running things from my apartment in northern Vermont, just a 10-minute walk from Sterling College campus. Philip was 3 hours south on his homestead, and Shaun was all the way across the ocean in the UK. We thought we were only going to get 40 people in the class, maybe most.
And then 3 days before, the numbers were ticking. And before we knew it, we had over 100. And then we were like, do we keep on? It kept ticking up further and further. Then we've got, by the end, 235 participants from 25 countries all around the world in virtually every time zone.
With an age range from 21 to 93, I think. A huge diversity of professions and cultural backgrounds. And as David writes, diversity is a huge strength.
And people needed the conversation. They wanted the community. We were all ambivalent about it. I mean, I think that's kind of the beauty of it, is we were all stepping into this digital space. Maybe it was a divide, maybe it was a bridge. I think we were trying to figure that out for ourselves.
And I think with that timing, a whole lot of synchronicities coincided. A lot of people were suddenly having time on their hands because of, jobs being cancelled or postponed or impossible. A lot of people were stuck at home and wondering what to do with their time. And in particular, a lot of people were thinking, oh my gosh, what does the future hold? How is this all going to pan out?
So I've been teaching in higher education for nearly 3 decades, and I taught some wonderfully intense and engaging online graduate courses for a number of years, but I'd never taught an online course with more than 24 students until this year. So when I found myself looking at more than 150 unfamiliar faces and even a few couples huddled into a single screen, I was probably as nervous as I'd ever been as a teacher. You might hear that nervousness in my voice from that first day when we kicked off the class. Honestly, the numbers were less intimidating than trying to keep a promise to the incredibly diverse and talented group of people from all over the world. Nothing embodied that intimidation for me more than the presence of our oldest and highly esteemed participant, Joan Gussel. Joan is 93 years old, and she invented the term environmental nutrition. The New York Times dubbed her as the mother of the Eat Local, Think Global food movement in the U.S. She's one of my greatest heroes, so seeing her face appear on my screen that first day didn't calm my nerves. It was just one more sign that Shaun and I needed to shed the traditional role of instructors and instead do our best to midwife the birth of something new.
It's a great, extraordinary pleasure for me to be able to welcome you here to this first webinar, of which we'll actually be having 16 by the time this is all said and done. So everyone will be fluid and fluent in the technology by the time we move along here. In some ways, I have to apologize that the course is so pertinent at this point in time.
As Philip said, we're working this all out as we go, as we all are with all of our new social arrangements in this pandemic. But there's nothing to stop us doing beautiful things in these times. And I feel like this course is going to be one of those.
This certainly is a testament to the possibilities that we have in terms of online education. So we'll be learning some things as we go along as well. I've done a lot in online education, but this is certainly at a different and fun scale, again, both geographically and also number-wise. But thanks so much for joining us. It really is a great thing for Sterling College to be able to enter into this online educational environment in this fashion.
It's really exciting to see how this content is really speaking to our times. I was saying to someone just the other week how, lean logic is the dictionary for the future and how to survive it, but it feels very much like a dictionary for now.
Well, it's my pleasure now to introduce you to the president of Sterling College, Matthew Durr. He and Margot Baldwin came together in thinking about Surviving the Future Symposium a couple of years ago and bringing a group together at Sterling College and, really being very foresightful, as both Chelsea Green and Sterling College have always done, in looking toward the future and thinking about the kinds of education, the kinds of topics that needed to be addressed. One of the things that I really respect about Matthew is the fact that it really comes from the social organizing background and thinking about community. And so being an administrator seems to be pretty natural to him too, but I think he keeps community in mind first, which is one of the joys. So Matthew, welcome.
I see myself as a community organizer, and so I'm always out there thinking and looking for resources and knowledge and writing that I can bring to bear on the work that we're doing at Sterling. And really, I have the good blessing and fortunate experience of being a friend of Chelsea Green Publishing and Margot Baldwin, who also is a trustee of the college. And one of the terrific things that experience and that connection brings is that throughout the year, I get books. Lots and lots of amazing books. But what I received in the way of Lean Logic and then Shaun's wonderful editing of David's thinking and writing for me as a person was transformational. And as a college president and member of a community that is an academic community, but also a really intentionally designed community, was an insight into what we were trying to do from David's perspective. And I keep both those books on my desk in a way that very few other resources have persisted on my desk, and just grateful for the introduction. How do you articulate a vision for the future that engages more people? This gathering is very much the continuation of that conversation. And so EcoGather, which is a new grant-supported program that Sterling will offer, will engage us with communities struggling with many of the same issues that we're struggling with in our relationship with each other, and the work that we want to do to use education as a force to advance ecological thinking and action in different contexts, in an inclusive way that addresses a much more diverse student population than we would be able to achieve here in Craftsbury Common. And if we bring that focus to it, I think we can be the kinds of resilient people and resilient members of community that we really need in the face of whatever comes. So I'm thrilled that this conversation is happening. I'm thrilled that Sterling is offering it, and just deeply grateful to Shaun and to Margot for introducing me to David and his writing, and my colleagues for creating this course. Thank you, Philip, and thank you, Caroline, for all of your work.
I'll be the first one to admit that creating a syllabus isn't necessarily the most romantic part of teaching, but it is worth paying attention to since it establishes a rhythm to everyone's life for the coming weeks. What we didn't quite realize when we created the course schedule nearly a year in advance was that we would be bringing compelling voices of hope and conviction into people's homes right at the time that a heavy gray pall was settling over one continent after another with the spread of COVID. Time was slowing as schedules, commutes, and daily routines outside the household melted away. But then racial injustices heated up the news cycles, and streets were filled with protest and calls for a future that made sense for everyone, not just a privileged few. As a result, our weekly webinars with some of the most powerful thinkers of our time became touchstones of sanity for all of us.
I'm Ceren. We're talking from Berlin. We've been living here since almost 10 years. I'm from Turkey, Istanbul originally.
I'm Devin. I'm also sitting next to her, speaking from Berlin. I'm originally from Varese. We honestly came into the course with absolutely zero expectations. To a certain extent, if you think about a course about the book, you maybe think of it simply about the book, but it wasn't like analyzing the book. It was with the great guests, speakers and economists, and then the quality of the speakers was just impressive. Nate Hagens, he was very, very impressive, and he was very fiery, and it was at literally the moment that Corona was literally just starting, and he was very opinionated but respectful.
So Nate is a well-known international speaker. For those who've watched the YouTube videos that we shared ahead of time, you'll know that he teaches this honours seminar in Reality 101, a survey of the human predicament at the University of Minnesota. He's also on the boards of the Post-Carbon Institute, the Bottleneck Foundation, and the Institute for the Study of Energy and the Future. And he holds a master's degree in finance and the PhD in natural resources, which I think is a very unusual and timely combination for us right now. In the past, he was the president of Sanctuary Asset Management and a vice president at the investment firms Salomon Brothers and Lehman Brothers. So he knows finance world from the inside.
So as Shaun mentioned, I'm covering a lot of different topics. And I think we've arrived at a species level conversation where we can't have a reductionist, just one topic. We live in a world of islands of expertise separated by oceans of nonsense or non-science. Have to look at how things fit together. This cultural event that we're going through has to be owned in a pro-social way, because if we let fear and individualism like guns, gold, and Bitcoin be the cultural response to this, we're going to be worse off for it. I hate the word social distancing. It should be spatial distancing, because right now we need community. Geopolitically, this talk about finance and growth is a really thorny issue, which is why I think education and inspiration and enlisting people from the bottom up to play a role in this is so important. We've got like a longer term crisis this decade, which is how to shift our societies, our communities, our individuals away from economic growth as a plan. But I think the key is in authentic community.
So surviving the future brought me you can plan as much as you want. In the end, things will go not according to how you want. It's very interesting, like new ideas came about, how creativity was fostered also during the course.
Many different people had different opinions. I think everyone's had different opinions and everyone respected each other's opinion. As in, there might have been debates, so it was very respectable.
Question I get all the time from all sorts of people is, so when do you think the collapse is coming? When do you think the climacteric will happen? I mean, I love the line from the science fiction writer William Gibson, as you know, that the future is already here, it's just unevenly distributed. I mean, one thing that really struck me was we had a couple of participants from Venezuela. I found their perspective really important in kind of saying, a lot of this talk about societal collapse can seem quite abstract, and, what does that mean?
My name is Marcella. I've been living in Germany for the past 5 years because actually I come from a country that actually did collapse already. The topics and many of the things that we discussed during the course were not kind of hypothetical futures for me. I come from a place that unfortunately we've learned to do without for way too long. I mean, just the work of David Fleming, like a person that has listening and understanding many of the problems for so long, that also gave me a big sense of relief. It's a person that has been understanding the complexities of our systems. And then the questions that he invites us to ask ourselves, I found were very well grounded. Not to say that were easy, but they were well thought through. So there were invitations for something that might have a chance of working. This isn't a bit too cliche or too formal. I would say that they were all meaningful in different ways, but I think Lucy Neal, I really enjoyed her presentation because sometimes I feel we underestimate how important play and fun are for the futures and the day-to-day lives we want to live.
She's a theatre maker and a writer and an educator, particularly interested in celebratory events as a catalyst for change. She's a co-founder director of the London International Festival of Theatre, co-founder of Culture Declares, which is a global movement of artists and cultural organisations engaging with the climate and ecological emergency, and produced this amazing handbook, Playing for Time, Making Art as If the World Matters, mapping collaborative art practices emerging in response to the challenges of our times. Just the ideal person to come and speak to us as we get into carnival and culture. So we're very excited to welcome you, Lucy.
Thank you, Shaun and Philip. And I'm very grateful to those of you that have got out of bed especially early to make this possible at this hour. So thank you. I feel incredibly humbled to be joining you all. David was someone that I adored, quite frankly. He was unbelievably helpful to me in my early days of stepping out to kind of chart a new creative practice for myself, responding to the climate and ecological emergency. And I don't know whether it was the poet Shelley or Byron who said, sometimes the dead have not finished their living. And I feel David present, and he had such a sense of the absurd about everything. And I like to think that he would be mildly amused by this sort of, all the world's a classroom. The depth of his knowing and ability to think systemically about the changes that we need to create to have a livable planet and ecological societies. It was such a relief when I realised early in my days about Transition Town Tooting, setting it up, was that I initially thought I had to read every single book on oil and carbon and emissions and new economic models. David really helped me see that actually what I should concentrate on was what I loved best, and that was play.
So I wouldn't say that I found like the tribe I'm going to live with for the rest of my life, but it did provide a big sense of comfort and relief. Here of so many beautiful human beings, I just felt like this web of little mushrooms popping up everywhere. And I'm like, yeah, there's much more of us. And yeah, that's always like heartwarming, to know that you're not alone in all of these wantings.
All of us as participants are involved in all huge diversity of kinds of work, but the cross-pollination of the insights and ideas that we bring from those is something very fertile. Say there was a line I heard recently, it's far easier to act your way into new ways of thinking than to think your way into new ways of acting. And I think that's what's so potent, is that we've got all these people acting in such different ways, and then that's reshaping their thinking, and then we're sharing that. And in that way, creating a kind of hive mind almost as a way of engaging with times that none of us have encountered before.
My name is Julian Wong. I live in San Jose, California, although I'm originally from Singapore. I came to this notion that something was fundamentally wrong about the way the mainstream movement was talking about environmental issues. It set me on a different course. not necessarily more hopeful, because I think part of surviving the future is a recognition that things have fundamentally changed, but hopeful in the sense that I don't have to be paralyzed about it. There's still things that I can do, still things that we can do. I also connect with what Vandana Shiva says. She's also very passionate about calling out the invisible forces of globalization, this sort of unquestioned charge towards globalization that we seem to have.
Vandana, it's such a pleasure to have you with us here today. I think the really important pieces here are for people to know that Vandana has supported so many of the principles and ideas that we've been fortunate to be exploring in this particular course. And, I think one of the things that we can really appreciate is that she never got totally lost in the world of physics or the world of philosophy, but has found ways to blend those, also to bring agriculture, food system, just the whole notion of environmental justice. And she has moved forward and advanced the notion of ecocide. So Vandana is just as modest as she is fierce. She keeps advancing, all of these principles that are so critical. And we're so happy to have you with us, Vandana. And I'll turn it over to you for your presentation, and then we'll have a cultivated conversation here.
So very nice to be with all of you. Surviving the future. I think it includes both the best lessons from the past, from the ancestors, from the land, amazing lessons from this lockdown. I think if it's taught us a number of things, it's taught us to deglobalize, which is something I've been fighting for 30 years, and the virus did it. In spite of the 5 decades of lessons we've had, that food produced without love and care is actually not food, it's anti-food. I call it anti-food because food is supposed to nourish us. Growing food is supposed to nourish the earth, and food grown with chemicals is destroying the earth and destroying our bodies. But when we think of ourselves as being in service with the earth, we realize all we are doing is little things. All I did was save seeds. That's how Navdanya started. So we need real farmers. We need real food. It's an ecological imperative and it's a health imperative. And that's why I'm so supportive of the initiatives at Sterling College, including the program for the New American Farmstead, because I believe a world that does not learn again how to re-inhabit the earth, and the only way you can re-inhabit the earth is through an agriculture of care. And agriculture, actually the word means the culture of the land, the care of the land. We have to imagine a world where we create farms and gardens everywhere.
Participating in this Surviving the Future course has been timely, extremely relevant, and also very, very helpful and palliative in a way, because, I felt like if I didn't have this course to sort of speak to the other aspects of my being and humanity during this really difficult period, I think it would have been especially difficult. The conversations in STF were very welcoming, very open, non-judgmental, almost healing. It was really important time to have this course. If we're a live gathering, we wouldn't have the diversity of necessarily the diversity of folks that we have, right? Yeah, it's a weird world we live in, but I'll take any opportunity we can get to connect.
Our follow-up reflection seminars at the end of each week became gatherings that took us from grieving to storytelling to celebrating, but our community was hungry for more connection. Participants told us that they wanted even more time for sharing, so we added Zoom speed dating to each weekend. With the help of the Zoom gods, we randomly created these safe spaces, allowing a handful of people to gather for spontaneous conversations of all kinds. The guest webinars, the reflection seminars, and the speed dating sessions, those 3 gatherings each week melded from rhythm to ritual. We were all looking for ways to get beyond the dark realities spilling across our news feeds in multiple languages. We watched our collective attire shift across the seasonal spectrum. Sweaters and scarves slowly disappeared, while hot beverages were swapped for glasses clinking with ice cubes. More and more Zoom squares were illuminated, less from the indoor glow of laptops and more by streams of sunshine, with hints of birdsong reminding us of the tweets that warranted our attention. As our shared backgrounds became more familiar, the days stretched, and so did the conversations, until they'd spilled well beyond the scheduled boundaries of our course.
Well, welcome everyone. I don't know, I just tried to pin a frame for you so that I made a little campfire because this feels a little bit like a campfire discussion for you. Wanted you to have the opportunity to warm up a little bit. If it's anything like it is in Vermont today, it's a little bit chilly, so you can warm your virtual hands by the virtual fire there. So welcome to our first gathering where we have the opportunity to share in this reflection seminar together. And really, for myself, I see this as a point of synthesis where we're trying to bring these ideas together from the various forums and resources that we've provided for you, and also a time to pose questions and to think about what you're scratching your heads about, because I'm certainly still scratching my head about various pieces as we're going along. So I think not only is it an opportunity to throw questions our way, but for us to throw them back your way as well, which is what we'll be doing through the latter half, and really trying to provide some interactivity here so that we have the chance for the kind of dialogue and conversation that we've promised and that you seem to be hungry for.
My name's Lorette Zena Hamilton. At the moment, I'm living in Queens, New York. In retrospect, the fact that they designed this landscape, they thought about stuff like, how are we going to keep 200 people occupied when we're not going to be in front of their face? It was well executed. If I'm not feeling like reading a passage in the book, there's a music video for me to react to. There's a poem for me to react to. There's commentary from my classmates to look at and gain insight, like, how do I want to react? How do I want to write an essay? Other classes, other workshops I'd sign up for, that kind of attention to detail, no, dude. Folks ain't got it like that. Folks ain't even putting thought into, like, the class was postponed, here's an update.
We experienced tons of technological challenges, right? It was our first time. We're all learning Zoom. It's new to everyone. And I had maybe 15 or 20 students who were experiencing some really challenging technical issues, either because they had really old computers or they just weren't really tech savvy, whatever was going on. And I scheduled an in-person Zoom meeting with each one of them or a phone call, whatever was better for them, so that we could talk, we could connect. It wasn't just service over email. And most of them realized okay, I'm not alone here. And to let each one of them know that they're seen.
There were times when I was thinking like zombie movies. I couldn't help it. Then I'd get back to clarification. And this community, all these ways to engage, they made a difference. And in a sense, yeah, it prepared me for the future. It taught me how to prepare for a COVID world where everything is online and how to engage without censoring myself. Moving forward, that's a skill right now.
Obviously, we're living right now through this pandemic, which is, on the one hand, revealing the kind of cracks we're talking about in the systems of government and society and economics, etc. But it's also ending businesses and, of course, killing a lot of people. And I think we all hold this real tension in ourselves between, on the one hand, being very interested in looking towards the sequel that's struggling to be born, but also having to hold the awareness of the death, both metaphorical and literal, that's unfolding around us. One of our participants suggested that it might be a good moment for a minute's silence, which felt very appropriate to me, just to honour the pain and struggles that are unfolding right now, as well as the important, appropriate, often cheerful work that we're doing in response. So with that slight context, let's step into a minute's reflection on some of the more difficult aspects of what's unfolding on our planet today.
I'm Rua Swennerfeld, and I live in rural Charlotte, Vermont. I think the fact that we were there to be a part of surviving the future, not just to read a book or to learn from others, but to actually experience what it would be. So therefore, I think we were ready to relate at that deeper level. Sure, we came on at each class time and we are inundated for the week before with all the horrible things going on. But in a way, it was like, this is a relief place. This is where we all know what's going on, but we're talking about solutions or beyond solutions, intelligent responses. So yeah, we were ready for those challenges. I loved the participants. I loved that they came from different parts of not just North America, but different parts of the world. There was somebody from South America their experience was so different from ours. That smattering of different countries and different perspectives, when we broke into small groups and we could hear a perspective that wasn't ours or our experience, that was great. I loved that we started with some silence, and with a silence that opened our hearts to caring about the pain that the world was feeling, and opened our hearts to being so appreciative of coming together. And that set the tone every time. It's not just silence, it is an intention. And so that was really special.
Real relationship building is clearly not to do with being in person or not. It's to do with the way that we're offering this education. And I attribute a lot of that to Philip. I mean, he's so good at thinking it through and making a real, genuine, authentic connection. And I come from a world of customer service where it's like professional, professional, professional. And it's not that Philip's not professional, but he's also not afraid to be vulnerable. And that enables the connection. So I've learned about showing up as your full self, and whether it's a professional setting or not, and being okay with that, and being okay with vulnerability in those settings. So this work enables and empowers me to show up as my full self and be a full human in my work and otherwise, which is the greatest gift you can get.
But there were lots of times. I mean, Shaun and Philip set that up. They laughed. There was the fake fire. There were these things that made us kind of be able to take a deep breath.
To have the ability to create a space where people could talk to each other across the bounds of that circle, because collapse looks a completely different thing for different people. For me, that was one of the most powerful elements of the course, along with the wholeheartedness, the whole personedness that people brought to it. It wasn't intellectual. It was about, we cried together and we laughed together and we partied together and we, created the course together, and we certainly argued together and learned together. And for me, it drew on all of me, and I think for a lot of other people it did too. And David writes in Lean Logic about how education is going to have to redefine itself and some of the challenges that are going to be faced by higher education in particular as we move through these times. And it was wonderful to read in some of the feedback, people saying, well, this is developing some of the aspects of what education needs to be.
There was an element of ritual. So then suddenly to have this time, what was 2, what then became 3 or 4 times during the week when we gathered together with these people that suddenly expected to see and connect with on the screen. Those were moments, not always of solace, because the topics were hard and charged, and there were times there was disagreement, times I was waiting for conflict to emerge. People navigated that incredibly well, given the complexity of conversations that we were having. But I think people came at it almost as if the gathering was somewhat of a sacred space, that we knew we all needed to be together, and that there were certain, not even stated protocols. There were just these assumptions about how we would interact with one another and behave, and the connections that were there that were vital to maintain. It was more the space and sort of this bizarre irony of mixing media from Neolithic to post-pandemic. The campfire was kind of central as we did that a la Zoom.
He describes the 7 properties of ritual, which are membership, emotional daring, continuity, consciousness of passing time and events, practice in the sense of practical skills, meaning, and locality. And I can really feel all of those in what it was.
By the time we reached the official end of our course, we had collectively done the thing I most enjoy in education. We'd upended it, in this case by trading rote learning for ritual experience. After 8 weeks of intensity, it was time to wrap it all up in the spirit of Fleming with a weekend-long carnival. Our class-turned-community showed up with fanciful hats, masks, makeup, and background artistry. We unleashed a whimsical stream of home-based performances, ranging from juggling to songs and chanting to poems and paintings. And we were also introduced to the esoteric world of goat yoga. Yep, it's a thing, although its meditative qualities would be a stretch. Even if we didn't know what an online carnival might look like, it became what David Fleming said it should be, the act which gives the community its life.
Well, we should probably get started here.
I thought we were.
Well, this is true. Yeah,
Philip, are you attempting to bring order to our carnival?
No.
Get a grip.
Right. Should I look up order in Lean Logic right now?
David Fleming would not approve.
Yeah, great. Well, welcome everyone, and we're super excited to have the online carnival, of which we had no idea what this might be.
And we still don't.
Now we still don't. We have no idea how it might end or transpire. We don't know about the beginning or the middle or the end. We're eager to see what happens, and it really is, in most ways, it's up to you all as we go forward.
Take two, everybody. So welcome to part 2 of the carnival, and we're gathered here today in celebration of concluding the course, but also recognizing everything that's going on around us. So as we start out today, obviously we have a fire. You might think it's symbolic. I actually think it's very real and really hot. But there's a reason for having it. We started off the course this way with the campfire. We've sort of been gathering around our own illuminated circles of various kinds and circles and squares, and now is an opportunity to do this not one last time together, but one last time in this particular form and format. We'll have other ways to meet, and hopefully some of that will be in person as we go along. But part of what we want to do today is really to honor all of the thoughts that you put into the course, the things that you are taking away from the course. And part of what I'll be doing as we go along is feeding the fire and offering the different pieces that you've provided us and offering those to the fire. The way things travel these days, be it fake news or the other good things as they move around the world, hopefully you'll get a little whiff of all the great intentions and thoughts that are there.
Yeah, just an acknowledgement of the journey we've been on together, and what an honor and a privilege. It's been quite a powerful experience in my life. I certainly won't be forgetting it. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And certainly, I think for myself as well, it doesn't feel like a course. It feels like so much more. And it was a bit audacious, I think, to put out the fact that we wanted it to be more than a course, more than a conversation, but also a community. But I think somehow we've all worked together and found a way to make that happen. And who knows where it all goes next. And that's the exciting part.
In Surviving the Future, it says we should start with a party. And I thought, we've done it wrong, haven't we? Because we're ending with a party. Then I realized we're not really. This is just the beginning.
My name is Phil Frodsham. I am a sound artist from Derbyshire in the United Kingdom. You know, I get shivers down my spine listening back to those tracks because it takes me right back to just that moment in my life where I felt kind of wonder and fear at the same time, at exactly the same time. So when I was hearing meadow pipits or curlews or skylarks, there was a pandemic and thousands of people were dying at exactly the same time. I'd never felt like that in my life. So the track, I actually, because of the course itself, I actually called the track The Logic of Lean because it seemed appropriate. It was almost like a gift back to the course and the people on the course. It felt quite nice to be able to give something back. And in the carnival, that's what we were all doing. We were all giving back something of ourselves to the others in the group, and we were, responding to that in kind. It's been a year of intense connection, and that is really strange because we've kind of been locked away for 6 months of it. And yet the connections that I've made over that period have been absolutely astonishing, and changed the way that I've looked around the world. And the course just came at that time and really helped us kind of think about what was important in our own lives now and in our futures and in our family and our friends and our communities. It's been a year of great connection at a time when physically we've not been connected to each other. It's been a lot of life to live in 6 months. It's just been a very momentous time for us all, I think.
I wonder, as we think about EcoGather and we watch what happens, is it a design by invitation or is it an invitation by design? For myself, I'd like to see it be more than courses, more than platform, more than online education, that it really is, a design that we put out there, and then it's an iterative process where we're hearing back from those who are engaged in the courses, in the conversations, and we redact accordingly and we adapt, and then we all kind of live it together in the ways that make sense through this bizarre portal that we call online education. So that's what really excites me, is that it is introducing a structure, ideas, possibilities, communities, networks, and then we sort of get to sit back and wait and see what happens and where it takes us all. And I think that's sort of the beauty of this kind of experiment, as we did with Surviving the Future. In many ways, eco is that surrounding circle and the gather is the nucleus in the middle, and then there's the cellular porosity, between those elements.
we have to let ourselves really be open to, these ideas and realities are shifting back and forth and being absorbed in different ways. We have to be open to the possibilities. That's what education is all about in the end, is being open to the possibilities. And that's not just for the so-called students. It's also for the so-called instructors, facilitators, midwives, by whatever name.
And so that's the nature of gathering, is that it unleashes a collective genius that isn't really possible when one or two people get together and plot. So really, I would hope that EcoGather will continue to become an unleashing of that collective genius in ways that we couldn't possibly anticipate now. And the eco part is the reality that we face, because it's no good imagining, wouldn't it be wonderful if that's completely impossible or is no longer possible because of past choices by ourselves or others. But nonetheless, the magic that we can unleash when we come together in spaces and heed what that magic calls for, then I think EcoGather will teach us what it needs to be.
My name is Dakota Lacroix, and I have the good fortune of producing this podcast. A very special thanks goes out to Heinrich Dahl for use of the David Fleming audio footage, and to everybody who made this podcast possible. All the best.
EcoGather is an initiative of Sterling College, located in Craftsbury, Vermont, on land first inhabited by the Abenaki people. Sterling College humbly honors that heritage with its mission to advance ecological thinking and action. For more information, visit us at www.sterlingcollege.edu.
Well, hello again. Or for those who weren't around for my intro at the start, I'm Shaun Chamberlin of Dark Optimism, your host for today's programming. And I hope you very much enjoyed those recollections from our first Surviving the Future conversations for our time course. For me, it was quite a compelling listen. As one of the co-leaders of the course, it was some of the most satisfying and meaningful work I've ever done. Felt like really creating a space where people could discover a community around the times we're living in a way that was very evidently helpful for a lot of people, and certainly for me personally. I feel like I've made a lot of new friends, and there's a lot of new actions coming together out of that. And one of those, as you were hearing, is that one of the participants, Phil Frodsham, has put together a song called The Logic of Lean, inspired by the course and by David Fleming's work, which we'll be hearing shortly. One of the things I personally love about this piece is that there's this great emphasis throughout David's work in grounding ourselves in place and in soil and in nature and in community. And for me, this song, The Logic of Lean, really creates that spacious sense of place and of not just human community, but the wider community in which our human communities are grounded. So yes, we'll be hearing next The Logic of Lean by Deccan Traps, which is around 8 minutes long. And then we'll be hearing from Rob Hopkins, who is the founder of the Transition Towns movement and author of the Transition Handbook, the Transition Companion, The Power of Just Doing Stuff, and most recently his newest book, From What Is to What If, Unleashing the Power of Imagination to Create the Future We Want, which is a work I wholeheartedly recommend. But the recording we're going to hear is of him and me in conversation when David Fleming's books, Lean Logic and Surviving the Future, had just been launched. And we spent that time together with an audience discussing the work and discussing David's influence on the transition movement and on our lives more generally. So I hope you'll enjoy that. It's been a very, very popular recording. And so we'll hear The Logic of Lean by Deccan Traps for the next 8 minutes, and then into Rob and I discussing David and his work. Enjoy.
So I first came across David in 2005 when I had just first moved here, and I was really interested in resilience, and I was doing reading around the whole thing of resilience. It was very early on in the kind of putting together of transition as an idea. And someone said, oh, you should talk to David Fleming. He's the man on resilience. So I rang David up, and he was genuinely fascinated that anybody was even faintly interested in him at all. And we talked for about an hour and a half, and he said, oh, I'm working on something. I'll send it to you. And then about 2 days later, this came through my letterbox, which was the draft of what he was then working on that was then called The Lean Economy, A Survivor's Guide to a Future That Works. And I still contend that actually if this had been published at the time, it really deeply influenced many of us who got copies of it. It's a bit like some people talk about when the Sex Pistols played the Free Trade Hall in Manchester, and about like 2,000 people claimed to have been there, but there was only actually about 50 people. But
you got yours to prove it.
And I've got mine to prove it, yeah. And actually then there's a great film about Joy Division where they trace the whole history of the regeneration of Manchester back to that concert and the people who were there, and then they formed record labels and bands, and then the whole story moved on from there. And this had a similar kind of impact on those of us who got it. And a few years later, there was a guy called Henrik who ran a website where he had this idea where he was going around the world and interviewing sort of thinkers on sustainability up trees. So basically, you had to go with him, and he'd find a tree before you did the interview, and then he would take you up this tree, and you'd climb in and sit in the tree, and then you would do an interview sitting in the tree. I nearly died getting out of the tree that he took me up on Veer Island. We did it up on Veer Island.
Well, I don't want to say there's a connection, but it was about a month before David died that he was up.
So this guy took a 69-year-old David Fleming up a tree. And in that interview, David said, I keep getting constant flack from friends and people pointing me in the street. See that poor fellow over there? He's been writing this book for the last 20 years. He'll never finish it. But then they say, he's a nice fellow, just don't mention the book. I'm in real trouble, he said. So this book was something that he had been working on, and he was somebody who was incapable of having a deadline. And sort of publishers were always sort of talked about as being something that was in the wings, but never quite happened, and I don't think ever would have happened, because he could never quite bring himself to finish it. And we kept saying, David, you must publish it. And it was The Lean Economy for about 3 years. And then I met him one day, and he said, Rob, I'm completely redoing the book. He said, I'm going to redo it as a dictionary of it. I'm going to call it Lean Logic, and I'm going to call it a dictionary of environmental manners. I said, David, who even knows what a dictionary of environmental manners is? And who's going to even want one? And anyway, but actually, I think it's fantastic because this book is much more like David Fleming's brain works. I don't know if, did anybody come to the talk he gave in Totnes about 9 years ago? Michael was there, we were there. He was supposed to talk for 40 minutes, and he went on for about an hour and a half, and I was sitting in the front row going, David. And he'd go, oh, there's Rob again telling me to stop. Oh. And then he'd be off again, and then I'm going, David. And he went on and on and on and on. And, but actually, when you hear him speak, he would sort of speak at this incredible pace, which was challenging enough when English was your first language. But he talked at the Transition Network conference, where quite a few people weren't. And I reread the blog I did of that event. And there was one bit where it said, there were huge sympathies must be extended to the poor woman in front of me who was transcribing the talk. And people kept saying, could you slow down? And he'd slow down for about a minute and then speed up again. And he said at one point, I'd be amazed if I can explain this next bit in a way that I can understand it. Because his brain worked so much faster than he was able to actually kind of keep up with it. And I hadn't got round to starting to read these until a couple of days ago. I've dipped in and out of Lean Logic, but Surviving the Future. And actually, on the printed page, he's just such a beautiful writer. Absolutely beautiful, sort of turn of phrase, the way that he can put everything together. He had a dazzling mind. He was one of the sharpest, cleverest, well-read men I ever knew. And he had this incredible, for me what was so brilliant was at the time when all the debates were around sustainability, and it's an economic thing, and it's an energy thing, and it's a process that needs to work, David brought it back to saying, it needs to be about conviviality. And where's the space for carnival? And where's the space for music? And where's the space for good food? And where's the space in which we sort of tell each other poetry? I remember asking him once, what gives you hope, David? And he said, Bach. And we had a really interesting conversation where I said, well, I don't really get classical music very much. And, you know, for me, actually, there's much more recent music that has the same effect. And he couldn't get that at all. And so I was trying to explain to him how, actually, for me, Joy Division or something has the same impact on me that Bach has, or he didn't quite get that. But actually, music really kind of ran through. He also introduced me to a whole kind of literature of stuff that, I guess for him, that strand of that says progress doesn't always move in that kind of direction. And it's really dangerous to say everything that came before is worse than what we have now. And he pointed me to some of the really great sort of bits of resilience literature. There's a book called The Worm Forgives the Plough, about a sort of a kind of a towny guy at the beginning of the Second World War going off to work on farms down in Devon and having to learn how to be a farmer, and he had absolutely no clue about anything, and learning to make hay ricks and everything. It's beautiful. And I was on a good read on Radio 4, and I took this book on kind of shortly after David died, and I took it on as my kind of sort of tribute to David, and the other two people hated it and tore it to bits. It was a rather... And then this is a beautiful book called The Wheelwright's Shop that David pointed me to, which is all about what it took to make a cartwheel, and the skills and the kind of industry and the craftsmanship that actually was behind that kind of an industry, and that sort of sophisticated system that was there to enable us to do the most basic kind of things. And it struck me, actually, reading the book, that there's a lot of debate and a lot of discussion at the moment about British values, which is a term that has been hijacked by people who have a rather revolting version of what that means. And for me, it's one of the things that really comes through in David's work, is this beautiful sort of love of landscape and place and tradition and food, and yeah, that really kind of moves me, I think. I think he was the kindest, most gentlemanly person. And all his books are called The Lean This and The Lean That, because he was very, very lean. Yeah.
Are you sure that's the reason?
I reckon. It's not sort of called the slightly overweight, middle-aged spread economy, is it? Or logic, you know. But I remember he came to my wedding, and everywhere he went, he turned up with a copy of this under his arm. If you met him in the pub, he had a copy of Lean Logic under his arm and a pen. If you met him on the train, if you met him at your own wedding, he still had a copy of this that he was working on and had been working on for some time. I guess the rest will come out. I guess I wanted to read one little bit and then say one other thing. That a lot of reading through his stuff, it doesn't age at all. And I want to read this little passage, which, after watching the Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton debate, struck me as being something that could have been written today. The art of recognising the difference between honest argument and a fraud has been in poor health of late. That's good enough for a political economy which is overflowing with the riches of oil and held together by the self-interest of the market, and where there is a range of choice with plenty of ways to be right and second chances if you're wrong. But in our new, urgent world, getting it right matters more. So I'm sure other things will come out as we discuss, but I guess the thing that I really wanted to do was to thank Shaun, because David's not actually here to see the books published and to see the beautiful, beautiful labour of love that this has been Shaun's life over the last 3 years, turning David's work into this. But for those of us who really loved David and the work that he did, and really saw it and recognised its importance from the first time we came into contact with it, I really want to thank you really deeply, Shaun, for having done this, because David would be so proud if he was here this evening. So thank you.
But this is David, topically enough, talking about, and again, it doesn't really age, but talking about whether we're at a moment of paradigm shift. This is an interview that was done in his flat in Hampstead, which, as we heard, was the first Green Party office, I believe, in the UK.
So are we at a time of a paradigm shift on peak oil and climate change? Well, yeah, I think like the answer to a lot of questions, I think the answer to that is we are and we aren't. I think we are in that the world we're looking at is completely different from the world that we've been brought up to suppose is okay. That is to say, the world of the market economy, which depends on growth, which is not actually going to destroy the environment in any substantial way, and which has more than enough energy for the foreseeable future. We're no longer in that paradigm. On the other hand, as Thomas Kuhn pointed out, one's not in a new paradigm till you're there. And there is a long period of storm and stress during which people are becoming more and more uneasy about the paradigm that they're in and about the impossibilities and anomalies that develop during that time. And there is a time of great difficulty and turbulence, like water, flowing from one pool to another down a waterfall. And I don't believe that we're yet in the next pool, so to speak. I don't yet think we are yet in a new paradigm. For a whole lot of reasons. One is, there are lots of reasons. One is we, as the people who know about climate change, recognise that actually it is worse than is widely recognised. So there is a question about whether that's soluble. There's certainly a question about whether the energy problem is soluble. Even if one goes down the optimistic route of building large solar arrays in the Sahara Desert and having cables around the rest of the world providing us with energy, there is a good deal of scepticism about whether technical fixes like that would work. And above all, or maybe above all, there is the problem about economic growth itself. The market economy absolutely depends for its structural stability on economic growth. That's not because banks want earn big money and get big paybacks. It's not because of bankers' bonuses, for nothing like that. For no trivial reason. It's just a system which is fundamentally, it's the fundamental nature of the system. We're living in a dynamic system, and dynamic systems are like bicycles. They only stay stable and upright so long as they're moving forward. There is no way the market economy can exist without growth. And so if growth were to stop for a substantial amount of time, or still worse, if growth were actually to go into reverse, then the market economy would collapse. I'll leave you to our imagination to imagine what that collapse would mean. So that if one is looking, which all of us should be looking for a time when for a non-growing economy, and we have to have an economy which isn't growing. Indeed, we have to have an economy which has shrunk a good deal, a long way from where it is now. We have to have that. Unless we can do that, we're going to be in trouble. So we've had it either way, in a way. If we grow, we're stuffed if we grow, and we're stuffed if we don't grow, and that means that we're not in a paradigm. It's very, very hard for anybody, hand on heart, to say this is the way forward. It's going to be perfectly okay. People, we have a solution, and that is what Thomas Kuhn was talking about. He was talking about a comprehensive paradigm with some tweaks that needed to be developed, but he wasn't talking about enormous question marks. And unfortunately, really. Instead of this alternative paradigm, all we can offer really is the most enormous planet-sized question marks.
That gives you a sense of David as a man, but also how many ideas would tumble out of him simultaneously when he tried to say anything, as Rob was talking about. And I think one of the reasons for that was that he was inherently a holistic thinker. And for him, anytime he tried to talk about any topic, he found it was sort of attached to every other topic. And this is why his talks were so helter-skelter, because basically he'd be asked to speak for 20 minutes about Carnival, and he'd try and say the entirety of this book. Because he was, as he says, really coming from a fundamentally different paradigm. And he talked there about economic growth and the difficulty of this damned if we do, damned if we don't situation with economic growth. And really, as I did a similar talk to this in Oxford, which was David's alma mater, a few weeks ago with Jonathon Porritt, who was one of David's mentees. And he was saying, really, there's no political party, mainstream political party in the world that has a program for creating better lives that isn't based on continual economic growth, and not just continual economic growth for a while, but endless economic growth. And David really engaged with that, and he's probably the only person I've found who has provided a vision of what the future could look like that makes sense in a post-growth world. And Jonathon tells me that back in the 70s, when David was involved in I think it was the People Party and then the Ecology Party before it was the Green Party, That back then, when Jonathon was first meeting him, he was at Ecology Party conferences, and he was urging his peers, we need to learn the language of economics, because it's the economists who keep telling us that we can't do all these sensible things that we're advocating for. And being true to his word, by the time I'd met him, he got himself a PhD in economics. But unlike many people, he wasn't sort of shaped by that to become a conventional economist. It was very much, he often talked about economism, this idea that our society is obsessed with economics as the only way of finding truth or answers. And really, the only reason he wanted to know economics was so that he could show how wrong economics was and how it wasn't the basis of everything. And the basis of his alternative, really, I think, was instead of growth, we have culture. So instead of relying on money and economies, we rely on each other. And what he argued with a background in history as well was that this wasn't some wonderful new idea that he'd had that was going to save the world, but this was actually the basis on which almost all of human history took place. That this growth-based market economy has only really been around a couple of hundred years, and it's already it's already hitting the buffers. I remember at one point in one of his interviews, he said, I don't really hold it against capitalism that it's about to collapse, because civilizations do collapse. That's part of the wheel of life, but it is going to be quite hard for it to live down if it takes the whole of life on Earth with it. And so, really, it was very hard for him to go and speak for 20 minutes on X without talking about what a fundamentally different paradigm he was coming from. And that's why, in many ways, this weird linked dictionary format, this pre-invention of Wikipedia that he created, suits his thought really well, because you can follow the threads and the interlinks in whatever way you want. I often say it's a sort of choose-your-own-adventure book. And it allows you to sort of think, oh, well, I don't really get why he's saying that. Oh, well, I'll follow this thread and I'll understand it a bit more, and then I'll come back. And people have been telling me again and again over the past couple of months that they're reading Lean Logic, and they end up with this list of, oh, I must come back and read that, and then I want to read that. And they've got this sort of long list of all the entries that they want to follow up on. But as Rob said, the beauty of a dictionary, as opposed to David speaking, is that you can pause and digest some of the rich wonders on offer. And in a way, I mean, Surviving the Future, the paperback, I like to think of it as a gateway drug, if you like. It's, it's much smaller, so it's more accessible, and it's a conventional read it front to back book, and you get that real taste of David's amazing turn of phrase and his vision, his incredible vision. But at the same time, there is a part of me that feels a little like it does lose a little bit of the magic by making it linear. It's like I've dragged David kicking and screaming into a sort of a linear thought. And so, I hope that a lot of people read that and then think, oh, I want more of this, and then discover, just how unconventional his thought was, not just in terms of what he was saying, but how he was saying it and how he was approaching it. And it's funny, you mentioned The Worm Forgives the Plough. So the first talk I gave on these books a month or two ago was at the Dark Mountain event. And I was in the toilet there, the compost toilet there, before the talk, and in front of me there was a little sticker on the wall, and it had a quote from The Worm Forgives the Plough. And I found myself idly wondering whether that was in some indirect way there because of David, who really did spread this book to an awful lot of people who'd never heard of it before. So that felt like somehow his little blessing on me before I went on and spoke. And the other thing that you mentioned was this sort of Brexit situation that we're in, and that's something which has come up an awful lot, actually, over the last few weeks as I've been going around talking to people, and there's this real sense of confusion and lostness, and what does it all mean, and where is it all going? And it's been really interesting. Obviously, David died 5 years before Brexit was ever really an active current issue in terms of it being voted on. But for me, I was really heavily embedded in these books as the whole Brexit situation was taking place. And it was interesting for me, Brexit, because it was the first time I'd really been asked to vote on something as part of the electorate, which I didn't immediately have a clear sense of. From a sort of transition-y, localizing kind of point of view, I felt like, well, okay, maybe there is some sense in bringing some control back down from these abstract, supranational bodies. But then On the other hand, I found it sort of despicable in the last, since the vote, this idea that everyone who voted out was either an idiot or a racist. I mean, I know lots of people who voted out and voted out for very, reasonable reasons. And I found reading some of David's work has been really helpful to me in explaining that, as Rob touched on. So I'd like to read a bit from his entry on nation in Lean Logic. A nation has an identity which connects the people who live there to a particular place and to each other. There is a landscape which many generations have shaped and defended, and there is an endowment of culture, language, and institutions which, though they can be betrayed, cannot be denied. The nation is a located, bounded, particular homeland, and if defeated, it often manages eventually to come back into being with a sense of renewal and justice. It exists in the mind of its people. Identity in this collective sense means that there is an identical meaning to the idea of we. And that's something, in the aftermath of the vote, one of the responses which I found very beautiful was a church in London called St. Ethelburgers who held open listening days. And I think it was based on a Quaker model, and basically people could just come and say what they were feeling in a group of their peers. And there was no responding, there was no arguing, it was just anyone who felt anything could just come and say what they were feeling. And I thought that was a really wonderful way of healing some of these rifts and this division that our mainstream media seem to keep pushing on us, like there's this divided country. And yeah, that sense of identity is something that I've heard a lot when I've been talking to people who voted out, and why. That they felt like, well, what is it anymore to be English or to be British or to be Scottish? And there was a really interesting discussion in Oxford when we were talking about the books, where they were talking about the difference between how a lot of people who feel we should clearly remain in the EU feel that Scotland should clearly leave the UK, and why the difference. And we were talking a lot about that sense of we, and how the Scottish sense of we is very different from the Nigel Farage sense of we. There's something much more inclusive as a Scottish nation there, which we're sort of lacking. And I think as people are casting around looking for what makes sense in that post-vote world, for me, David's vision is the most compelling story of what a sort of progressive Brexit could look like. Not necessarily will look like, but could look like, because it lays out, a lot of people talk about this sort of fear of fascism in times like this rising. And I think it's really important to remember that people like Hitler, like Mussolini, they didn't just come to power on the basis of hatred and othering. They also blinded you with blue lights. They also dealt with unemployment issues. They improved working conditions, and these are things which have an electoral appeal. And I think if we're going to help the desperate in society, we need to offer an alternative to that, which also helps people who are being ground into the dirt by the current sort of neoliberal market economy. We need to offer a vision that does help the desperate, but in a beautiful way, not in a despicable way. And to me, David's work just lays that out. It says, here's what an economy based on loyalty and on culture and on diversity at the local level could look like. And that's one of the reasons I feel so proud to have been able to bring it to the world, because I think it's something that actually a lot of people are crying out for right now. Yeah, I also, I think another thing that absolutely comes out of these books is that they're very funny. He was a very humorous man, and one of the threads in Lean Logic, I mean, Rob talked about his distaste for the current level of argument, particularly in our politics. And one of the threads in here is that he pulls out numerous logical fallacies and writes about how dangerous they are. And so I'd like to just read one of those. And then I think, if you're willing, we'll hear a bit more from you guys about any threads that we've talked about maybe which you'd like to hear more about, or any other topics. Another thing that I did at that Dark Mountain event was that I was quite unsure how I could possibly get across the wide-ranging nature of David's work. And I thought, well, whatever I read from it is going to give this tiny fraction. And so what I did was I just got people to call out any topic at all, even if it seemed to have nothing to do with anything they knew about David Fleming, and then was able to pick out entries from the dictionary that spoke to that. And it's as wide-ranging as you would expect a dictionary for the future and how to survive it to need to be. So, by all means challenge, by all means say, well, what on earth has he got to say? Like Brexit, which happened 5 years after his death, or whatever, and we'll see what we can do. But first, this is David's entry on the fallacy of distraction. Diverting attention from the argument. Consider a proposition, for example, that 2 and 2 makes 4. Distraction might urge, for instance, that the idea is old-fashioned, that the time has come to move on from traditional thinking on the matter, or it's too technical for the public to understand. It could take the form of an ingratiating assurance that the only thing that matters naturally is the well-being and happiness of everyone concerned. Distraction might urge that it's perfectly okay nowadays to think that 2 + 2 makes 5, or that even thinking about it means an unforgivable neglect of the far more important proposition that 3 + 4 makes 7. You might be invited to take note that there is money to be made by taking a different view of the matter, or that we have to move on from this notion if we are to be competitive, or that the proposition is a bit rich coming from someone with a private life like yours. Or it could insist with some passion that, contrary to the view that 2 + 2 makes 4, we must take our place at the heart of Europe. Distraction might add, with hoped-for finality, that the argument has already been lost. 2 + 2 is going to make 5 in the future, whatever we do. Distraction, evidently, has the power and freedom to cause havoc wherever it likes. It is a spoiler, worse than the cheat. The cheat at least recognizes the existence of the rules on which argument depends if it is to make any sense, even though he then proceeds to break them, hoping not to be found out. Distraction recognizes nothing except conquest. The argument is too serious to have any connection with the orderly rules of honorable play. It will be settled by other means. Rules? What rules? It presumes the death of logic. A characteristic form of distraction is to make an assertion which is not true, but which is hard to disagree with. This happens, for instance, with that appeal to the inevitable. The distractor does not argue for or against a proposal. Instead, he simply asserts it's going to happen anyway. And he may do so in a slightly bored drawl that passes off the sellout as if it were a routine comment on the weather. Don't stand for this. It is one of the ways in which our citizens' right to have a say in deciding for ourselves dwindles into a loss of belief that we can influence anything at all. It is designed to induce give-up-itis, an acceptance that technology and the sweep of history make the decisions. What we are then supposed to do is to surrender, to make sure we are not in the way. Yeah, the question was, at what point should we speak with our children about some of the challenging things that are happening in the world, and what's the appropriate way to introduce them to the world that we're in?
So I have kids that range from 14 to 23, and my sense of that one is that there's no rush, and the most important thing is to let kids be kids, and that actually they pick up a lot through the culture already, a sense of kind of, not quite despair, but a sense that what lies ahead isn't great. And they pick that up in various kind of ways. And I think actually what's most important is that they grow up in a space where if they encounter that, they can talk about it, but they're not barraged with that kind of stuff, and that you wait until they come to you and start talking about it. And that actually the most important thing to do around that is that they grow up in a space where food is being grown and food is being cooked and conversation is being had and music is being played, and that they kind of grow up where that stuff is normal. I know in London, in Crystal Palace Transition Town, started a food market which has won loads of awards and is this amazing food market in London. And when I went up to meet them, one of the things they said was, we want our children to grow up thinking this is normal. And so for me, I think it's what's more important than, because if you give them, what do they do with that information? And so for me, it's that they will come to a point where they start learning about it, they start encountering it, they start with questions, and then you pick it up from there. but the most important thing is that they're in a space where they're loved, and those other things are kind of everyday, really. And then the other bit with that is people say, what do you do with relatives who don't get this stuff? We had a relative, we had a big falling out with a relative who wanted to, because we don't fly, we gave up flying about 10 years ago, and they wanted to take our kids on holiday that involved flying somewhere, and we said that they couldn't. Big ructions. But actually, I think what's most important is that there's no reason why you have to try and bring all of your family around to thinking like that. Your family are your family, and they come from different perspectives, and you work along with the people who you know who are more open to those ideas, I think. Yeah.
One of my absolute favourite entries in Lean Logic, which I was particularly sad to not get into, Surviving the Future, was Lean Education. I was just looking at that, and the last couple of paragraphs, he says that homes should be recognised as children's primary centres of learning. It is homes that should take the initiative in delegating teaching to primary and secondary schools, to apprenticeships, to work experience, to freedom, to churches, universities, storytellers and bell ringers, to the whole range of learning and cross-generation conversation available to the place. This diversity is friendship's habitat. The peer group of competitive 15-year-olds can be one of the loneliest places on earth. A society that relies on it to transmit its culture and the skill of acute and benevolent attention to the unexpected is making a logical error. Lean education will not be without its awards and qualifications. They are rites of passage and useful when someone who claims to be good with animals is operating on your sheep. But as an index of whether a person is bringing connectedness or mayhem, they are unhelpful. Local lean communities will look for and provide other qualities which cannot be expressed in simple reductionist grades. It is not about saying, this is the way to do it. It empowers households and communities to work out what they want and how to do it. This how will be radically constrained by the minimal financial resources likely available. And some small-scale places of learning, some of them called secondary schools, will form and reform for good reasons and bad, learning and teaching as they go with intense focus on the intention of what they are there to do for now. There will be the variety and disorder of a rich ecology, the sheer joy of being there, of being part of the common purpose. And I think this is one of his core principles, is about, it's not about top-down, it's not about this is the right way to raise your children. It's about local communities working out for themselves what works for their children in their context, in their difficulties. And one of the things he was most scornful of, I mean, this lean word that he brings into everything is about this concept of lean thinking, which, as he uses it, is essentially about the people who are involved in doing a thing getting together and discussing and deciding how to get on with doing that thing, rather than having some top-down management or, heaven forbid, government doing things. There's a line in here, he says something like, if we look at the track record of governments throughout history, if we had an elderly relative with a similar level of judgment and track record, it would be a kindness to take them into a home. He wasn't a big fan of government on a whole. So I think that's probably would be his approach, is, trust your judgment, really, as a family and as a household and as a community on what's appropriate for your child. In terms of working with complexity, Eve and David met. I was there, and they were very impressed with each other. And she invited us to come and speak on her sort of base at London School of Economics. And David ran an amazing course. And complexity is absolutely one of the core threads that runs through this. As you'll be aware, it's something that's quite hard to distill into a paragraph or a quick line. But his the entry as well, he very much ties in complexity and resilience. And his entry on resilience, he describes as the most brain-busting entry in the book. But it is profound, actually. It's one of the deepest entries, and that's why it has to be a bit more difficult to read, perhaps, than some of the others. But he often made this distinction between complication and complexity, and the idea that something like the natural world is complex, that human civilization is not really complex. It's like an imitation of complexity, that it's not really able to be fully complex for various reasons that he goes into. And I think there's a little story that I can read called The Story of Nos and Scarp, from complication back to complexity. Imagine that there is a little society with, say, 4 participants. They might be thought of, though not too literally, as 4 small villages. In order to look after themselves, they have to provide 4 different goods and services: bread, clothes, electricity, and teaching. Now, there are 2 ways of dividing this work up. Each village could specialize in just one thing, sending off supplies or transporting people every day to all the others, or each could do all 4 things for itself. If the villages specialize, as they do in the Society of Nos, there has to be a lot of swapping around, and there are lots of chances for things to go wrong. When there is a shock, for example, to the bread producer, it tends to ripple through them all. There is standardization, there is separation between producers and consumers, and transport has to bridge that gap. It's harder to maintain a closed-loop system because the large-scale production creates a lot of waste, making it harder to sort, and users of large quantities of unsorted waste are hard to find. This is a society of separation, distance, and dependency, kept going by rivers of traffic. The other little society, Scarp, doesn't like this complication. It prefers complexity. In place of separation, there is integration. Each village provides all 4 goods and services for itself. Each locality contains a full hands-on or hands-in culture, in touch with its own food and its own needs. It has free agency, and the interdependencies between the villages in Scarp take place across a rich range of subjects and interactions. Diverse cultures and solutions could be sustained. Instead of just one standardized procedure for baker, tailor, energy supplier, teacher, there are 4 variants of each. There is evolution guided by trial and error, since if one village innovates successfully, the others can imitate it, whereas if the innovation is a failure, the others are not affected. It is robust. A shock tends to be localized. If one bit gets knocked out, others can cover for it or simply get along without. There's endless amounts of complexity in here, but that gives a taste of his vision. There's a quote from Kirkpatrick Sale who says, "I wish to complexify, not simplify," in response to Adam Smith's kind of model of let's simplify everything down and get everyone doing one job, which then becomes utterly soul-destroying, of course. Maybe I should speak on text as well. It's probably more my department. Because I work particularly closely with David on tradable energy quotas, this carbon rationing idea. And yes, he was very aware of the European emissions trading scheme and everything around that, and absolutely despised it. It was, in his mind, a completely incoherent model of trying to address the problem, and had none of the emphasis in his text scheme on local solutions. I think, for me, the most life-changing line in David's work is he said, large-scale problems like climate change do not require large-scale solutions. They require small-scale solutions within a large-scale framework. And that, when I first heard it, I thought, yeah, all right. And the more that I've sort of engaged with that in my life, the more all of my work since has been about providing those large-scale frameworks that allow for the diversity of local solutions. Transition, obviously, is an example of that. TEX is designed as an example of that, although as it got taken seriously by the government, as the Secretary of State for the Environment at the time did a feasibility study onto it, and as civil servants got their teeth into it, it gradually got bastardized into this sort of, personal level carbon trading rather than the framework for local environmental solutions that it was intended to be. So yes, he was horrified. Aubrey Mayer, who you mentioned, he always said that contraction and convergence would need TEX underneath it in order to be implemented. But unfortunately, I've been very involved with the political process around TEX, and I've sort of taken that on since David's death. And unfortunately, I think ultimately I know that ultimately the Treasury stamped on the idea, and in my opinion, they stamped on it because they recognized that ultimately limiting carbon emissions means limiting growth, and they don't have any way of addressing that. And so, while they could just think of it as, oh, well, this is just like the European scheme, but at a personal level, and that doesn't really seem to have changed anything, so that's okay. They're caught in this bind where we've got a Climate Change Act which says, well, we have to reduce emissions by this amount by this year, but they don't actually have any methodology for doing that. And if you speak to the people at the Climate Change Committee, which is the advisory body devoted to delivering on those targets, they say, yeah, we're kind of accidentally on track for the past few years because of some developments, but there's no way we're putting in place the things that are going to be necessary over the coming decades to achieve this. It's completely not going to be achieved. And so that was the sort of political thrust of TEX was, well, all TEX is a way of implementing already existing laws. Surely that's acceptable, but still the Treasury realised that it would mean calling the bluff on growth, and that's, as David was saying in that clip, not something that anyone's really ready to grapple with yet.
Well, if we're swapping favourite David Fleming quotes, my one is, localisation stands at best at the limits of practical possibility, but it has the decisive argument in its favour that there is no alternative.
Not bad, not bad.
It's brilliant. I love it.
Is this like dueling banjos? I now have to like throw...
There you go. But for me, what I loved was when we were starting transition and we're trying to do that bit of saying, okay, so if that system doesn't work, and that system, the current economic model is a suicide pact, and it's not going to last anyway, then what do we do instead? So what does a more localized version look like? And if we could actually start implementing it now and putting those pieces in place, then it makes that transition that much easier and less painful. And that argument of saying that of challenging that economic idea that the bigger things are, the better they are. So companies should buy each other and get bigger and bigger and more massive. Going in the opposite direction is something that you need to be really kind of armed with. You need to have the good arguments with you for that, because at the moment it's kind of countercultural, it's counterintuitive. But the way, certainly the first couple of chapters of Surviving the Future, he just argues it so beautifully. Well, yeah, well, big is kind of, but actually, it also has these problems as well. And actually, if you start going the other way, the advantages of this and this, and then you can bring in this, and then you can bring in that, and then you can bring in that, and the whole thing sort of works so much better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that economic framework is his way of, providing the large-scale economic framework that allows for the diversity of local solutions to flourish and grow. And
it feels to me like I was in last week. I was in Brussels, in Belgium, and in France. And there's this film that we're trying desperately to get over here. This French film called Demain, or Tomorrow. Has anybody seen Tomorrow? Anyone here? Have you seen it? Which has just been massive in France and Belgium. Like 1.5 million people have seen it and won all these awards and it's like a phenomena in France. And it's basically a film, David would have loved it. It's a film about resilience and local economies and transition. And it's become, but it is, it's just got into the culture. It's really fascinating. And I was traveling on the metro and I saw one advert that said, it's so interesting like how these ideas from this sort of stuff seep into the culture. And then you can tell when an idea is starting to get into culture, it's when advertisers start to use it to try and sell you stuff. There's actually nothing to do with any of that. So one of the things that comes through the film is, it's all about the power to change things. And there's an advert that's on all the underground that says, the power to change your car. And there's another one that was all about, yeah, I can go with that. And there was another one that was this brand of burger. They're like the sort of Belgian version of Wimpy or something. So there's one of these crappy burger bars, like on most sort of urban corners, and it was like, your local burger. But with the word local, like, is a really big thing, because that's what really comes through in the film. So sort of actually, you see these ideas start to permeate, and some of them go to good places, and sometimes it kind of gets a bit hijacked. But actually, there is a real kind of growing. It was interesting. I was in Namur, this place in Belgium, because they would, with the guy who made the film, with Cyril, who made the film, and it was the university were gave honorary doctorates to me and to Cyril, and I'm thinking, this is really like, why aren't they giving it to like a footballer, or like a businessman, or an economist? or somebody who'd all of that. Actually, they were giving it to me and to Cyril, who were basically arguing all of this stuff.
Right.
And Cyril, who's made this massive mainstream film all about all of these ideas, and that's the kind of cutting edge thing. It's so interesting to start to see how the ideas that are in here, you know, and if there's anything, if anybody ever writes a kind of a history of the transition town movement, there'll be a lot of David Fleming in there. Mm-hmm. And I sort of seen a lot of what I try and do is to try and make David's idea, I don't have to work so hard now because it's actually published, but for many years it was to try and make David's ideas kind of intelligible and sort of relevant to people. And it's so satisfying when you start to see, we always talk about how transition isn't like a kind of like a model where you have a sort of a growth thing. It's not like a mechanical linear process. It's more like you kind of inoculate soil with mycorrhizal fungus spores, and then they spread and they go off to different places, and you can't predict where they go, and they just pop up and they fruit and they continually surprise you in terms of what pops up and where it pops up.
Well, this is pretty surreal, isn't it? We're sort of publishing a book now that influenced transition 10 years ago, which we're now talking about as you know, the whole timeline of it is really messed up.
It's all a bit strange, but that's David's fault, isn't it? Because he could never do a deadline.
Yeah, indeed. So yeah, on that and on growth, which you were talking about. So obviously we're all very familiar with what David would call a taut economy, T-A-U-T. An economy in which anyone who tries to slack off just gets priced out of business by someone else who's working harder or more efficiently and bigger and all of that. So that's the context that we live in now. And David says, how can a community, despite all of this, be mistress of its own fate? How can it sustain this condition of slack, that is, have the freedom to make enlightened decisions and make them stick? Well, here is the good news. The normal state of affairs, before the era of the great civic societies and in the intervals between them, has consisted of political economies, perhaps better known in this case as villages, where the terms on which goods and services were exchanged were not based on price. Instead, they were built around a complex culture of arrangements, obligations, loyalties, collaborations, which express the nature and priorities of the community and the network of relationships and reciprocities between its members. No, don't scoff. This is what households still do, and friends, neighbours, cricket teams, magistrates, parent-teacher associations, allotment holders. This is the non-monetary, informal economy, the central core that enables our society to exist. It is outrageous to the received values of now. It is not transparent. It is non-conformist. Social mobility in it is limited. It is neither efficient nor competitive. It is full of anomalies, but it keeps things going. So back to the question, how does this political economy manage to keep such an apparently unstable regime going? Well, it turns on culture. Sheer naked loyalties and family values can only go so far. There needs to be something interesting, connecting going on too. Something to talk about, to cooperate in, to mull over, to aim for, to laugh at. There needs to be a story to tell, something to coordinate and to do together. A culture is like the upright strands that you begin with when basket making, round which you wind the texture of the basket itself. No sticks, no basket. No culture, no community. It is the common culture and ceremony, the good faith and reciprocal obligations, the civility and citizenship, the play, humour and conversation, which makes a living community, the cooperation that builds its institutions. Ever since Adam Smith observed that people are willing to carry out almost any service for each other despite being motivated by nothing more than commercial self-interest, it has seemed to be unnecessary and ridiculous to suppose that there is any significant role for such higher motives as benevolence. Economists simply haven't needed such concepts. Well, they do now. The economics of the future will be benignly and inextricably entangled with social capital, with intense links of reciprocity, in comparison with which the reduction of economic and social relations to the piteous simplicity of prices is not up to standard any longer and is due for retirement. In the mature settlements that could follow the shock, the tyranny of decisions being made in lockstep with competitive pricing will be an ancient memory. There will be time for music. And on that, I think we can hear from David again.
And we tend to think, if we talk to to most people about this, they would say, "Come on, pull the other one. This is not realistic." But actually, we also need to recognise how crucially important the informal economy already is now. And most of the thing, what we're doing right now, is in the informal economy. We're not getting paid for this. Our family life is informal. All our friendship part of the informal economy. Most of the things which people in our sort of kind of life do are part of the informal economy. We do things for each other constantly, all the time. If I were to do something, if I was to do something for a friend and they were to offer to pay me, I would be mortally insulted. That'd be more or less the end of it. So the thing is, we tend to think, "Oh, come off in the informal economy. This is terribly romantic, unrealistic." On the contrary, it's very unrealistic to dismiss the informal economy as being unimportant. So it's going to be a big rediscovery of the informal economy, which is very hard to summarise.
But how does it? Okay, you're doing a lot of research about how things have worked and and you've obviously got ideas about how things could work. But we've got this whole financial system. You're talking about replacing that with something else?
No, unfortunately, I'm not. I don't think it's going to last. I mean, I think a lot. I'm a capitalist. I'm a bit of a sort of a right winger to most people's horror and shock. And so I think, in many ways, the system we've got at the moment is not a bad system. I think capitalism is a good thing. The only problem with capitalism is that it destroys the planet. And that it's based on growth. I mean, apart from those two little details, it's got a lot to be said in its favour. Yeah. And when capitalism dies, we'll be on our knees. We'll wish it was back, because it supports a high standard of living. It supports freedoms. From the point of view of freedom, we're an incredibly free society, and that is basically to do with the capitalist system we've got. So it's a wonderful system in a way. It's very efficient. It's based on pull. It's not based on authoritarian people telling other people what to do on the whole. It's based on people asking for services and paying for them. So in many ways, it's got a lot to be said in its favour. But you've got the absolute, there's no such thing as a free lunch. It's got these absolutely crucial flaws, which is, well, the essential flaw is it depends on growth. And it will go on. It will go on depending on growth to the point at which it collapses. It's not necessarily an argument against a system that it collapses, because most systems do collapse in the end. I mean, that's part of the nature of the wheel of life. Systems do collapse, and there is life and death. So I think I'm to some extent slightly inclined to forgive capitalism for being about to collapse. I mean, there are lots of fine things, lots of love affairs which have come to a sticky end, and lots of novels which come to an end, and life tends to come to an end. I mean, life itself comes to an end. You can't necessarily blame life for being something comes to an end. So I'm not really going to blame capitalism. On the other hand, it does. I mean, it's quite a thing to be held. Quite an accusation. Hard for it to live down. The accusation that not only is it based on the ludicrous idea that growth can continue indefinitely, but it's going to destroy the entire planet with it. I mean, that's quite a lot. That's a big problem. It's not a small problem. It's a fairly sort of fundamental problem. But anyway, the thing is, as it is going to hit the buffers in this way, we don't have to go around destroying things. We don't have to dismantle the banking system and such things. But whatever we do with the banking system, it will make absolutely no difference at all. We do not have to reform things. I'm not a reformer. I don't think we should bother. We should waste time reforming things. It's going to reform itself, in that it's going to come to falling about our ears very, very quickly indeed. And indeed, the longer we keep the system going, in some ways, you could argue, the longer we keep the system going, the longer the growth will continue, until the greater will be the fall when it eventually happens. The more nuclear power stations we'll be able to build. The more forests we'll be able to cut down, the greater the CO2 accumulations when eventually the crash happens. So there is something to be said, actually, for the crash being earlier rather than later.
So this is, of course, David sitting up an oak tree with Henrik Dahl having this conversation. And at one point in the full recording, I think some jogger comes by or something. What do you think you're doing up there? And like starts heckling them. Is that available? Yeah, the full interview is. What should I do with that? How should I make that available? We're actually getting some clips edited out of it at the moment, but I can put a link to the full thing up on my website, which is darkoptimism.org. What year was it? That was 2010. It was just a month or two before he died. And it touches on one of the core things for David, which is that, which I have some mixed feelings about, but he felt that although this economic system is, as he said, leading to the destruction of the planet, he didn't see any point in trying to bring it down, because we are so utterly dependent on it now. We've forgotten what it is to depend on each other, to depend on culture. We need this reskilling, this relearning of how to depend on each other. That if, capitalism collapsed tomorrow, we would be on our knees. We would be completely bereft. And so for him, the important thing was rebuilding the informal economy, like regrowing that sense of community and integration, because that makes sense whatever the future scenario is. Whether we're heading to a collapsed future or we're not, somehow this system's going to keep staggering on. That's something which absolutely makes sense now, and it absolutely makes sense if the mainstream market economy does collapse and we need something else to rely on. Well, I can't resist reading you his entry on death, because it's brilliant. And it's not very long. This is the entry on death from the dictionary. The means by which an ecosystem keeps itself alive, selects its fittest, controls its scale, gives peace to the tormented, enables young life, and accumulates a grammar of inherited meaning as generations change places. A natural system lies in tension between life and death. Death is as important to it as life. A lot of death is a sign of a healthy, large population. Too much death is a sign that it is in danger, it is not coping, its terms of coexistence with its habitat are breaking down. Too little death is a sign of the population exploding to levels which will destroy it and the ecology that supports it. No death means that the system is already dead. The reduction of life to an icon, the assertion that life, especially human life, is sacred, disconnects the mind from the ecosystem to which it belongs. It is a fertile error. Beneath the exaggerated regard for life lies an impatience with, a disdain for the actual processes that sustain the ecology that sustains us. Expressing faith in the sanctity of human life is a license in a series of little, well-intentioned, self-evident steps to kill the ecology that supports it. The large-scale system, relying on its size and technology, and making an enemy of death which should be its friend, joins a battle which it cannot win. In systems thinking, death is sacred. You want to pick up on any of those threads, or shall I?
No, I think you're much more familiar with...
Yeah, subvertising, Adbusters and subvertising, I'm happy to be recorded saying is one of my great pleasures in life. The joy of taking a multi-million-pound advertising campaign and scrawling a note in it in marker pen and knowing that everyone who sees it will be on your side, not their side.
You have to do it neatly so the children don't see that it's graffiti.
Yeah, right.
So it looks as if it's been printed.
Yeah, it's one of the great joys in life. I love, Banksy said, asking for permission to alter adverts is like asking for permission to pick up a rock that someone threw at your head. They didn't ask your permission to throw this stuff into your mind. So, if you want to commandeer it, yeah, it's public space. It's a great thing. Dark Mountain was, they absolutely loved it. So Dark Mountain is a thing. They always tell me off if I call it a movement, so I don't know what to call it. Dark Mountain is a space in which one of the guys who founded it, Paul Kingsnorth, describes himself as a recovering environmentalist. And what he means by that is that he was working for Greenpeace, I think, and he found himself advocating large-scale wind farms. And in this particular case, it was a local community who were really resistant to this large-scale wind farm. And he suddenly woke up one morning and went, when did I end up on the side of pushing these large-scale technologies on a community that's trying to defend its local landscape? Like, what happened here? How did that come about? And also, particularly, I think, looking at things like climate change and saying, well, to an awful lot of us, it seems like we're not going to avoid runaway catastrophic climate change. And yet we're sort of not ever allowed to admit that or talk about it with anyone ever, because that's wrong and we should be hopeful and positive. And Dark Mountain was a space that was created. It's actually a journal, a book that comes out every 6 to 12 months, and it's about art and culture and creative writing and what responses people might have to actually asking what it might look like in that space that we're not allowed to talk about. And I think a lot of people have found that a very very valuable space to explore some of these things, because it can be exhausting to push down the feelings and never be able to acknowledge them. And so what Dark Mountain really love is that David, he doesn't ever shy away from collapse. You know, he's very clear about the fact that we're sort of damned if we do and we're damned if we don't, and this system is inevitably heading to collapse, and all the halfway houses, as he calls them, are sort of beside the point, and what we need to look towards is what's going to make sense after the crash, and what can we do now to prepare for that. And so actually, yeah, Dark Mountain really took to it in a big way, and I think it was a relatively small gathering of 150 people, and I think we sold about 70 books there, so a lot of people were really interested in what he had to say. Also, it probably helped that the Dark Mountain Journal, when I just finished sort of drafting the paperback version, they put out a call for submissions for their next issue, and the theme for this particular issue was post-cautionary tales. They said, we've heard loads of cautionary tales, we want to know about what happens after we ignore the cautionary tales. And I thought, wow, that's the first category of any kind that I think Lean Logic actually fits perfectly. So I had to submit some extracts, and they absolutely loved them, and in fact they asked for another set for their next edition. So this is probably 3 years ago now, something like that. They ran some extracts from the dictionary in their journal. So some of the people at the Dark Mountain were already familiar with it. How would David have voted on Brexit is something that Rob and I were briefly discussing just before we turned the mics on. And I actually, because as I said, it wasn't obvious to me which way I would vote. I did eventually vote in, but just. I actually emailed Jonathon Porritt, who knew David longer than, I think they were friends for sort of 40 years. And I asked him what he thought David would vote on Brexit. And Jonathan's answer was like, well, it's always a mug's game to imagine that we can predict what David would have said about anything. But I mean, there is a line in Lean Logic where he says something like, the prospects of developing a sensible, localized future are vastly diminished by supranational entities like the European Union. So he was very critical of a lot of what the European Union does. He would have been, as Jonathon said, he would have been absolutely damning in his criticism of things like TTIP. At the same time, and I was very interested to hear Jonathon say this, he said he's never known anyone who would be more proud to stand up and say, I am a European, than David was. And so I think it captures in many ways the nuance. I remember a meme going around just ahead of the vote, and it was like the ballot paper we should have, and it sort of was in and out, and then it was, in but don't think I've got anything to do with that David Cameron idiot, out but don't think I'm a racist like Farage, and all these subtle nuances that were completely scrubbed out by a yes-no thing. I mean, I saw one the other day actually that was saying, people are talking about hard Brexit now. If the vote had gone by a small margin the other way and people were talking about hard Remain, where we're going to adopt the euro and we're going to join Schengen and that would also be incredibly inappropriate to a vote that was so narrow. And so this whole idea that in and out capture two camps, when I don't think anyone has, maybe some people, but very few people feel completely like, yes, in is me, or yes, out is me, and says everything I want to say about this issue. And so, I think David's probably response was more nuanced, but my guess, I don't know, I wrote a blog on the eve of Brexit where explaining how I'd come to my decision to vote in, and I said in that I suspected that David would probably have voted out, but then since I've had more conversations with other people that make me question that, so I don't think I would presume to speak for him. Is probably the answer. I don't know if you've got
mediums here.
Influences of David's. I mean, if you pick up one of the books and look at the bibliography, I mean, as Rob said, he's just one of the most incredibly widely read people. The most widely read person I ever encountered. I mean, the bibliography, at the insistence of the publishers, is in a relatively small font. And just to give you a sense of it, there's that much of the book is bibliography. So it's like 25 pages of that size text of the number of books that are referenced in here. So there was someone at one of the events who said, was David influenced by such and such? And I looked in the bibliography and it wasn't there, but that's the only time it's happened. But certainly Ivan Illich, and that's certainly a connection a lot of people make. There's a guy who runs a website called Convivial Economics, and he wrote to me saying he's been reading this book, and he said, he's the master of convivial economics. It's just amazing to read something that integrates so much of this stuff and is written so beautifully. And he said it was lovely, actually. He ended his thing saying, I've now got lean logic on my bedside, and currently I find it quite hard to maintain hope with all that's happening in the world. But now when I need to, I pick up lean logic and it helps me re-find it.
The other thing about lean logic for me is, and I think he had some of them commissioned specially, but there are some of the most gorgeous, where is it? Some of the woodcuts. He loved woodcuts. And
Home is a good one.
Yeah, the one of the house with the geese.
Oh, that one.
This one. Just gorgeous.
Yeah.
So there's quite a few kind of woodcuts through here. So he loved that, like sort of craft, handmade, beautiful crafts and things.
Yeah, I saw that one's become your Twitter banner.
I love it.
And it was actually, I spent about 6 months on those bloody things because David left this one page of scrawled notes because he was right in the middle of working on the book when he very suddenly died. And he left this one page of scrawled notes of all the images he intended to include and all the artists, and no real notice on whether he'd spoken to them or whether. So I had to go and track down all of these people and check whether they'd given their permission. And fortunately, found this wonderful guy, Simon Brett, who just published a book on wood engraving in the 21st century. And so he'd already done all this work and said, "Oh yeah, don't bother with them. You'll never find them. This person's estate are really helpful, etc." I've forgotten the end of my anecdote now. That's very inconvenient. I'll come back to that one.
Can I ask you a question?
No.
So one of the, he was saying about how incredibly well read he was, and he had the most extraordinary library that he'd sort of collected through his life of all of those. What happened to his library?
So a woman who knew him well, Sarah Nichol, who you doubtless know as well, moved into his place after then for a while, and she went through it all and basically tried to rehome as much of it as possible to various places. And there were a lot of people who picked up books that he was, particularly attached to for one reason or another. I don't know what the presumable rump that was left. I seem to remember she said about donating it to some appropriate place, but I can't think off the top of my head where it was. But Sarah Nichol will be the one who knows the answer to your question. How much time have we got? Another quick clip from David, I think.
One of the first things we ought to do about, if we really get to understand economics, is forget economics altogether. But we ought to be thinking about economics. We ought to be thinking about people, thinking about our relationships and not even think about our relationships. Well, people go on thinking about my relationship. I have a good relationship with Beth on the whole, apart from when she disagrees with me, which she doesn't do too often. But I don't spend a lot of time thinking about our relationship. We just do it. We just get on with life, And I think the best relationship about that. And I think the book is all really about getting on with life, and crucially getting on in life in the things that really matter. And what really matters is music. And
music.
Yeah, and humour, and conversation, and painting, and the arts, and things like that, and having fun, play, and farting about, and generally enjoying life. That's what really, really matters. Everything else is just almost sort of just a kind of well, sort of the needle hiss, as we used to say in the old days of gramophone records. You're too young to know that expression anyway.
Needle hiss, I know needle hiss.
That is, it's sort of just the foundation. Most of the rest of life is just the foundation on which what really matters can be built, and what really matters is culture and play and music, and those things. Right.
The title, you see yourself as an economist with an environmental, or I don't know, you're interested in.
I'm an environmental economist, you could argue. I'm a thinker, but the thing is, I do. My speciality is being a generalist. My speciality is sort of going out. In the academic world, this is called is an extremely long word. Your tape recorder will probably crash. Interdisciplinary studies. That is to say.
Yeah.
I sort of cover everything. There's almost nothing I don't sort of include in lean logic, which is why it's taken such a long time.
So you're a holistic economist.
Yes.
Well, there's a lot of anthropological stuff actually, isn't there?
Yes.
In lean logic, so which interests me.
Yeah. And it could be taken to the cleanest, because so having to cover such a wide front, even with the assistance of Beth, it can be very difficult to keep up with what's going on in all these things. And if I did keep up, the thing is, as I said, I'm getting constant flack from friends and people. People pointing me in the street and say, "See that poor old fellow over there? Yeah, that one.
He's got big ideas.
He'd been writing this. He's been writing this book for the last 20 years. He'll never finish it." And then they say, "He's a nice fellow, but just don't mention the book."
So yeah, we've got about 25 minutes left, so I'm going to start bringing things to a close, but I'm aware we've got a couple of questions we haven't answered. Where was the tree? It's on Hampstead Heath. Yeah, which he lived on a flat sort of overlooking Hampstead Heath.
But he did find a tree, well, not like the bloody thing I climbed on Veer Island. He did find a tree where there was kind of a very low branch that he kind of perched on. Yeah. More graceful descent than I had.
Yeah. I want to see the tree that you got up. So the two questions we had left, I think, are about his relationship with technology and about the end of war. And these are both big themes in the book. But he talks a lot about conflict and about war and about how we can deal with this. And he's not very simplistic in his responses. It's quite nuanced. But I think one bit that's fairly short that I can read is he's talking about in the future where maybe local communities are in a situation that a lot of people worry about, where maybe they're sort of sustainable on their local level, but they're getting overwhelmed by people from elsewhere or raiders or whatever it might be. And his concluding paragraph, although not really his conclusion, is so he's talking about lean defence and what that might be. He says, "Lean defence, then, is here in the room, large and unavoidable, an unwelcome need and commitment. So what to do? Well, first of all, don't rush. The first and proper response is, do nothing. Instead, enter the space of reflection, love, reason, encounter, friendship, ignorance, presence." And almost all of those words have a little star next to them to say that there's a whole other entry on each of those concepts. "Here is St. Basil, someone who knew a thing or two about defence, doing just that at a turbulent time in 4th century Caesarea in a letter to the monk Urbicius." So he does this. He just, there's this guy I remember in the 4th century BC who wrote beautifully on this. He entered that space and called it prayer. And this is a quote from St. Basil. "Do please visit us, either to console us or to give advice or to send us on our way, but in any case, by the very sight of you, to make us easier at heart. And, most important of all, pray, and pray again, that our reason be not submerged by the flood of evil, but that in all things we may keep ourselves pleasing to God, in order that we may not be numbered among the wicked servants who thank him when he grants blessings, but when he chastises through the opposite means do not submit. Nay, let us derive benefit even from our very difficulties, trusting in him the more when we stand the more in need. There is this is David again. There is the possibility of civilization ahead of us. It will need to be defended with steady humility."
I remember having a conversation with him in the pub, and I think he was winding me up, but you could never quite tell with David.
Yeah.
Where we were having this, where he was talking about how transition groups needed to, about whether towns or communities that are in transition needed to form their own militias or not.
Uh-huh.
I think he was winding me up, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, there's a section in here where he talks about that kind of thing, and I'm still not sure to what extent he's writing. One of the reviewers of the book said, when you read this, it feels like the author is winking at you continually.
Yeah. And it's come up a few times, but I think David was the funniest person I ever knew in my life. But not always completely intentionally. You can never quite tell whether he was laughing at himself or quite what it was. But it just, I nearly died sometimes.
Yeah. So I don't know, Rob, whether you have any kind of summing up threads. I want to give the last word to David, but like whether anything emerges from all this, or I could read a bit while you think about that.
No, I feel like he was one of the really seminal influences on my life, and I feel hugely grateful to have encountered him, and I know as well he was the thing that was really lovely about David was he was a man of massive intelligence, but he was hugely humble with it as well. And he was insatiably curious. I think one of the reasons why he never finished the book was because he was so curious. Mm-hmm. And it's a bit like that episode in Blackadder where the guy's written the first dictionary and is very pompous about it, and then Blackadder keeps saying, well, you must be feeling terribly perspicacious. What? Oh, shit, I haven't got that one in there. And he was continually sort of, and he loved being around kind of young people exploring new ideas, and he was very active in Transition Belsize in London, and they used to have lots of the meetings in his flat, and he loved coming to the Transition Network conferences and just being around and just sort of feeling part of something that was kind of resonated with his ideas, and rather than being sort of like some academics who kind of come in and they've got their take on it. He was very, very open for debate and very open for discussion, fascinated with new ideas. And there was a book that I wrote where I dedicated the front, I said something like, to the two of the 20th century's great geniuses, David Fleming and Captain Beefheart, who were as unalike as you can imagine. But who both just carved their own.
Would have been a conversation worth seeing.
I'd love to have seen them in a room together. I mean, so firstly, my enormous gratitude to David. He was a really formative influence for me, and again to you for creating this, because I think it's so wonderful to have that all in one place.
Thanks. So. Yeah, there are a couple of brief readings that I think touch on some of what we've discussed tonight, and one is his entry on success. Do you really think we will get through this crisis and come in due course to a time of resilience and manners? Don't answer that question, for you may discover to your cost that your answer is either a self-fulfilling or a self-denying truth, and that both count against us. If we deny that there is a livable future, then we will do little to secure one. If we affirm it, we come into other trouble, such as complacency, an optimistic view that what we are doing now is all that is needed, an iconic focus on the simple solution, or the constant anxiety of life on the edge between hope and doubt. Positive thinking seems to be the right thing in the circumstances, until you notice the wreckage. Instead, think of what happened to Orpheus and Eurydice. Eurydice, you may remember, died after having been bitten by a snake, and Orpheus went down into the underworld to recover her. The goddess Persephone agreed to let her go, on condition that Orpheus did not look back at her as she followed him. Unfortunately, he forgot about this condition. He did look back, with the result that Eurydice vanished forever, and Orpheus was torn to pieces by angry women who threw his head into the river Hebros, where it floated downstream, still singing. That is, make the intense commitment, at walking pace, plod on, climb steeply uphill, out of the underworld. Keep your eyes fixed ahead. You never know, you might get there. You might even find out where there is, and you might inspire others to come with you. Just don't look back. We do not need to choose between hope and expectation. What matters is to keep hope alive, which we won't succeed in doing if we are constantly checking up on it. It is not certainty that sustains our focus, but the ambiguity that comes to us, for instance, in the prayer from another ancient moment of commitment against the odds. Lord, I believe, help thou mine unbelief. And yeah, I'll go for this one because it's a slightly briefer version. Again, another of his logical fallacies is implicature, the presence of a subtext, another meaning which makes a statement not quite as simple or as innocent as it looks. Examples. What did you think of the singer? I liked her dress. We are tackling the problem of global warming. There's nothing wrong with the statement itself, but it implies that we're on the way to solving the problem. It may also be taken to imply that we can do the job on our own. It sounds reassuring, but it may be telling you that the efforts to tackle global warming are not having much success. The philosopher Paul Grice, who coined the word implicature, pointed out that it is commonplace in conversation and comes in many forms. Given its potential to mislead, he argued for a code of good conduct in communication, which he called the cooperative principle. Be as formative as required, but no more. Do not say things which you believe to be false or for which you have no evidence. Be relevant. Avoid obscurity and ambiguity. Be brief and orderly, except when you're not. Lean logic advocates asides, long-windedness if it comes with a story, frank untruths if there is a reasonable chance that the other person can untangle the irony, broken logic if it reflects the difficulty of explaining things which break your heart or are hard to understand. It does not share the modest self-restraint which we find in Psalm 131, which reads, I do not exercise myself in great matters which are too high for me. Lean logic finds that when dealing with great matters, it can from time to time be a good thing if there are cracks and faults in the argument, for the repair of which help is invited. It is a reminder that a conversation is a cooperative affair, not just a series of beautifully manicured statements. And that, I think, is really what's so interesting about the structure of this dictionary, is that people say, well, it's where do you start? Where do you finish? Where do you go? And there's a lovely part in his introduction where he says, well, hold on, how on earth do you deal with such a book? And part of what he says is, links between the entries are suggested. It may help to make sense of one idea when you know something about related ones from which more links extend, without any guarantee that you will discover a place where the logical sequence starts. It is perhaps like arriving in a group or a community. You learn about its members and their relationships with each other by being in the middle of it. There is no beginning or end. The more you know the group, the more you yourself become part of it and part of its story. It is a story about the shared experience of something discovered, something discussed, something done. And that's sort of why this weird structure is the way it is, because he wasn't having it that he should be up on some podium telling you what to do. His whole philosophy was about people getting together and figuring out themselves what to do. And so he even managed to find a way of writing a book which forced you to get involved with the process of reading and to find your own way through it, rather than just sitting there and passively receiving. And I think that in itself is quite an ingenious thing. And the last reading that I will offer, many other readings are available at the table over here, reflects one of the challenges I had in editing this book out of this book, which is that I realized probably about 2/3 of the way through figuring out the structure of this, that dictionaries don't have an ending, and conventional books have an ending, and how on earth was I going to find an ending for the book? And the approach I took in the end was to create an epilogue from a number of his entries in the dictionary. And this is part of it. The great transformation has already happened. It was the revolution in politics, economics, and society that came with the market economy, and which hit its stride in Britain in the late 18th century. Most of human history has been bred, fed, and watered by another sort of economy, but the market has replaced, as far as possible, the social capital of reciprocal obligation, loyalties, authority structures, culture, and traditions with exchange, price, and the impersonal principles of economics. Unfortunately, the critics of economics have had a tendency to discuss the whole structure as a tissue of misconceptions. It is a critique that fails. The strength of economics is its considerable, if far from complete, understanding of the flows and comparative advantages that underlie trade, jobs, capital, and incomes, and the logic of optimizing behavior, all backed by glittering accomplishments in mathematics. That makes it a powerful analytical instrument, so that just a few misconceptions, such as a failure to understand the informal economy or resource depletion, can have leverage. Like a baby monkey at the controls of a Ferrari, they can turn it into an instrument with extraordinarily destructive potential. If it were a tissue of errors, it would not be dangerous. It is its 90% brilliance which makes it so. Indeed, the government's main task in a mature market economy is to keep it free of obstacles that might stop it growing. Like a bemused farmer would treat the enchanted goose, keep the foxes out so that it can go on magically laying its golden eggs. The market's achievements and answers sound authoritative and final, but what is truly most significant about them is how naive they are. If the flow of income fails, the powerfully bonding combination of money and self-interest will no longer be available on its present all-embracing scale, and perhaps not at all. And it must inevitably fail, as the market's taught competitiveness demands ever-increasing productivity and thus relies on the impossibility of perpetual growth. In the meantime, the reduction of a society and culture to dependence on mathematical abstraction has infantilized a grown-up civilization and is well on the way to destroying it. Civilizations self-destruct anyway, but it is reasonable to ask whether they have done so before with such enthusiasm. And in obedience to such an acutely absurd superstition, while claiming with insistence that they were beyond being seduced by the irrational promises of religion. Every civilization has had its irrational but reassuring myth. Previous civilizations have used their culture to sing about it and tell stories about it. Ours has used its mathematics to prove it. Yet, when this relatively short-lived market society is gone, we will miss its essential simplicity, its price mechanism, its self-stabilizing properties, its impersonal exchange, the comforts it delivers to many, and the freedoms it underwrites. Its failure will be destructive. And the end is in sight. During the early decades of the century, the market will lose its magic. It is the aim of lean logic to suggest some principles for repairing or replacing the atrophied social structures on which most human cultures were built, as the basis for a cohesive society that might survive the turbulent times to come. And on that note, Rob, a little surprise for you, which is a line from David which speaks a lot to your work, and which I just wanted to close with.
The government is still thinking about incentive schemes,
right.
Because they say that people, people won't actually do anything unless they're treated like donkeys, with a carrot and a stick. Well, actually, we're not donkeys, and if we're treated like donkeys, then we'll behave like donkeys. If we're trusted, to do something, which works, that is, say, we want to do, then the thing is completely different. And lean logic is, to a very large extent, based on that. It's saying actually it's treating human beings with respect, the people having imagination, to use your word, and intelligence and judgment and motivation. And what we're doing is unleashing, the great unleashing that I'm interested in is unleashing the imagination of people so they can get on and build their own future, which I think a lot of people are prepared to do, and the transition movement is an indication of how prepared they are.
So, yeah, as you were kind enough to thank me, I thank you for having taken David's legacy and really, run with it into something that's really wonderful and that I'm very proud to be a part of, and an awful lot of people are very proud to be a part of. So thank you, Rob, as well. Thank you all for being here.
And welcome back. I'm Shaun Chamberlin of Dark Optimism, your host for today's proceedings. And I hope you very much enjoyed my conversation there with Rob a few years ago, back at the launch of these books. Lean Logic, A Dictionary for the Future and How to Survive It, and Surviving the Future, Culture, Carnival and Capital in the Aftermath of the Market Economy. And interestingly, if you want to examine the content of these books completely free, they're up online at leanlogic.online, leanlogic.online, which is a resource put together by a fan of the books, Matthew Taylor, after taking part in a course I ran at Schumacher College a few years ago. And he's done an absolutely wonderful job. So go and have a play, if you like, at leanlogic.online. Now here, our next offering is a fairly similar one, actually. It's myself in conversation with Jonathon Porritt. Unlike Rob, however, who only met David towards the end of his life, Jonathon and David were friends for decades and worked together very closely for a long time. And as a sort of partnership, we're involved in sort of pulling the UK Green Party up into electoral relevance here. And as we heard at the end of that conversation with Rob, David's sort of driving motivation was this idea of unleashing the imagination of the people to create the future that we want. And that's a very compelling idea, but in these times, it can be hard to see how we move in that direction. And that was something that came up a lot in the conversation with Jonathon that you're about to hear. We were talking about the Brexit vote here in the UK, the consequences of which are still very much unfolding today, and indeed about economic collapse, which is something that more and more people around the world are grappling with in a very personal way. So hopefully this will also be some compelling footage for you, and then I'll be back on the flip side, on the far side of that. And after that, we'll be hearing some more sort of personal reflections from theatre maker Lucy Neal. But for now, here's the recording from the Oxford University event of Jonathon Porritt and I discussing David and his work.
So it'd be great to hear from some of you as to, well, any burning things you desperately want to say or ask, but also, you know, what's brought you here so that we can hopefully meet your expectations and demands. So anything that's emerged from your conversations that anyone wants to pass on? Or not? You all just want to sit there passively and be
okay.
Great wisdom.
Neither me nor Henry that I was speaking to have read a word by David Fleming. I just thought that was an interesting fact to put forward.
And so why are you here if you know nothing about people?
Oh, little things draw you, you know.
I shall attempt to mention little things.
Little coincidences and perhaps, you know, that kind of thing. I just thought it was more interesting to mention the fact that these books are very new and they're not easy to get hold of even at the moment. Yeah,
except at the back of the room.
Yeah, I understand that. You know.
But yes,
I would need at least 2 minutes reading
to read this.
Oh, no, to read some of it, to get even an idea. You know, I'd need 2 minutes.
Right, fair enough. Anybody else? Yeah.
Tina's quite interested in transition towns and things. And we were just wondering which were you associating with a particular transition town?
Yes. So I co-founded Transition Town Kingston in southwest London, and then I wrote the second transition book, The Transition Timeline. And I'm no longer living in Kingston, so I'm not actively involved with TTK, but it's still going very strong. And yeah, I've sort of had some involvement with a lot of different ones, but TTK was my home.
Yeah, I think it was interesting. What came up when we were talking, Lady was saying that she's got no dewy-eyed idealism left, and I was thinking that David Fleming's stuff on tradable energy quotas and discussion was much more, was a kind of pragmatic, optimistic idea that governments are going to take the idea of carbon dioxide down seriously and actually do the right thing. And she said that actually I don't believe that, especially after the vote on Brexit. That's just not what's going to happen. People don't vote the right way, and governments don't do the things that they ought to do in order to provide us with what we lead in our times.
Right.
So yeah, it was interesting that you've called yours Dark Optimism. I felt that David Fleming was not teary-eyed, but a practical optimist.
Yeah, I mean...
I don't know if I'm right there, you know...
Well, Jonathan, you mentioned this
before.
Yeah, I'm going to say a few things about balance between optimism and despair.
Yeah, I mean, Jonathan says in his foreword to Lean Logic that he was never completely convinced that David completely subscribed to the optimism that he professed about humanity.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's going to come out. A few aspects of what you said there are definitely going to come out over the course of the day.
I mean, every time I saw him speak or I had a long conversation with him on the train once, he just seemed to have this positive enthusiasm that was unreal for a man of his age, to be honest.
Oh gosh.
Okay, great. Any other threads you can pick up on, or no? Oh yeah.
Yeah, for me, thinking about Brexit, I've been thinking about it a lot over the summer, and probably most people have. But wondering, like, where it's possible to apply pressure in terms of the knowledge that we've gained from what the vote threw up in terms of information about the country and what's going on, and sort of the divisions and polarisation. So, yeah, thinking about what information has arisen that we can use to create positive change and empower people using that information.
Great, that is definitely something I will talk about. Yeah.
I was lucky enough to know David a little bit, and he, before he wrote Lean Logic, he actually developed a book which is about surviving the future, which I loved, because it was all of these different aspects of how we are going to survive a post-oil world.
Yeah.
And all of the themes that come out of Lean Logic are in there. And I've been the great thing about Lean Logic is you don't have to read it in one sitting, you just pick it up and flick through a section and then pick it up again. And I've been looking at that, and I think the frustration I've got is that I've seen nothing in the wider environment or in the wider sphere that has progressed any more in the last 10 years from when I first sort of picked up a David Fleming book to now. And I just wondered how, you two think that we can help try and progress it beyond these books.
Huh. Yeah. Do you want to say anything about that now, or I mean, you can speak in a moment anyway.
I'm just making notes here.
Okay, that's something we'll pick up. Anything else, or shall we move on? One more? No? Okay, great. Right, well, I'm going to hand over to Jonathan for the next 10-15 minutes. So I'm sure many of you know Jonathan. He and David were very long time friends, I think 30 odd years. And Jonathan and David were very involved in sort of picking up the ecology party as it was then by the scruff of the neck and pulling it into something with at least some more electoral success. And also the co-founder of Forum for the Future, which has been a very influential organisation, and until a few years ago, chair, I think, of the Sustainable Development Commission, which was the sort of government's advisory body on sustainability, which Jonathan could tell infinite stories about how that went, but won't apparently. So on that note, I'll hand over to you, Jonathan.
Thanks. Well, thank you very much, Shaun, and thanks to everybody for coming this morning. I was not certain how many people we'd have here today, but this is brilliant. And the first thing I really want to do is to thank Shaun for the literally unbelievable amount of time and love and care and professionalism that he's put into this process. It is, okay, it's ended up as two products, as it were, but the process that lies behind it, this extraordinary attention to David's work to bring it into these two formats has been remarkable, and for me, just watching how you've done that has been something very special indeed. And hopefully it will indeed establish David as the remarkable, we were just chatting about adjectives you could attach to David, the remarkable contributor to many of today's big ideas that he really was. And that's that's something I'm really waiting to see how the response to the books now will go, and how people try and work out where David fits in a sort of continuity of ideas and people and movements and so on. Because he's not easy to pigeonhole, let's be honest. He's not always easy to read either, because you have to have a certain circularity in your own mind, not to get driven a tiny bit bonkers by the lack of linearity. You know, if you're, as I warn people in my own forward, if you're used to starting on page 1, line 1, and your game plan is to get as easily and effortlessly as possible to the final line on the final page of the book, having absorbed all the wisdom that is there, all the insights that's there in that kind of directed, linear way, it's going to be quite tricky, because you may not be prepared for the almost obligatory, tangential approach to things as you're taken off around circles. And some of the circles do end up back where they started, and some of them don't, and then a circle leads to another circle, and it's a much more of a flow process, which personally I love, and obviously he loves it, because you've had to work your way into it, so that your brains become a bit like that in terms of circularity. But it's quite difficult, therefore, to pigeonhole David in any respect. And actually that was the reason, going back to the early work that we did together in the Ecology Party, and I was at the Green Party conference just 2 weeks ago, and because I was thinking a bit about David and thinking a bit about this book and the books and the launch and so on, I was thinking, how would David see the modern Green Party now? How would he relate to some of the big ideas that preoccupy the current Green Party membership and leadership, and the responses that they're bringing forward to some of the same things that he was addressing 20, 30 years ago? And I think he'd still feel this combination of being at home amongst a body of people who are completely serious about trying to rethink what progress looks like in the modern world, and totally frustrated at the way in which the Green Party now, Ecology Party then, finds it so hard to land those ideas, even though many people feel the same sense of frustration and anger about why we stick to a path that is transparently suicidal. And I do just want to come to this point, if I may, about dark optimism and David's kind of take on that. I mean, it's a difficult one, this, because we probably, almost everybody I know, almost everybody, still subscribes to the idea that there is a way out of total collapse in the current system. Not completely everybody, but most people. Because once you go to that place psychologically, everything changes. You're suddenly in a very different place. David absolutely did not in any way try to ignore or deny the inevitability of collapse. And that made it quite interesting, because sometimes he'd be having a conversation about what needs to happen next. And because I would be thinking about how that would help a transition to a better place, David would be thinking, how will that help us prepare for the post-collapse reality that we're heading towards? And sometimes he was a bit brighter and shinier about that, as you described it, shiny optimism. But sometimes he was deeply, darkly depressed by the inevitability of that collapse. And that is quite difficult to deal with, because we're not good at handling collapse scenarios, frankly. It's not really in our psyche to try and think things through the lens of inevitable collapse. And he and I used to have endless rows about all of that, because I didn't then, this is a long time ago, 35 years ago, and I don't now subscribe to a kind of collapse view of the world, but David taught me more about why one doesn't need to subscribe to that view than anybody else from my persuasion, as it were, who somehow continue with lots of illusions hanging around as to what might happen. So I don't know how you'd describe David on the continuum of pessimism to optimism. I think you'd have to put him more in a sort of realism type position around which his own ideas would revolve in terms of whether he was up or down at any one moment. The reason why, when you poked him, he was so convinced about this is that he could see no way forward for our modern economy. The modern, global, neoliberal, market-based economy. He couldn't see how an economy that was permanently fixated with the need for economic growth, not just next year and the year after, but economic growth indefinitely into the future. Let's not turn away from that. There is no conventional political party anywhere in the world that has any interest in trying to think through what we should be doing for humankind that doesn't have economic growth as the underpinning foundation for that notion of improving people's lives, now or tomorrow. So there's this still incredibly strong, I would say, all-prevailing view that progress depends on economic growth, more or less business as usual type economic growth, they're tweaked a little bit in some models, and that economic growth is what we will continue to call on year after year, decade after decade, in order to improve the lot of people who at the moment don't necessarily have good lives, dignified lives, the kind of lives that we would want everybody on this planet to enjoy. And because of that, he came to the conclusion that this economy could only go in one direction, which was towards this collapse story. And it would collapse for one of two reasons. Either the growth economy would grind to a halt, in which case that society would collapse because people would be so unused to no growth or a degrowth type economy that the social imbalances, the social implosion that would result from that would be so intense that the whole thing would collapse anyway. Or if it ignored all of that and continued to grow, it would collapse because we would trip every conceivable biophysical, climate-related, resource-related tripwire that you can imagine, in which case it would collapse because the planet would collapse around us. So if you're being as logical as David would insist that we should be about exit strategies for today's neoliberal market-based economy, you can see why you get to that point. And that's why he wasn't contemptuous of, but he was always gently wry and dismissive about what I've called in my foreword these halfway houses, these places that people get to kind of escape this logic of collapse. Things like, how do we do growth better? How do we make capitalism work in ways that would be more conducive to coping with climate change, coping with equity, coping with the provision of public services in such a way that you don't necessarily need to keep on growing your economy to provide the requisite level of finance for the level of public service that you want. And you look at all these things, and I'm sort of involved in a lot of these efforts to mitigate the worst impacts of today's neoliberal market economy, and David would always say, yeah, no, well, we probably do need to do a bit of mitigation work along the way, but let's not forget where that's going to take us. And indeed, in some cases, he would feel that the more time and effort that we devoted to ameliorating the worst impacts of that economy, mitigating the worst impacts, the less helpful it was in shaping people's views about what needed to happen next. And that, I think, is the more interesting story, what would happen next, because that was where David really began to develop unique ideas about the resilience of different systems, different economies, different countries, different communities, how we could do that if you could not fall back on the expectation of economic growth as the sort of answer to all our problems. And that's really where the essence of his inquiry was devoted. What is it that would allow us to build good lives for people in a world that didn't have as an automatic default another decade of growth, another decade of economic growth? And this is, I think, where some of the most astonishing stuff that David did comes into its own, this understanding that there are ways in which we can build the resilience of communities and of whole countries to increase that sense of culture which lies at the heart of all good living together. Very fond of the word conviviality. David loved the notion of conviviality. I've used that word with sort of regularity ever since then, because David not only lived convivially and very enjoyably, but he absolutely saw that any community, any society, any culture that didn't have conviviality, living well together at its heart, was extremely unlikely to prosper and thrive, even today in a growth economy, let alone tomorrow in a less growth or no growth economy. And I have been reflecting a bit on that in terms of the Brexit story, because it's a little unwise and sometimes dangerous to speculate what would David have said about that. But you can't help but think about that in terms of the Brexit story, because he would have been absolutely outspoken in his contempt for the worst aspects of the European venture, namely its overdependence on a TTIP style, a globalization style of economy, where increased homogenization becomes the order of the day, people's individual identities in increasingly conforming communities would be set aside and so on. And all of that stuff he absolutely hated, but he loved Europe. He just loved the idea of Europe. He you know, if anybody would have stood up and said, I am a European, it would have been David. And that conflict going on in people when they think about the European vote is a very interesting story, and we've got a lot to learn from that. But he would have been particularly trenchant about the ways in which we've lost that notion of what community means to people. Very, very critical of how we've developed things like multiculturalism, about which he had a particular bee in his bonnet because he saw it as a tool to persuade people that it was okay, that we would learn to live together, whatever the diversity, whatever the numbers of people that we had to embrace and absorb into our own economy today. We'd somehow come through it with a little bit of slapped-on multiculturalism. And of course for him that was just denying what community is all about, because it seemed to indicate that you could just intervene in such a way that people's sense of who they are in a community could be engineered to embrace the arrival of very large numbers of people who might not have any cultural connectivity with an individual in his or her community at this stage. You can see why that kind of idea was quite controversial and difficult for a lot of people in the Green Party to deal with, because it seems to imply that maybe we have to think very carefully about open borders approach, freedom of movement. How do you maintain cultural and community cohesion whilst being true to the highest ideals that you might have about ensuring that richer countries can work effectively to help poorer countries, can maintain a commitment to human rights in a very troubled world? How do we do that? And we don't do it well, is the truth of it. And one of the reasons why we're in our Brexit mess at the moment is that we haven't done that well for decades in this country, and many people felt that in the run-up to the actual vote itself. So he keeps coming back to this notion of culture, and I guess if there's one thing where tons of stuff gets kind of piled together in a great big pot of heaving ideas, they come under this notion of culture. And if you couldn't find any other organizing principle in David's work, just stick it under culture, because that sort of opens up another set of connections, of linkages between all the different things, whether you're talking about the arts that he writes so brilliantly about religion, about a whole host of things to do with food, whatever it might be, all can be wrapped into this wider sense of why culture becomes the mechanism for providing for better lives in a local economy that isn't growing. And that's the essence of it. That's why the transition town stuff was so important, that we are able to shape, grow, nurture mindsets and behaviors that rely on cultural cohesion to develop this route to progress for people without dependence on economic growth. So there's a completely logical story in the work that David was developing here. Sometimes that logic is all sort of mixed up in tons of these different tangents, but the logic is absolutely clear that that's what we really need to do. That's the emphasis on resilience. We have to get better at nurturing all of those different elements, those attributes in our society, in our community, in the way we lead our own lives, because it's only if we build up that sense of resilient civility, conviviality, a genuinely sharing economy that we'll get to the place where we can live well together tomorrow. That's why his writing is always going to be uncomfortable for a lot of people, because it isn't really the way progressive politics seeks to find answers to the problems that we face today. And I'm very involved in post-Brexit progressive political initiatives at the moment. I'm involved in 2 of these right now. I'm spending a lot of time doing that stuff. And I'm often thinking to myself, not sure that David would be very happy sitting in this room right now, because it doesn't really answer the deeper questions that he was asking the whole time. Anyway, that's my starting thought. Look forward to the discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. So I think Jonathan's given us a bit of a sense there of just what a truly unique book this is. In format as well, of course, being in dictionary format. And there's a lovely line from John Thacker who said, I have never encountered a book that is so hard to characterise, yet so hard despite its weight to put down. And I think that says a lot. And I'd actually like to just read a little bit from David's introduction to his own book, which begins, hang on, how does one deal with such a book? Is it a dictionary to be consulted for the occasional word? Is it a book to read right through, or some mixture of the two? Well, the answer to that is that it is a lean book, and he talks a little about lean. I'll talk a bit about that in a moment. It does not have the last word. You, the reader, are invited to explore ideas from more than one point of view, to follow the links, to build up your own familiarity with the key concepts in your own way. This is a community of essay entries about inventive, cooperative self-reliance. Each entry is complete in itself, but also joins up with others, and signposts to these connections are supplied in the entries. It is perhaps like arriving in a group or a community. You learn about its members and their relationships with each other by being in the middle of it. There is no beginning or end. The more you know the group, the more you yourself become part of it and part of its story. It is a story about the shared experience of something discovered, something discussed, something done. And what that creates is this sort of strange choose-your-own-adventure experience where you start wherever you like. He suggests 14 questions at the start that might be of interest to you and entries that address them as a sort of way in, and then follow the path of your interest through it. And I found it particularly interesting during what Jonathan was saying that there really hasn't been a sort of left-wing, right-wing divide in people who are finding this an interesting book. Roger Scruton is one philosopher very much associated with right-wing thinking, who, if I can find his quote just here, he said, David Fleming predicts environmental catastrophe, but also proposes a solution that stems from the real motives of people and not from some comprehensive political agenda. He writes lucidly and eloquently of the moral and spiritual qualities on which we might draw in our descent to a lean economy. His highly poetic description of these qualities is neither gloomy nor self-deceived, but tranquil and inspiring. And I think this is a little dig at some of the rest of us. All environmental activists should read him and learn to think in his cultivated and nuanced way.
Including Roger Scruton.
And equally, many voices from the left. So I think that's quite interesting. And I think also, as Jonathan again touched upon, this sort of divide that I find, especially with my work coming under this Dark Optimism banner, I often hear from people either side of that, is collapse inevitable or not divide. A couple of weeks ago I was at the Dark Mountain Festival, and Dark Mountain is very much a space that explores what it might look like if we can't sort of win, if you like, if we can't solve climate change with our current models. And there was great enthusiasm for the books there. And I think for me personally, I'm at a place, and I have been for a number of years now, where it doesn't interest me to work on things that assume there won't be a collapse. I'm interested in things that make sense either way, and I think that's something which David really talks about, and Jonathan hinted at this as well, that he says, actually it doesn't really matter what our predictions about the future are, because the only path forward in either scenario, or in any scenario, is based on community and on culture. And as Jonathan says beautifully in his foreword, really he proposes culture as the alternative to growth, if you like. He says that the only thing that's going to hold together a cohesive society in the absence of the abundance of the growing market is a sense of community integration. And what's very interesting, I find, he was here at Trinity College studying modern history, which is why we're in this room today, courtesy of the alumni department here. And he makes a very strong case that this is actually how society thrived for almost all of human history, that this growth-based market economy has only really been around a couple of hundred years, and that community and culture and what he calls the informal economy, what a lot of people call the gift economy, has been the basis of that throughout history. So it's not that he's invented this brilliant new idea that's going to save us all, but rather that he's saying, you know, we just need to go back to what's always worked. And really, that emphasis on community, coming back to what we were hearing about scepticism about governments, I mean, there's a line in here where he says something like, looking at the track record of governments throughout history, if we had an elderly relative with a similar level of decision-making and track record, it would be a kind thing to have them taken into care. He was definitely not a fan of government and continually made the point that in the intervals between the great civic societies, the empires that our history is obsessed with, they've always collapsed. I mean, he did an interview in the last year of his life where he said something along the lines of, I don't really hold it against capitalism that it's inevitably going to collapse, because civilizations do collapse, that's part of the wheel of life, but it's going to be quite hard for it to live down the fact that it's going to take the whole of life on Earth with it. And so, you know, he makes this case that always between the great empires and the great civic societies, it's been local communities, villages, the small scale that has kept the human story moving forward. And these sort of great flowerings come up when there's an abundance of resources and an abundance of wealth. And we're sort of obsessed with those, probably because we're living in one. And I think part of the reason why his book is so unconventional to read, as Jonathon was saying, as you say, I find it a delight, but a lot of people will find it strange, is because he insists on your involvement. He doesn't let you sit there and be an audience hearing him speaking from on high, because his whole way of thinking and writing and living was about engagement and conversation and community. And so he's like, as he said in that little entry I read, join the conversation, find your own path through it, read, follow up the references, follow up the endless notes that he left for other people that he suggested might be worth reading. And so it's kind of a demanding book, which is why I have mixed feelings actually about this paperback, which I created from his masterwork. And the reason for that is that speaking with publishers, they were understandably and doubtless rightly concerned that something this huge and this unconventional might be quite daunting for people. And so very sensibly suggested that some sort of shorter, more accessible version would be a good idea. And Surviving the Future is more conventional. You do read it front to back, and obviously it's a lot shorter and a lot more accessible. And so, you know, in some ways you lose some of the magic, because I have taken David kicking and screaming into some sort of direct linear thinking. Because I think part of the reason why David wrote this way is because he had such a holistic way of thinking. You know, he tried to speak about anything and he found it hitched to everything else. And so every talk he would be asked to speak for 20 minutes on such and he would try to say the entirety of this. Because, you know, if you don't understand this, then how are you going to understand what I'm talking about? And so he really is starting from very different premises, and that's why I think a lot of people find it very challenging. He's challenging a lot of the fundamental assumptions of our culture, really. And that means that you have to understand some of the different concepts behind something before he can really talk about it in a comprehensible way. So hopefully, my hope really is that this paperback, Surviving the Future, is a sort of gateway drug, that people sort of read it and fall in love with David's way of writing and think, oh wow, now I want more, and then suddenly the great work doesn't seem so daunting. Yeah, I mean, for me it's an immense privilege actually to be listed as the editor of this book. I mean, it is one of my 2 favourite books of all time, so to have the honour of being associated with it just feels wonderful to me. I mean, I had an email the other week from a writer in America called John Michael Greer, who I have a great deal of respect for, thanking me. Just saying thank you for Lean Logic. It's the most amazing thing I've read recently. And, you know, this is, yeah, wonderful to have been a sort of midwife to the birth of what I think is a genuinely important book. what I think is we're here partly to talk about Brexit, and I think what's been fascinating to me in regard to that is it's really the first thing I've been asked to vote on as a member of the electorate that I didn't immediately have a clear opinion on. I mean, I've always voted Green because I couldn't bear to vote for either of the main parties, and I could see both sides. I mean, as a sort of coming from a transition background, I thought, well, I'm really interested in bringing things back to local control and to localising. I found it very interesting that lots of my sort of green lefty friends found it completely obvious that we should stay in and completely obvious that Scotland should leave the UK. And I'd often ask, well, why the distinction, and not get that clear answers. And I also started thinking about what I've started calling Gaia exit, because that's really, that I'm very clear on. I'd quite like us to have a continued existence on the planet. And I started listening to some of the debates that people were having in that context, because I think at the global scale there's a sort of immigration issue too. There's a sort of border between the as yet unborn people and those of us who are already here. And you know, I heard Nigel Farage saying, well, we can't possibly let more people in, it's completely... And I think, well, yeah, on a global scale, I can kind of see where you're coming from. You know, should we be excluding some of these as yet unborn people from immigration to the planet? Should we be accepting that some of the life forms that are already here, particularly non-human life forms, are being forced to emigrate from the planet in order to make room for them? And I found that quite an interesting, useful lens to view it through. And then after the vote, I mean, I voted in, but just. In fact, I remember emailing Jonathon to ask him what he thought David would think about Brexit. But in the aftermath, I found it quite horrible, the division that the media have been, like the idea that everyone who voted out is just a racist or an idiot. I find completely wrong. And I mean, there's a place called St Ethelburgers, which is a church in London, who their response to the Brexit vote I thought was wonderful. They held open listening days where people could just come and say what they were feeling, and people didn't respond and people didn't argue, but just everyone there could say what they were feeling. And I think this recreation of community and of solidarity in the nation is an incredibly important response. And so on that, I mean, I've found David's work, strangely, I mean, he died 5 years before the Brexit vote, but strangely, some of his writing, which I've obviously been very embedded in recently, has really helped me to understand. And there's a section here in his entry on nation, which I'd like to read. He says, "A nation has an identity which connects the people who live there to a particular place and to each other. There is a landscape which many generations have shaped and defended, and there is an endowment of culture, language, and institutions which, though they can be betrayed, cannot be denied. The nation is a located, bounded, particular homeland, and if defeated, it often manages eventually to come back into being with a sense of renewal and justice. It exists in the minds of its people. Identity in this collective sense means that there is an identifiable meaning to the idea of we." And that, I think, that sense of identity is something that a lot of people who voted out have talked about. That's, the EU threatens that. You know, what is it to be British? What is it to be English? Is the EU just trying to take that away? And I think David writes beautifully about that. And then, in terms of the question we had about sort of where do we go from here, I mean, I think a lot of the sort of unpredicted election results that we've seen recently, whether it's Corbyn elected as Labour leader, or whether it's Trump in America, or whether it's Brexit, we can see as a no, you know, as a rejection of the mainstream. I sort of look at Brexit and think, wow, so all the main parties agreed that we should vote one way, and that seems to have pretty much guaranteed that we vote the other, because we're like rejecting the mainstream. And I think the sort of global neoliberal agenda is not just, you know, something with terrible consequences in the future, but this sort of neo-feudalism called austerity is driving people into the ground now. You know, there's a real desperation there from a lot of people. And this is why another reason I'm so proud to work on these books, because I think, you know, a lot of people have talked about the threat of fascism rising in times like this. But if we look at the likes of Mussolini and Hitler, they didn't just come to power on an agenda of fear and othering. They also raised wages and addressed unemployment and improved working conditions. And I think if that's seen as the only alternative to what we currently have, then it's likely to grow in support. It's likely to be supported and voted in. Whereas I think what David lays out, for me at least, is the most inspiring, compelling vision of what an alternative economics could look like, that provides a beautiful story of how we help the desperate, rather than that sort of rather despicable vision. His economics is based on sort of trust and loyalty and local diversity. Before we get some more sort of interaction going on, I'd like to read, drawing on another one of the questions that came out, his fairly brief entry on success. And he writes, "Do you really think that we will get through this time and come in due course to a time of resilience, manners, and a harmonic order? Don't answer that question, for you may discover to your cost that the answer is either a self-fulfilling or a self-denying truth, and that both count against us. If we deny that there is a livable future, then we will do little to secure one. If we affirm it, we come into other troubles, such as complacency, an optimistic view that what we are doing now is all that is needed, an iconic focus on the simple solution, or the constant anxiety of life on the edge between hope and doubt. Positive thinking seems to be the right thing in circumstances until you notice the wreckage. Instead, think of what happened to Orpheus and Eurydice. Eurydice, you may remember, died after having been bitten by a snake, and Orpheus went down into the underworld to recover her. The goddess Persephone agreed to let her go on condition that Orpheus did not look back at her as she followed him. Unfortunately, he forgot about this condition. He did look back, with the result that Eurydice vanished forever, and Orpheus was torn to pieces by angry women who threw his head into the river Hebros, where it floated downstream, still singing. That is, make the intense commitment, at walking pace, plod on, climb steeply uphill out of the underworld, keep your eyes fixed ahead. You never know, you might get there, you might even find out where there is, and you might inspire others to come with you. Just don't look back. We do not need to choose between hope and expectation. What matters is to keep hope alive, which we won't succeed in doing if we are constantly checking up on it. It is not certainty that sustains our focus, but the ambiguity that comes to us, for instance, in the prayer from another ancient moment of commitment against the odds. Quote, "Lord, I believe, help thou mine unbelief." So, on that note, I think it's time to hear a bit more from you guys. And actually, at that Dark Mountain event a couple of weeks ago, that was my first attempt to present these books to the world, and I wasn't quite sure how to do it, to be honest. And what I did in the end was I was thinking I really want to get across just how wide-ranging this dictionary is, like how much it covers. And so what I did, which turned out to work quite well, was literally get the audience to call out any topic they wanted, you know, not related to anything they'd heard about the books, but anything. And then I would attempt to pull out an entry from the book that spoke to that. So, you know, don't feel the need to constrain yourself. I think we can address whatever your burning issues are. But yeah, the idea for the next 40 minutes or so is just to really discuss the books together and any other issues that are there for you. And Jonathon and I will attempt to say something helpful.
Indeed.
So, has anyone from any of that got any burning?
Can I come back? I have started to read Surviving the Future.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, some of it's already happening.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it's interesting. He mentions the big society.
Yeah.
And how local groups are coming together. But it all depends on just a few. Not everybody's going to sign up to this.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing is, I think the UK will break up for us to survive Brexit. I don't know what others think. That's what I think. And I think some of us hope that don't, because I should disappear after. But I feel we're Little Englanders. I think myself European. I can't think I belong to. I don't think I'm English culture. I don't think I'm a British culture. I don't know what others feel like.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought it's quite interesting. I mean, I think that book's quite easy reading. And I think a lot of this is happening now. And and people are setting up community buses. We know in Oxfordshire they have decimated the bus service, particularly out in rural areas. But the gain is the government is making people work longer. So what happens to small societies if there's nobody? They rely on the older people to run it. I mean, will small communities survive? I don't know what you think of that.
Yeah, I mean, this was very much one of David's concerns. He says that the challenge we face is immense, and it's that much greater if the people facing the challenge don't turn up in the first place. He absolutely acknowledges that the seeds of that community integration have been under assault for centuries, really, and that the formal market economy has increasingly replaced the actually there is a section I could read on this, has really replaced that that sense of community ethic. I'm just going to find this here. So he's talking about economics and growth-based economics. He says the reduction of a society and a culture to dependence on mathematical abstraction has infantilized a grown-up civilization and is well on the way to destroying it. Civilizations self-destruct anyway, but it is reasonable to ask whether they have done so before with such enthusiasm, in obedience to such an acutely absurd superstition, while claiming with such insistence that they were beyond being seduced by the irrational promises of religion. Every civilization has had its irrational but reassuring myth. Previous civilizations have used their culture to sing about it and tell stories about it. Ours has used its mathematics to prove it. Yet when this relatively short-lived market society is gone, we will miss its essential simplicity, its price mechanism, its self-stabilizing properties, its impersonal exchange, the comforts it delivers to many and the freedoms it underwrites. Its failure will be destructive. And this is the thing, he was not saying, let's bring down the market-based economy, because right now it's all we've got to rely on, because we've seen such a disintegration of culture and community. And besides, he believed it would collapse soon enough anyway, well before we were ready. And so what he advocates is that we spend our time rebuilding the informal economy. And this is why he found the transition to be such an inspiring thing, because how do we increasingly pull ourselves out of dependence on money and into dependence on each other? And the more that we can rebuild those, he talks about it as a basket. He says culture is like the upright strands that you begin with when you're making a basket, around which you weave the outer strands. Without culture, the community has nothing to pull itself together with. And so, yeah, really, as you'll find as you read on, what he would advocate is devote your time to rebuilding those ties of family and those ties of community, and those creating that identity at the local scale, because he would say it's not local economies that are going to die. It's that the globalized economy, which completely relies on those, is going to collapse. He tells the story of the Industrial Revolution, and he talks about that being initially based on wood, and actually only moving to coal because of the level of workload that's required, and then that level of workload on ordinary people building to the level where it was completely unrealistic to be sustained. And then that was just about to break. It was just about to all fall apart when suddenly we started tapping into oil. And so that's allowed us to sort of build up to the next level of even greater dependence. And of course, that in itself is a finite resource and ties into the whole climate issue. So yeah, David's advocacy, I think, would be very much rebuild the informal economy as much as possible, so that when the market economy fails, we've got something to fall back on.
Yeah, which is very testing and difficult, because I'm not sure if one was looking at this completely dispassionately, I'm not sure we have a faster rate of community politics, the growth of community initiatives, the upsurge in people doing things for themselves that they might once have looked to the market economy to do. I'm not sure that is moving faster in our society today than it might have moved at 10, 20, 30 years ago. It's very difficult to put your finger on that. And what that means is that a lot of that community uprising, if you like, is quite fragile. It's not, if you like, resilient enough in David's terms to secure its continuity at times of great difficulty. And we have such a churn in society anyway, with people moving much more. The mobility factor actually militates against some of that continuity in relationship that you get in communities. Upside to that, a downside to that, because it can work against the diversity that we'd like to encourage. So I'm a little bit skeptical about that, but on the other hand, I'm very upbeat about something that David didn't have a chance to reflect on. Shaun and I might disagree on this, with a strong transition town background and me more of a huge sympathy for transition towns. David was a great peak oil theorist. I mean, he subscribed to the view that we were going to run out of oil, and at the point at which we ran out of oil, or at least oil, the availability of oil meant that the price would rise so that essentially our economies would not be able to cope because they could no longer depend on relatively cheap oil. And to a certain extent, that actually became far too big a part of his thinking about this descent path. A lot of his theory behind collapse was to do with the non-availability of relatively cheap fossil fuels. Actually, we're in a completely different world now. We're never going to run out of fossil fuels. There's just massive amounts of fossil fuels available to us. I mean, just unbelievable volumes of fossil fuels in terms of unconventional oil and gas and all the rest of it. I was just reading up about the latest protests going on now in Nevada, just on the boundary between North and South Nevada. This is essentially a first American-Indian uprising against the fossil fuel industry because they've just identified in Nevada, not far from the Deccan shale, this huge reservoir of new gas primarily, but some oil as well. And this isn't a question of us running out of this stuff. And I say that now much more categorically than I would when I was arguing with David. And what he's missed out on is the absolutely astonishing transformative power of solar. And I think that might have cheered him up a little bit, because actually the solar revolution is staggering to watch what is going on all around the world. We're moving out of the period of burning things in order to produce the energy we need into direct substitution of incoming solar radiation to create the energy that we need. We can't move away completely from burning things at the moment, whether it's wood or cow dung or oil or gas or whatever it might be, or even uranium. It's too early to say that we can put all that process of burning our way to prosperity behind us. But actually you can right now see a world, even of 9 billion people, that would be able to provide for its modest needs, very important word to slip in there, its modest needs, without access to any fossil fuels at all, within the course of the next 2 to 3 decades. That world is already visible. I can already see that emerging in our midst. The speed of change on these technologies is staggering, absolutely staggering. So we're not going to descend into collapse because we run out of oil. That is just not going to happen. We are still likely to descend into collapse because we put so much of the byproduct of burning fossil fuels into the atmosphere, the CO2 and the other greenhouse gases. That's still quite likely, to be honest. But there's no descent scenario any longer based on running out of fossil fuels. And we don't need to panic about that because, frankly, the absolute uptick in renewables now, particularly solar, is extraordinary to watch. And for poorer countries around the world, this is not just a good thing and timely, this is revolutionary. This is creating economic opportunities for people. It's creating a sense of more dignified lives, better futures for people that couldn't be envisioned if in your mind you thought that it was always going to be fossil fuels that had to do the heavy lifting on energy. And actually that's one of the most important things going on in our world today, which is why I'm putting it slightly confrontationally, because there are still more than a handful of peak oilists out there who actually think that's a bigger thing than the incredibly explosive growth in solar-based technologies.
I mean, to address that, I mean, I broadly agree with you. I mean, what frustrates me is people who look at climate change in isolation or look at peak oil in isolation, because they're two sides of the same issue. I would say that, yeah, it's madness when people talk about peak oil without reference to climate change, absolutely. I also think that it's madness to say that peak oil is blown out of the water, because I think things like fracking would not be happening if not for the depletion of the much sweeter oils, the much more accessible, the much cheaper, the much less polluting energy sources that we were previously relying on. And if you look at peak oil and climate change together, then peak oil makes our climate change challenge much more challenging, because it's leading us to these sort of dirty fuels. I have to say I'm wary of the idea that we can just carry on roughly as we are on renewables. I think is a very dangerous idea. I think we need to flag that up every time we talk about it. I don't think we can run a consumerist capitalist economy on renewable energy.
We can't.
But given that it's what we've got, I mean.
But we can run a good economy.
Yeah.
And I think that's this whole question is, what is our level of expectation for good lives for 9-10 billion people? That's the nub of this, and I think that's again where the strength of David's ideas kicks in, because he's clearly not talking of a world of sackcloth and ashes, with everybody subsisting in a state of near bloody misery, because you can only eat meat once a month, and it's just going to be utterly hellish to live in this kind of way. David would never have subscribed to that kind of imposed misery in the name of sustainability. Yep, we want humankind to survive, so you're all going to have an absolutely bloody miserable time from here to the end of time. And that's the price we have to pay. That's the sacrifice we have to make in order to guarantee survival for humankind. I don't think he ever
gave. As you put out in your forward, he describes green authoritarianism as a guarantee of failure.
Yeah.
If we try and impose this kind of vision, it's not desirable and it won't work.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway, we've been very unhappy without his occasional bottle of very good red wine. Sorry.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, so pick them in that order. Maybe we'll hear them all and then see.
So I wanted to kind of come back to this question of sort of place, and you talked about the idea of sort of we, and you talked about Scottish independence a couple of times, and something that really struck me about that as an English person who lived in Scotland sort of 12 years ago but went back for the period over the referendum was, what an inclusive version of we that was, and the way that people who'd been living in the country for 3 months, were voting, for example, compared to the kind of we that was getting spoken about in the Brexit referendum. And I absolutely take your point about the polarisation of kind of everybody who voted for Brexit was this sort of racist, idiot. But I don't know if other people saw there was a poll that happened after the vote where they really mapped people. The general trend was that people who'd voted Brexit also were people who believed that the environmental movement had been harmful, that feminism had been destructive of social tradition. It sort of mapped onto a lot of other attitudes, and I guess I don't know what your take, what David Fleming's take was on the sort of stories we tell, basically, about who we are and kind of where that comes from, and what kind of hope we can have about making that a more liberal one, basically.
Okay.
So I'm quite interested in this idea of tipping points, and I'm not in predicting them because that's folly, but and share your sense of this kind of optimism and the solar surge, renewable surge on one side, but also the climate and all the other planetary boundaries that we're crossing or have crossed rapidly. And my sense as a young person trying to find something to believe in is that there's kind of almost this race between these tipping points, and it's still perhaps an open question about which we reach first. Does solar become cheap enough, etc., etc., before we are locking ourselves into 5 degrees or whatever. That's just a reflection on how I kind of view those things coming together. And I'm really interested in making space for community groups. I'm involved with Transition Network in the UK, and I don't think, my answer just from that transition lens is I don't think the growth of community groups and new activity is enough, certainly to counter all the negative things that are happening. But I'm really interested in how we make space for those things to happen, to kind of carve out a kind of almost a protected bubble in our communities or in our lives where the market doesn't reach, or creating a kind of Eden Project style dome so we can grow some of these alternatives within the kind of very oppressive society we live in. That'd be something I'm interested to hear thoughts about.
Thank you. It's a really fascinating event. There's lots I could ask about, but I think I just want to pick up on a comment. I think, Jonathon, you mentioned, I don't know if it's your comment or David Fleming's, but you said we're not very good at handling collapse scenarios. And it's like, no, I totally agree. On our own we're not, but neither are we good at not handling collapse scenarios. And I think I see a lot of kind of, I guess what I'm thinking of, God, there's a lot of pre-traumatic stress disorder going on that comes out in really wonky ways when we're thinking about the future, because it's pretty hard to sustain that gaze. So I'm curious, this is something I'm spending a lot of time thinking about as well at the moment, in kind of, the role of grief and those processes, and that, how do we kind of create that space for the not knowing, for, allowing the collapse within ourselves, because, I don't want to go there on my own. But actually, I know from experience it's incredibly transformative to go there with other people and to have those spaces held. So it's kind of, how do we hold the not knowing and those processes of grief? Because I think there is this kind of whole discourse of hope which completely steamrollers over the really uncomfortable stuff. And it's like, it's not saying that we have to go out and try and engage everyone with the uncomfortable stuff. But I think it's how do we make that space?
Okay, great. I think we'll end that round, but we'll have time for another, so keep those hands.
Okay, well, the we is really, the we is really interesting, and I'm certainly one of those who believes that we lost the referendum because we, whichever we that may be, did not articulate exactly what the we would be for the UK with a continued relationship in the EU. And we didn't do that because none of the kind of people who were leading the campaign in the Stronger In wanted to do that. They did not want to say, for instance, it's bloody brilliant that we're able to pool sovereignty and work together to address global issues. It's brilliant. This is not a sign of us losing control. This is a sign of us gaining control in a troubled world by working with other people to bring forward ideas and solutions that you couldn't possibly do in any version of the UK, in, out, or halfway in between, which is depending on what Brexit means. We didn't articulate that particularly from an English point of view, and I'm fascinated that you drew a distinction between the way in which in the Scottish referendum the we seemed to be, could be interpreted much more inclusively, much more progressively, and yet the voices who were talking about we in England in the referendum campaign did seem to go towards some quite illiberal, oppressive, progressive ideas, and just as we don't want to characterize every Brexit voter as being either stupid or right-wing, we sure as hell want to acknowledge that an awful lot of people who did vote out subscribe to values and ideas about other human beings that are abhorrent for me. Abhorrent because they're often xenophobic. They're absolutely based on identifying and then castigating the other and all the rest of it. But we didn't try. This is awful because I was so involved in this wretched campaign and spent such a lot of time with a group of young people called We Are Europe, trying to fashion a positive voice about why being in Europe was just the most amazing thing. And God, you mean we're only handing away £350 million a week. That's such a bargain. Really, we should be thinking about upping that, because think about everything we're going to get and all this kind of stuff. And none of that worked. And none of it worked because the campaign, the Stronger In campaign, just could only play one card, the fear card about what would happen to our wretched growth economy if we voted out. When the history of this stuff is written, I think people will be completely astonished that those who cared most about Europe chose to fight on that territory. I just think people will look in disbelief and say, how did you think that was going to really work? So for me, the we thing now is really critical, because we can't ignore rethinking what it means to find ourselves now with not much sense of who the we is in England. There's a much more sense of we in Scotland and a we in Wales, and even to certainly in Ireland, the Republic of Ireland, but even in Northern Ireland there's more of a sense of we. We don't do that. We don't know quite how to do that for England. And we're very nervous, because as soon as you start thinking, what we really need is an English Parliament, and then you think, oh God, what have I just said? Am I streaming Farage? Have I just suddenly fallen into a dreadful time warp, so that I'm kind of proto-UKIPper posturing as a Green? We're so scared about the fact that UKIP got some things right about identity and about community and about how we need to live together, that we don't know. We're just so buttoned up. We can't talk about this stuff. So I'm now trying to work out what a progressive we looks like to begin with for England, because you can talk about the UK to your heart's content. You can talk about Britain and all the rest of it. Honestly, if we don't sort of sort something out for England, probably lots of stuff about UK isn't really going to work for many people who live in England, particularly people who don't live in London, because that's the other thing about what happened in the referendum.
Maybe I'll speak to the we before.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's really interesting that you say that, because I know people who voted out because they wanted to throw a spanner in the works of the growth economy. And they saw this as being, do you want more of this or not? And so they thought, no, we don't. For me, I said it wasn't clear to me which way I would vote, and that's because for me, I see the current way that border controls are managed as being inherently racist and morally indefensible. I don't see any reason why where you're born should determine where you're allowed to live, fundamentally. At the same time, on the other hand, well, I'll read you a bit from David. And so he drew a lot on the work of Elinor Ostrom, the late Nobel Prize-winning economist, who did a huge amount of work on the commons and the importance of the commons. And I'm increasingly interested in this, because it seems to me that if the left is obsessed with the state and the right is obsessed with the markets and corporations, I'm not really on board with either of those. And this idea of community and commons seems to me to be a lot more interesting. So David, drawing on Elinor Ostrom, says that closed access is a necessary condition for the management of a commons. With limited numbers of people within its boundaries, the demands made on it too are limited, making them realistic and sustainable. The members of any managed commons must undertake to comply with the rules necessary for its maintenance. It follows that they must exclude others who do not comply with those rules, or whose demands would exceed the limits of what it can supply. The principle underlying this is known as subtractivity or rivalness, the idea that what one person harvests from a resource subtracts from the ability of others to do the same. There is a simple recognition here of the objective reality of the resource. It has its limits, and no amount of technical trickery or emotional pleading can make that fact go away. Recognising subtractivity is a case of growing up, as in realising that the powers of your parents to provide are not unlimited, moving on from the childthink of unqualified confidence that the political economy you live in can provide. The alternative is the tragedy of the commons, and he writes a lot about the tragedy of the commons and how in fact it's the tragedy of the market-based commons, because historically all commons were made up of people who knew each other and talked to each other, and if someone started exploiting it, they'd quickly be told off or run out of town. Only in a market where everyone's atomised does the tragedy of the commons even come into existence. But this is the case of the destruction of a common resource as individuals make ever greater demands on it, benefiting from what they can get individually, but not seeing as their problem the damage done by those ever greater demands to the commons as a whole. In a society used to cheap travel and to the idea that destruction, when it comes to boundaries and the rhetoric about tearing down barriers, is a good thing, the idea of closed access at first invites unease. There is a sense both of being locked in and of unfairly locking out. But in fact, it works the other way. Almost wherever you go in the market economy, you find yourself in the same place. In the globalised market, with its shared banality, its fullness, at the end of every lane is a busy road and a housing estate like the one at the beginning of it. You cannot get out of a globalised world because there is no out. Closed access does not mean closed in, it means the protection of distinctiveness. When you are out, you are somewhere else, in a different inn. And so this for me has been really interesting because I've got so frustrated with the level of debate around Brexit, and it's just been like, well, you're a racist, well, you're an idiot. And I'm like, so for me, there's a real difficult tension here to deal with between the fact that I see border controls as they currently are as just completely indefensible, and the fact that there is a need to limit movement in some way. And what I find really inspiring about David's work is that his idea of limiting movement is to make people love the place that they're in. So you're not saying you can't come here, you're helping people to say, well, why would I want to leave this place that I love? And in my experience, you know, most of the people who are leaving somewhere, it's not because they don't like being where their family and their community is, it's because of war or because of the increasing effects of climate change or because of... And so, you know, this approach seems to me to make sense, and the level of problem that we have now is again a product of this neoliberal market-based economy, which is increasingly destroying the communities of places and the sustainability of places, so that people have to leave and go somewhere else and thus potentially overwhelm that other place. But at the same time, we shouldn't get caught up in our opposition to border xenophobia and forget that there are limits to growth, you know, that actually places can't take an infinite influx, even though we might wish that they could. And so, yeah, that's, I mean, we probably don't have time to go into it in huge depth now.
Just a quick word on pre-traumatic stress disorder, if I may, before we take the next one.
Oh yeah, no, I'm going to come to the other two.
Oh, sorry, I see.
I
thought you were about to
move
on.
No, we've got plenty more to say. But yeah, just that I think those on both sides of the Brexit name calling need to recognise that there's, regardless, maybe the individual person you're talking to is an idiot or a racist, as Jonathan said, but nonetheless, there is a difficult discussion that we need to have here, and if we just shout slogans from either side, we're not helping.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Tipping points and pre-traumatic stress disorder. I entirely agree with you about the need to find a way of sharing some of those concerns. And actually, funny enough, that is one of the reasons why Dark Mountain came about, was because they got so cross about this enforced optimism in some parts of the greenie movement, the green world, that even confronting this possibility was sort of taboo almost. And I can see that, but it's the way in which we do it that I think is so important. And I've actually just spent the weekend with a group of people thinking through this notion about how we address this. And one of the things that we were looking at was an extraordinary new book. That's after you've read these two, okay? So just want to make that absolutely clear. Once you've read these two. A book called The Moth Snowstorm by Mike McCarthy, and Mike used to be the editor, the environment editor on The Independent. And The Moth Snowstorm refers to this thing that some of you may remember, older ones will remember, that went long before the days of intensive agriculture and you were driving through the night, you would find that you had to stop every now and then to clear your windscreen of the hundreds of bugs and insects and moths that had died as they flew towards the lights of the car, and I can remember this. That's I'm just explaining why this book has got such an old title. But the book is incredible because it says that one of the ways we can confront this notion of potential despair without giving into it is to simultaneously celebrate the joy that exists in our relationships with each other and with the natural world. And this is a sort of intense version of conviviality, if you like, is recognizing, seeking out opportunities where people can be joyful together in the natural world or in each other's company at the community level, whatever it might be. And Mike writes just so beautifully about how nature becomes this source of meaning for us as we seek to develop these alternative ideas. And it is funny. I mean, I'm not being critical about David. He's not great on the natural world. Okay. I mean, this is really an odd thing to say, but it's true. Quite a lot of people who come at sustainability thinking more from a sociological and economic point of view, there's a sort of slightly constrained sense of David in the natural world. I mean, he was much happier in his sort of flat, sitting looking out over Hampstead Heath than he sometimes was in Hampstead Heath, if I can put it like that. And there's none of the lyricism that you might very little of the lyricism about the natural world that you might expect from an author with David's capacity for lyricism, which is extraordinary, to be honest. There's not much of it relates to the natural world. Mike McCarthy says we have got to get good again at capturing that sense of this deep bond that we have with the natural world and find opportunities, find them actively. Don't just think it's going to happen by chance. I mean, I'm just sitting here staring over your heads at this unbelievable copper beach that is in the, I don't know if it's still Trinity College over there or some other college, exactly, whichever college it may be. And I am very sort of quietly and probably imperceptibly to all of you just feeling really good about that. Just really good. And David's sense of community is sometimes a little bit denatured. He doesn't spend a lot of time talking about why our more healthy, vibrant communities would actually be more healthy and vibrant because they were celebrating nature at every turn. So for me, there's a sort of story about nature in this world of culture that is just a little bit attenuated in David's writing. But Mike McCarthy's book is just so amazing, and I unhesitatingly recommend it as long as you've got the sequencing right.
Yeah, I think that is fair. I mean, I love, there's an entry, Encounter, in there where he writes about encountering a little deer in the woods and what a transformative experience it can be, and how different it would be if that little deer was some sort of android that you created yourself and programmed and set to run out there, that then there would be no sense of the other and no sense of encounter there, but encountering that little deer in the
God,
woods.
don't tell me he prefigured Pokemon Go.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh my God. Okay, this is worrying. Beech tree isn't doing it any longer, sorry.
And of course, this is a pre-invention of Wikipedia, this book in itself.
Well, that's
of course,
true.
But,
That is true.
But yeah, you're right, actually. It's interesting because, I mean, one guy who absolutely does do that is Stephen Harding at Schumacher College. He's a great advocate of encounter. And in his sort of praise of this book, he says that to read this book is to gain a superb education in ecology from one of the greatest masters in the field. But you're right, it's a sort of... David thought about nature probably more than he encountered it, despite his advocacy from an intellectual point of view of encounter.
Yeah.
On the grief thing, I mean, I was quite involved with the sort of creation of Dark Mountain as a thing. Like, I always get told off if I call it a movie. And I think you're right. I mean, I'm sure you're aware Joanna Macy has done some incredible work around grief and the idea that it's an incredible drain on us if we are feeling despair and not expressing it. Like the pushing down of that all the time is just exhausting, and that we're terrified of breaking, of breaking down, breaking up. But that actually, and I've been doing a lot of writing about grief myself recently, that actually the thing that you find, I mean, in the aftermath of David Fleming's very sudden death in late 2010, my fiance passed away just 3 weeks later, very suddenly as well. So I had a good grounding in grief, and that's something which, as I've explored it and come to find my relationship with that, I've been writing about it as a writer, and I found that experience of personal grief relates very much to a shared experience of communal grief at what's happening in the natural world. And the sense that, when grief takes you, it just takes all of you, and you don't have any choice in that. And you feel like it's going to end you, you feel like it's just unbearable and overwhelming. But eventually, it doesn't end you, and eventually you wake up one day, and instead of 100% of your energy being committed to grief, you find that 99% of your energy is committed to grief, and you sort of want it to be 100% again because you feel like that's what you are right now, but you can't, because just as you can't say no to grief, you can't say I want more of it either. It just is what it is, and it does to you what it does. And so then I sort of woke up one day with this 1% of me that was like, well, I now want to do something as well as grieving. And I had a friend who said something wonderful to me. He said, the best way that you can honour those you love after they die is to keep alive what was best in them in the world through your own life. And obviously these books were the obvious way of doing that for David. And there have been ways for Mario as well. And yeah, just that experience of waking up, allowing yourself to shatter is awful, you know. But at the same time, somehow after it, there's another space which is better than before it. Where that energy that you've been pushing it all down with is somehow released to allow you to tell a story with your life that you want to tell in that new context, and which you can do wholeheartedly because your heart is now sort of whole again through that shattering process somehow. So yeah, I think grief is essential and critical, and yeah, a key part of nurturing the future that we want to see, regardless of whether that's in the context of collapse or not. I mean, so much of it comes back to me to this thing of it really doesn't matter. We can spend all our time arguing about do we predict this or predict that, but actually there are so many things to do that make sense in both contexts, that, and sort of grief work is one of them. There was a question, I think the other one was around the informal economy. I just wanted to mention briefly that, so my best friend is a guy called Mark Boyle, who's known widely as the moneyless man. He sort of took this notion of the gift economy, the informal economy, and retreating from the market economy to the extreme, and lived for 3 years without any money near Bristol, which is a whole story in itself, which maybe someone could talk to me afterwards about if they want to. But he's now working in Ireland to set up a moneyless community as a sort of bubble that people can come to and experience what it is to live completely outside the market economy. He's recently set up, it being Ireland, a moneyless pub, which is based on homebrew, and is a wonderfully hospitable place. I was there about a month ago. So I think that yeah, this work to create these bubbles is incredibly important, whether people want to live there sort of permanently or whether they just want to come in and sample what it is. I mean, I remember when I first visited Mark on the farm he was living on several years ago, spent I think a fortnight there, and then came away from there thinking, well, that was a wonderful time, and then went to the train station and suddenly realised, ugh, I have to spend money to get on the train. And it was amazing how quickly that just started to feel unnatural when I was just in a community that was based on a different premise. So yeah, I mean, if you want to hear some other examples, I can certainly give you some afterwards. But I think his story is quite an interesting thread in all of this. So, how are we going for time? Yeah, so let's hear a couple more topics. I think there were a couple of people who had their hands up earlier, so maybe take one, two, great.
I met David when he came over and gave talks on Zero Carbon Britain, Centre for Alternative Technology. Yeah. And the thing to me, this is a bit of a cheeky question really, but I'd really like to hear the answer, is that he struck me in equal measure as an inspiring person, but also an absolutely delightful human being. And so when I bumped into him on the train and had a couple of hours to speak to him, I thought, wow, fantastic opportunity. And he was absolutely delightful, and you know him better than anybody else, presumably. So I was wondering if you could give us a couple of, maybe one each, an anecdote or a little story from his life, just to, because there are people like Ed who've never met him or heard him before, and he really was quite a remarkable human being, and that would be a delight to meet him.
I like it. And another?
Yes, thank you very much. Interesting morning. I just picked up a couple of things, well, three things really. The first is really to do with this idea of what does it, you have to take a point of view which allows for collapse and not a collapse. So to do that, you really have to say what is true. You have to find out what is real, what's going on really, so that it transcends. It's something which overrides both points of view. That you can take two two opposing points of view into account. And then you think, well, what's identity? Then you have to say, well, who am I? What am I doing? Personally, I feel I'm a global citizen, and I think that Europe is an inclusive subset of the global world, which is why I was very much in favour of remaining in. I mean, someone said yesterday, "Oh, you kiss like a European." Didn't quite that. No, I feel much more European than I do English, and I feel much more global than I do European, actually. And I think then the question really moves on to how technology. We've talked about solar revolution, but how technology and the ability to connect up with people who share that common identity across the world, what part that place has to play.
So what was the key word of that?
I would say sort of cyber community. Cyber community. So you're really talking across boundaries, across borders, to people who share a common identity or a sense of identity and perspective.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Probably squeeze in one more thing.
Related to his point, but it seems to me that we have these issues of like remain or leave. And everything has duality seems to be an issue. For example, we couldn't say what percentage are you for Europe, if we could have voted in that way to embrace our ambivalence about a lot of these issues, right? I think society's conditioned towards black or white, yes or no, and if we can adjust in that way, then maybe we can sort of move in that direction more easily.
I saw a wonderful Brexit meme on the cyber community just before the vote. Someone was circulating an alternative polling paper, and it sort of had in at the top and out, and then out, but Nigel Farage is a despicable racist. In, but don't think I've got anything to do with that Cameron guy. It's just this long list of more nuanced approaches. I mean, do you want to speak to this? I mean, I think I'll come to the anecdotes last probably, but on truth, this gives me an excuse to read one of my favourite bits of Lean Logic, which is about the nature of truth when he's talking about religion, which is something David David really changed my thinking on religion. David asserts that religions are narrative truths affirmed by ritual. They variously assert the existence of many gods, one god, a mystical union of three gods in one, or their myth does not have a concept of God at all. The narrative truth and the ritual in which it is affirmed have essential functions for a community, for the individuals within it, and for its social capital. They embrace its culture, giving it identity and meaning. And although narrative truth is central to it, religion inhabits 5 different forms of truth. And he talks, actually I'll pull out my version in here because it's a bit shorter. This was the great achievement of this, I think, was bringing together the concepts of David Fleming and concise.
Exactly.
So, material truth is direct, plain, literal description of reality. There is no interest here in exploring deeper implications, insights, and echo meanings. This is the truth which tells you about the route taken by the hot water pipe from the boiler to the bathroom, how to make flatbread, how to photograph otters, what Darwinism is, why a herd of cows' milk yield is higher if the cows are named as well as numbered, what a well-tempered scale is, what a Higgs boson probably is, why pregnant women don't topple over, whether you went to the pub last night. Accuracy is not essential. It does not have to be true to belong in the domain of material truth, but it does have to be the speaker's intention that the other person should understand it to be true. The intention is to provide a truthful and uncluttered description. Here facts matter. For religion, there is material truth in its historical account and in at least some of religion's practical and ethical teachings. Narrative truth, or poetic truth, is the truth present not just in storytelling, but in myth, art, and the whole of our culture. This is the truth of Pride and Prejudice. It is not materially true in that it is fiction.
On the other hand, it is true to life. It is as accurate an insight into human character as we have. Elizabeth Bennet's story can neither be dismissed as untrue nor accepted as true. It is in the middle ground. It may or may not report the material truth, but the narrative says something that cannot be said in any other way. It has a shadow meaning that extends beyond metaphor and can lead to the discovery of material or implicit truths, as an explorer in search of the Holy Grail may discover and map real mountains and rivers. Narrative truth makes sense of the roots of our word belief, which comes to our literal-minded age from a story-rich antiquity. It can be traced to the ancient Germanic root galaudjan, to hold dear. The Latin for to believe is credere, which comes from cordare, to give one's heart. Narrative truth may be a parable with a clear message, or a story for the story's sake, or the meaning may be forever unknown, a question to be reflected on, perhaps the subject of a lifetime's exploration. It is the domain of poetry, music, and laughter. If you ask whether it is materially true, you are at the wrong party. And yet, our culture regularly lacks the mature judgment necessary to distinguish between material and narrative truth. A work of art makes the question of whether it is true or not absurd. It is a category error and should not be asked. You might as well ask whether Schubert's string quintet in C major Deutsch number 956 likes broccoli. Although religion inhabits all 5 forms of truth, narrative truth is at its core, most obviously in its allegory, parable, and myth. Now, I won't say all 5 forms of truth now, because we're a little short on time, but he does say, which I think is very relevant to both your points, all 5 forms of truth, then, are exuberantly present in religion, which, if confined in the narrow space inhabited by material truth, decays into fundamentalism. There are paradoxes and shadow meanings in all of this, especially in narrative truth and self-denying truth, yet all 5 are needed for the common purpose of making a future which requires both brain and soul. Actually, he says, in a very topical view, a little further on, binary definitions such as this is or is not religious have value only at the extremes, at which the identification is trivial in any case. I think we've got about 20 minutes left, so maybe if you want to identify, make any comments you have on those questions, and then I'll sort of start drawing things to a close.
It's interesting to know where David would be on the cyber community. And honestly, I don't know the answer to that. I mean, I think I'm so uninterested in that whole sort of cyber computer thing that David and I don't think we ever talked about that. I can't remember, I'm sure he'll correct me, I can't remember a single scintilla of enthusiasm on his part for connectivity at that kind of level of virtualized globality. I just can't remember it. It may have existed. Just you asking me means I can't kind of get there, which makes me feel maybe he wasn't there. I don't know. It reminded me of what kids do when they're writing out their address. You know, the name of the house, and then the street, and then the community, and then the town, and the country, and then usually ends up with universe. I mean, I think David was pretty clearly focused on the first 2 or 3 lines of the address. And a lot of the sort of story about globalization that struck him as, I think, dangerous abstraction rather than a really helpful way of creating a community. But I'm struggling. I don't know the answer to your question on that one. In terms of,
I mean, David's entry to community.
It's a bit like sitting next to someone who can open the Bible.
Yeah.
And tell you
I've been in training for this event.
I know.
The last 3 years. There aren't many people I can show off about knowing my way around the dictionary in front of them.
About tipping points, it's fun speculating about tipping points as well as being a really important area of academic inquiry. If you're interested in tipping points in the single field about energy, climate change, transitioning to a different kind of energy, a non-burning energy economy, I don't know if you know the work of Jeremy Leggett, but he's a solo entrepreneur and he produces a monthly newsletter. If anyone really is interested about the race, because that is how I sort of tend to see it as well, it's a really critical race. He produces a monthly newsletter where he tracks 2 things: what is happening to accelerate the demise of the fossil fuel industries and what is happening to accelerate the growth of solar in general. And every month you just get this, okay, what happened in the race in June? And it's sort of brilliant because it's just a little snapshot, and he's a bit biased, and So more good stuff is happening than bad stuff, but then that's okay. And I like this point about our need to make things less black and white than we're tempted to. I mean, to be honest, I really struggle with this. I have to be honest, I'm absolutely hopeless at it in my own advocacy, because I just tend always to go to an excessively definitive place, because it makes me feel more confident in what I'm saying. So I'm crap at nuance. And actually, this is my anecdote, funny enough, because David wasn't that good at it either, and sometimes he got pretty bloody assertive about some of his ideas and what he felt was really important. This is going way back. Okay, so one of the earliest policies that the Ecology Party to start with, and then as it became the Green Party later on, brought forward, which is amazing when you think about it now, is something called the Universal Basic Income, or Citizen Income as we called it in the 1970s, because that's when the idea was being first advanced in the Green Party. And there was a guy called Clive Lord, who was one of the founders of the not founder, but one of the very earliest members of the Ecology Party, People Party as it was called then, who was this, at the time we thought was this mad, crazy zealot for universal basic income. And he picked it up, all sorts of different ideas, where it came from and so on. And to start with, David was quite sceptical about the universal basic income, because he was a proper economist as well as anything else. He'd really tested economic ideas, and if you didn't get that right, that wasn't too good. And he and Clive used to sort of fall out about the universal basic income. Anyway, in the end, we put the universal basic income in the 1979 General Election Manifesto, which was really good, because David, having worked his way through it with these endless arguments with Clive Lord and others, felt, that's great, that's fantastic, we're going to go for that. The first party conference afterwards, and I can remember this right now, was in Malvern, in the public, whatever it is, hall or town hall in Malvern. And David had become an even greater zealot for the universal basic income than Clive Lord. And that's saying something. And he stood up to speak about the universal basic income, and he was given 3 minutes, because that's how conferences work. Okay, you get your allocated slot, 3 minutes, to talk about the importance. And now that we had it in the manifesto, now we've got to go and we'll win thousands of new members if we really plug the universal basic income. And obviously he exceeded the 3 minutes, as you could imagine. And after about 6 minutes, there was a sort of bit of a stir around the hall. And eventually Clive Lord stood up and said, I think that's probably enough, David. At which point David did sit down immediately. But once he was off on one, it was very hard to pull him back. It was very hard. And afterwards he said, okay. But all the time I was looking, there's this slogan on the top of the Malvern Town Hall, Levavi meos oculos ad montes, which means I shall lift up my eyes to the mountains. And to the, is ad montes? Yes, ad montes, to the mountains. And afterwards David said, I suddenly plugged onto that, and I wanted to make everybody full of the excitement of the universal basic income. And that's so typical, which meant that he needed 3 hours rather than 3 minutes. We all have a few of those experiences.
Well, yeah.
At the time ones.
Yeah, well, Jonathon and I were just discussing that both Jonathon's foreword and Rob Hopkins' foreword to the paperback relate to examples of attempting to get David to stop at the limited time. Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to echo the Jeremy Leggett thing as well. I'm also a subscriber to this monthly update, and it is, it definitely informs the optimism. It definitely, as you say, errs on the optimism.
It does.
But it's really nice to receive. I mean, because he's someone who goes around hobnobbing with, Al Gore and heads of big companies and all this stuff, and giving some and doing amazing work at that level, which is far removed from my level. I don't have a particular anecdote that particularly springs to mind, but maybe, just the general, utterly transformative, the generally transformative effect that David had on my life. I met him 10 years ago, and it was at a time where I was trying to figure out how to reorient my life to deal with some of these issues. I mean, I'd been sort of working in a learning centre for marginalised groups and sort of helping drug misusers and young asylum seekers and people with mental health problems to sort of reintegrate with society, but then in my spare time, realising that society itself seemed to be charging off a cliff and feeling like maybe I wanted to engage with that. But how? And I met David at Schumacher College. He was teaching on a course there called Life After Oil. And it was incredible for me because we quickly became firm friends and started working together and editing each other's work. And the joy of, up till then I'd really been sort of researching and reading stuff in my own, in my room, not really having any peer group around this. And with David it would be, I read this amazing article by such and such, I'll bring them up, we'll have coffee, and it was just this incredible gift for someone who'd been so involved with the movement for so many years. And he had one condition on us working together, which he was absolutely adamant about, which was that he didn't want things to get too stuffy, and so ever a fan of the informal, he said, we absolutely must go for a drink at the pub once a week with no agenda. And that was terribly important. He told me this story about how apparently in Japan, when they have a huge decision to make about the takeover of the company or something, they'll sit down around the board table and they'll all agree, but they won't finalise the decision then. And then they'll all go out and get blind drunk together, and if it still seems like a good idea, then they'll finalise it in the morning. And David was a huge fan of the critical importance of pubs. I think I'd like to give David the last word. Seems sort of only appropriate. And one of the things that really horrified David was the quality of debate in our culture and in politics and in general. The fact that I think he says something like the art of logic is in very poor health in our culture. And so one of the iterations of this book was a dictionary of environmental manners. Rob tells the story of talking to him about, David, is anyone going to know what that means or what one might possibly do with it? But one of the threads that runs through Lean Logic is his summation of various fallacies in thinking that are sort of unreasonably influential in modern dialogue. So I'd like to end with a couple of his brief entries on these fallacies. And one is his entry on distraction. And he says, distraction, diverting attention from the argument. Consider the proposition that 2 and 2 makes 4. Distraction might urge, for instance, that the idea is old-fashioned, that the time has come to move on from traditional thinking on the matter, or that it's too technical for the public to understand. It could take the form of an ingratiating assurance that the only thing that matters naturally is the well-being and happiness of everyone concerned. Distraction might urge that it's perfectly okay nowadays to think that 2 plus 2 makes 5, or that even thinking about it means an unforgivable neglect of the far more important proposition that 3 plus 4 makes 7. You might be invited to take note that there is money to be made by taking a different view of the matter, or that we have to move on from the notion if we are to be competitive, or that the proposition is a bit rich coming from someone with a private life like yours. Or it could insist with some passion that contrary to the view that 2 plus 2 makes 4, we must take our place at the heart of Europe. Distraction might add with hoped for finality that the argument has already been lost. 2 plus 2 is going to make 5 in the future, whatever we do. Distraction evidently has the power and freedom to cause havoc wherever it likes. It is a spoiler, worse than the cheat. The cheat at least recognises the existence of the rules on which argument depends if it is to make any sense, even though he then proceeds to break them, hoping not to be found out. Distraction recognises nothing except conquest. The argument is too serious to have any connection with the orderly rules of honourable play. It will be settled by other means. Rules? What rules? It presumes the death of logic. A characteristic form of distraction is to make an assertion which is not true, but which is hard to disagree with. This happens, for instance, with the appeal to the inevitable. The distractor does not argue for or against a proposal. Instead, he simply asserts that it is going to happen anyway, and he may do so in a slightly bored drawl that passes off the sellout as if it were a routine comment on the weather. Don't stand for this. It is one of the ways in which our citizens' right to have a say in deciding for ourselves dwindles into a loss of belief that we can influence anything at all. It is designed to induce give-up-itis, an acceptance that technology and the sweep of history make the decisions. What we are then supposed to do is to surrender, to make sure we are not in the way. And finally, implicature. The presence of a subtext, another meaning, which makes a statement not quite as simple or as innocent as it looks. Examples. What did you think of the singer? Well, I liked her dress. We are tackling the problem of global warming. There is nothing wrong with the statement itself, but it implies that we are on the way to solving the problem. It may also be taken to imply that we can do the job on our own. It sounds reassuring, but it may be telling you that the efforts to tackle global warming are not having much success. The philosopher Paul Grice, who coined the word implicature, points out that implicature is commonplace in conversation and that it comes in many forms. Given its potential to mislead, he argued for a code of good conduct in communication, which he called the cooperative principle. Be as informative as required, but no more. Do not say things which you believe to be false or for which you have no evidence. Be relevant. Avoid obscurity and ambiguity. Be brief and orderly. Except when you're not. Lean logic advocates asides, long-windedness if it comes with a story, frank untruths if there is a reasonable chance that the other person can untangle the irony, broken logic if it reflects the difficulty of explaining things which break your heart or are hard to understand. It does not share the modest self-restraint which we find in Psalm 131. I do not exercise myself in great matters which are too high for me. Lean logic finds that when dealing with great matters, it can from time to time be a good thing if there are cracks and faults in the argument, for the repair of which help is invited. It is a reminder that conversation is a cooperative affair, not just a series of beautifully manicured statements. So on that note, I invite you to David's conversation on sale at the back of the room, and thank you all for coming to be part of this conversation. And we've got about 5 minutes, I think, 5 to 8 minutes, if you want to continue chatting and chat to us. I think Jonathan's got to run off fairly promptly. But thank you all, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Hi everybody, I hope you enjoyed that event as much as I did when I was giving it with Jonathan. And now we've got a treat. This is an exclusive interview with Lucy Neal, who is a theatre maker and community activist interested in how celebratory events act as a catalyst for change. And those of you who've been watching through the day will know that that's right up David Fleming's alley. Lucy is a co-founder director of the influential London International Festival of Theatre. She's been an active player in the transition movement since 2008 and was the initiator of Transition Town Tooting. And her amazing book, Playing for Time, Making Art as If the World Matters, was published in 2015, co-written with 60 artists and activists and mapping collaborative art practices that are emerging in response to our times. She's currently working on Walking Forest, a creative commission for Season for Change, and Coventry City of Culture 2021, which is all about connecting women, activism, and trees. She was also a great friend of David Fleming, and indeed a great friend of mine. So Lucy, thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, Shaun.
Hi. So you were telling me just before the call that you've been thinking about, you know, the invitation to take part in this and your relationship with David, and that you've got a sort of chronology of key events with regard to him.
Yeah, I mean, when you say that I was a friend of David's, I feel very humbled and honoured to hear you say that, because relatively speaking, I knew him for a short period of time, but I was affected almost disproportionately. I was hugely affected by my friendship with him over that short time. And when I go back to the very beginning, I first heard David speak in Brixton at a Transition Brixton gathering that Duncan Law and other Brixton transitioners had put together. I couldn't even begin to tell you really what the evening was headlined as, but I can record that I was sort of interested because I'd heard other people talk about David Fleming a lot, and I was thinking, yeah, okay, so who is this David Fleming chap? But at the time in my life, I was going through total and utter shifting sands beneath my feet, where a recent sort of moment of reckoning, of understanding how very dire our planetary situation was, like many others in similar shoes. I was going through a turmoil inside myself of what's my role, how do I act, I'm a theatre maker, how do I apply what I know of the world and life and stories and how you make change and how you make things happen. So I was in a very open state of mind, really, about wanting to learn and wanting to listen and just absorb as much as I could. And initially that was very much about reading about carbon and peak oil and energy and economics. And so I went to the David talk thinking, well, this'll be interesting. And I can report that during the course of the evening, I got incredibly irritated with David. I wasn't impressed at all, I have to say. And partly that was the nature of his delivery. I think it might have been on this, or it could have been another occasion when he said something like, okay, I'm now going to try and explain this to you in such a way that I might understand it myself. And I was going, well, hold on a minute, I need you to explain it. Anyway, it was an entertaining evening. I was slightly confused at following, but I was drawn into his world and his perspective. And I think after such a talk, I was crossing the road with him because I think somebody said, let's go to a pub. So we went to a pub and we continued to be chatting about it. And as ever at that time, I mean, I can time this, it was probably early 2008, something like that. David, of course, was carrying bundles of lean logic under his arm. And we just got chatting, and he confessed to me, he was very, very interested to talk to me. He was asking me lots of questions about my work, my practice, if you like, working as an artist and in the art sector and the cultural sector, which, you know, I had been my life for 25 years. And he was very particularly interested in the idea of cultural diversity and how spaces are held for everyone's stories, and how diversity is looked at from the richness of possibility, and not just from a sort of equality and social justice perspective, but mostly from a cultural perspective, you know, about you know, the richest culture anywhere is the one that is full of exchange, full of encounters, full of difference, and that is celebrated. And so we got into quite an intense conversation in the pub, I think, probably. And I rather jokingly said to him, David, come to Tooting. He lived in Hampstead, and I just said, come to Tooting, because I knew there was something coming up ahead. I was very involved in Tooting life, which, you know, clearly a very typically London, very diverse community. And we were about to celebrate something that happens in Tooting every year, which is called a peace ceremony. And it's outside Tooting Broadway station underneath the statue of a king. And I rather jokingly said, come, because every faith and no faith is there. And you will find, you know, the priest from the Hindu temple, you will find the rabbi, you'll find the Catholic priest, you will find it is marking peace, and every faith will speak. And so he, to my amazement, and this now takes me on to the second encounter with him, which was quite soon after. And I hurried down. It was November. It was wintry, kind of slightly rainy night. I was absolutely gobsmacked to see that David had taken my suggestion very seriously. And he was standing there. He was there before me, in his tweed cap, with sort of collar turned up, very tall, leaning against a barrier, chatting to somebody I knew from Transition Town. And again, it was a very convivial encounter. And sure enough, a Buddhist monk spoke, and the local vicar spoke, and the Sikh, you know, from the Gurdwara gentleman spoke, and it was a peace ceremony, and it was speaking about the creative act collectively to seek to build and create peace in the world. And I felt a bit cheeky, but I,
you know, the parallels are amazing. With the first time I met David, I was in this moment of really being open and trying to find something to engage with that inspired me. I first met him, heard him speak, thought, you're talking a load of rubbish, mate. Was quite critical. But the thing about him, I think, was that he took on criticism so well and kind of welcomed, you know, oh, great, let's talk about this. Like, we've clearly got something to learn. That, you know, after having lunch with him for a couple of days at his invitation to talk about all my criticisms, I came out of it thinking, wow, you know, this guy's really got something. So just those parallels of us both kind of initially being struck by, you know, kind of taking against slightly what he was saying, but then him being so open to that challenge that it opened the way to an incredibly fertile relationship.
And also so encouraging. he was always encouraging me and literally gave me courage at particular moments. So on this rather windy November night, I slightly nudged him and said, shouldn't someone be speaking of the earth and how we live in peace with the earth? And he sort of nudged me back and he said, yes. And I said, shall I say something? And he said, yes. So I then just stepped up to the mic, slightly quaking, I have to say, and just, I have no idea what I said, but I essentially spoke of the earth and how, you know, living on the earth and how we needed to be at peace with it. And speaking it kind of out into the night sky felt slightly delirious, but I felt quite grounded. And then I went back and we had a chat. And then he was about to get the tube back to Hampstead. I mean, Hampstead to Tooting, it's practically the full length of the Northern Line in London. And we went to have a cup of tea, and we didn't have long because I think the place was shutting. And then he got the tube back to Hampstead. But then the next surprise happened was when I got a Christmas card from him, as did all his, you know, circles. And he had written this experience that he had had of coming to the Tooting Peace Ceremony. He'd written it not only into a piece of short prose, but he'd had a colleague who was a beautiful woodcut, lino cut. He'd made a beautiful piece of imagery of a candle, and he'd made it into his Christmas card, and he sent me the card. And I was taken aback at how he had drawn on something for his own learning, and was kind of, that was, you know, continuing to feed into his lean logic. And that was when I suppose I began to take David very, very, very seriously, and to understand the vision he had of how the past had happened and how the future was unfolding, and all the kind of shifts and changes that could be done, but they had to be done systemically. And I was totally thankful to him that he had such a deep understanding of culture in that, because it's not so often that is brought into it, you know. And I don't mean just sort of broadly how we live and culture, but, you know, art and music, and, you know, his big thing, carnival, and how we celebrate and how we mark loss and grief and death, but also how we express our joy and how we gather and how we are convivial and how we find ways of communal celebration. And that was when I just thought, Lord, this man is on my wavelength. And then I could only take delight whenever our paths crossed here and there. But then the third encounter, if I might just go on to the next one, because
by all means,
this again, every encounter with David was amusing, educative, foxing, bewildering, a little bit annoying, but less so. I have to say less so the more I got to know him. And so I had read a book called The Upside of Down by Thomas Homer Dixon, and it was one of the many books that I was reading at that time to help me navigate, to help me to understand the depth and complexity of the systemic change that was needed, but also a personal way of finding a discipline for oneself, a creative practice for oneself that would lead you daily through this in terms of finding a role to play. So at the time, I don't know if they still happen, but they had this whole series of talks, all-party, cross-party talks that were held in the House of Commons. They were free. You kind of walked in and suddenly you were sitting a few steps away from really, really interesting speakers. And Thomas Homer Dixon was over from Canada, and he was talking about his book. And I went in and suddenly found myself sitting next to David, who kept sort of writing me notes or kind of making funny asides. And I went out, there's another person with him, and I don't recall his name, but we then crossed the road afterwards and we went to the pub. And again, we embarked on this very exciting, challenging, provocative conversation. And it went on for hours. I can't remember when I actually got home. But then I decided that David was somebody that I would actively seek out, you know, whenever I could, because I was going to learn so much from the holistic nature of his vision. That it was so he was so knowledgeable about, you know, the economics we had and the economics that we needed. I then started to read about texts. I got to know you a bit better, Shaun, and I was learning all the time. I was learning. And then I kind of fast forward, if I may, to an encounter which proved to be my last. And so it is for me extremely resonant for a number of reasons, which was that an idea had sprung into my head around about 2010, which was that all the things that I was learning through engaging locally in Tooting, but through community activism and through the transition movement, struck me profoundly that it was no different from anything that I had done in my previous life as a director of an international theatre festival, which was essentially to hold and create and design and devise spaces in the public realm that allowed for our imaginations and our creative capacities to be rich and fulfilled, and that how one led those creative processes was integral to how we reimagine the future and how we kind of steer in civic life the stories and the narratives that we need. And the idea of writing a handbook for such a practice, as whether somebody called themselves a community activist or an artist or anything in between, as a designer or a maker, and that book became Playing for Time. But I felt extraordinarily convinced on the one hand inside myself that there was a role for such a book. But of course, actually putting it out there and working on it required, I needed to go through certain steps of writing a proposal, getting a publisher and all that. And I happened to be it was an October night, probably, I don't know, 2011, something like that. I met David at the launch of Alexis Roll's book, which was a transition book about local government and how to work with local government. And David had got himself into a rather combative conversation, which he clearly wanted to get out of. And he loomed up at me and said, did I like Greek food? And I actually was very tired. I really needed to get home to Tooting. And I just a flash thought, why would I not have supper with David? And so I said yes. And he then said, let's go. So we left this gathering, book launch, and he then he got completely lost. We were wandering the streets of Camden. He said, I'm sure this Greek restaurant was somewhere. I was starving. And I thought, this is hopeless. We're never going to find this. But it was something that he remembered. And eventually we found it. So I then had this honor of sharing a Greek meal with David. And he asked me what I was doing, and I absolutely laid out for him Playing for Time. He was the first person, really, I said, this is my idea. It's a handbook, and it's about our imaginations, it's about our creative abilities and capacities, and it's how we work with others collectively. And he could not have been more incisive, clearer, more encouraging, and adamant that I write it. And he said, this book must be written, and Lucy, you must be the person to write it. And I just took massive gulps, because at that point I deeply, deeply, deeply respected him. And we then had a very engaging conversation. The fact that the combative character he'd got away from 45 minutes later suddenly popped up in this very same small restaurant was a moment of complete hilarity between us, and just pointed to the extraordinary nature of the David Fleming universe. I went home, I got on with Playing for Time and trying to build a sort of space for it. And then I heard out of the blue that David had died. And this for me was not only a sense of huge loss for the world, but at that point, just for me personally, I just kind of howled and just said, how could you do this to me? I've just set myself on the most risky, terrifying task that I've set myself. You know, I've written one book in my life before, and now I'm setting out on another one. And I felt a sense, not just a sense of loss, but something very deep in me had to step up and go, you were going to, I said to him in the restaurant, I said, I'll do it, David, but you've got to support me. And he wasn't going to be there. But I nevertheless, obviously, had to kind of step up for it and get on with it. And so in a way, I remain indebted to David, because I think, to conclude this short chronology of Lucy Neal's David Fleming story, is that I think the one thing he really helped me with personally was at a time in my life when I was trying to navigate and sort of swim in the right direction, as it were, to build better stories, was that he really helped me understand that it was real. That the changes that we need to make, the situations with our energy and economic and political systems and things like that, they weren't just books we were reading, they weren't just stories we were hearing from different parts of the globe and our own sort of locales. That he had a vision, profoundly informed by the ways of knowing that he had. And he helped me understand that we were in the middle, well, not even in the middle, but we were very well advanced down a terrible, terrible road, that we needed to work very, very hard, that the task was huge. And he helped me understand that that was real, and that any role we chose to play in that was a real one. And we had to work at it as though our lives depended upon it. And yet he had humor, and yet he had humility, and yet he knew that life had to be fun. And they say sometimes the dead haven't finished their living, and David's a really good example of that. And that's my story.
Well, thank you for that, Lucy. That's a really, I think, wonderful kind of personal counterpoint to some of the more, some of the conversations we've been hearing about his work. And in fact, in terms of him not having finished his living, the next thing people are going to hear as part of this program is from David himself, and a talk he gave called A Practical Guide to the Energy Descent, which touches on a lot of things that you're talking about. And I, again, really resonate with your story because, well, firstly, that sense of it being real. I mean, I remember I'd been sort of researching at that time, particularly sort of climate change and energy resource depletion, kind of on my own on the internet, and sometimes say there's no worse feeling than feeling like you're alone with the apocalypse, like you don't have any peer group around it. But at the same time, as you say, it's so hard to reconcile this sort of intellectual understanding you're gaining with the fact that you look outside the window and everything seems to be okay. And for me, I really remember this one time of reading about a collapse in the Russian grain harvest and then going to my local bakery and all the prices had doubled, and there was a sign in the window saying, grain prices have gone up because of this. And it was suddenly like, it's escaped from my computer, it's out there in the world. And as you say, David, I don't know, as you say, I think humor was a big part of it. He had this way of sort of approaching things with a very gentle seriousness that just made it come real. And similarly, I remember when I found out that David had died, I was with my friend Mark Boyle, and David and I had been, he was away in Amsterdam and we'd been planning to meet on the Monday when he got back, and suddenly his friend Biff messaged me to say that this had happened. And as you say, there's the personal grief and loss, but also this sense not just of loss, but of lostness. Like that was my, I don't know, my navigator, my provider of compass points. Weirdly, I had a bit the same feeling when Leonard Cohen died more recently. It was like, his music had this way of providing some kind of spiritual signposting, and the idea that I would never have new content from him. Just as you say, it's that sense both of lostness and then shortly afterwards a sense of, well, then I've got to step up, haven't I? Like I can't just not respond to this stuff. I've got to figure out how I do it without these people. And I guess maybe that's something to talk about for the last 5 minutes or so, is how his influence is in play in the present, and how it's relevant to to the times that are unfolding now. I mean, certainly, I mean, it's 5 years now since Playing for Time came out, your book. Do you have a sense of the impact that that's bringing in the world? And also, you taught as part of our David Fleming inspired course, Surviving the Future: Conversations for Our Time, which will be running again in January and February 2021. Well, either of us could say something about that space and how that's yeah, in my experience, providing, I mean, the reason we called it Conversations for Our Time is because these are such bewildering times, at least for so many people. And one of my favorite lines from David's work is, "Do nothing that matters without consulting a conversation." And so a big part of the aim was to provide a space where people could have those conversations if they're in that space of not having any compass points, not knowing who to talk to, not knowing how to make it feel real, that we could provide a space for people to talk to each other, and also to talk to people like yourself who've been grappling with this stuff for a bit longer than many people. So yeah, I don't know if you have a sense of how David's influence applies today.
I think that the thing he was very clear about was about the relationship between the sort of international or the global and the very local and the very sort of grassroots and grounded, literally, where you are. And I, for example, I'd worked internationally all my life. I'd run an international theatre festival, but I was growing in conviction that a knowledge really that it's the work you do at your feet, it's the work you do outside your door, it's the work you do immediately where you are in your community, from which change can seed and grow. And he was very, not only encouraging, but that the role of the local was very important. And in our conversations around sort of art and culture and Playing for Time, he was very adamant, because I was coming from a slightly traumatized place, which recognized that all the international artists, I mean, in a way, I'm speaking now to my sort of fellow creative practitioners in a cultural sector that's very dependent on movement and mobility and international travel and things like that. But actually the richness, and this has been very interesting during COVID and lockdown, is that it is those players that are based locally, whether it's Battersea Arts Centre or homes and houses where people can gather and convene, and you can still be working with an international context, but it's how you hold spaces that are creative and convivial and peaceful and open to all and open to everyone for everything. Those are where the seeds are coming from. That is where the growth, whether we call it a regenerative culture or whatever it is. But so the answers, and I think David always emphasized this, that although it's such a challenge, so many of the answers are so simple, and they're ones that we do know about, and he was very entranced, I think, by all the ways in which we celebrate, and that may be celebrate and honoring to gather around loss, death or grief, but also to celebrate, to honor our joy and our dancing and our singing, and those two go hand in hand in any life. And I think that all those lessons, they're just there all the time in terms of how we keep coming back. It's a sort of return really to how we hold our courage, how we share our stories, how we constantly kind of feed and nourish this sense of what is possible around a story of care. And it's that simple, I call it an aesthetics of care. It is about beauty and love and life, but how do we care? How do we care for one another? How do we care for the land we live on? How do we care for, it's about how we're going to care for things. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that says it perfectly, to be honest, because it can be so overwhelming, can't it, when you're looking at, especially, huge global issues, biodiversity loss or climate destabilization, or how on earth do you engage with this as a person? It's just too big. And I often think, we're always told that people are really apathetic and they're not doing anything. I often think it's not apathy. Like, people care, they just don't see what they can do about it. And it's perfectly rational in a way, if there's a huge problem that you can't do anything about, to focus your attention on things that you feel you can do something about. And as you say, like, what's really wonderful about David's work for me is that it brings us back to scale where we can act. He has this wonderful line: large scale problems do not require large scale solutions. They require small scale solutions within large scale frameworks. And I remember mentioning that in a talk once, and this guy I hadn't met at the time, Jimmy Skinner, who's involved with the New Economics Foundation, came up to me after the talk and pulled his notebook out of his pocket, and inside the front cover he'd scribbled that, like, years before. That was like his little motto that he always carried with him. And I think it's such a potent insight. I mean, it certainly changed my life, because for those of us who, I mean, a lot of people just get on with, growing food and loving their neighbors and don't need this. But for those of us who can sometimes get caught up in all the big scale stuff and feel a bit overwhelmed, like, to have someone like David who's got that large scale understanding and can lead you through the threads of it back to the understanding that genuinely, with eyes wide open to all of this, the most important thing we can do is look after our local ecology and look after our local community, and defend and build those things. It's empowering. It's empowering to realize that that's what we do.
To recognize the role of warm spaces, to recognize the role of conviviality, to recognize the role of hospitality, to recognize the role of being at peace. That's a tough one, but it's the only way we'll find that we can engage and learn from each other, if we feel not threatened, but and not led by fear. But we have to see these senses of what can be done and how we do change big fighty conflict making systems, which are crushing and killing. So it's we're up against monstrous dangers, and that's not the earth, that's not the flooding and the fires, that's just the power structures. So it's a big call, and you need to make those warm spaces work for people, so they feel that courage themselves, and I think the thing about David dying on us was we had to jump ourselves. He wasn't going to hold our hand. We'd have to find other ways of doing it, and so it required that kind of leap of faith. And for example, in 2019, I mean, I love to kind of imagine what David would have made of all our XR and taking to the roads and being in the streets and things. But there was a moment when we launched Culture Declares Emergency, which was a sort of movement wide amongst the cultural and arts sector to make a declaration of a climate and ecological emergency. And our launch event was very dramatic, and kind of, we had a white horse and we walked across Waterloo Bridge, and we visited the South Bank and the National Theatre and the Tate, and the White Horse with a rider wearing this extraordinary grass-grown coat that Dan Harvey and Heather Ackroyd had made. And there was just a moment at the beginning of that when we just stepped into the road. Now, I've worked practically all my life with local authorities getting permissions to close roads and fire officers. It takes months and months and months and months to get those permissions. And that morning, We just stepped into the road. Obviously, we had to X our help to do that. And I think that's what we all need to do. And that's what David kind of put us in a position where we didn't have a choice when he died. We just had to step into the road. You know, we just had to take that leap of faith. We just had to take our own permission for audacious action and just get on with it.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Lucy. And I think the talk we're about to hear from David, hopefully, for those of us who are getting on with just taking action, hopefully will be a reminder of that he's got our backs, and that the resources that he put out there are still there.
And he was strategic, and it was his strategic thinking and balancing, you know, the past and the future, and understanding what the strategy for the future has to be. You know, it wasn't random, it wasn't accidental. It had these very clear, you know, lean logic. It had this, his line of sight. It was his line of sight that was so valuable. Perspicacity, my favorite word.
Yeah, that's definitely a David Fleming word. Okay, well, thank you, Lucy. And
Thank you for the
and now
chance
we're segueing into the aforementioned talk, David Fleming's A Practical Guide to the Energy Descent.
Gosh, what a lot of people. I've never talked to as many people before. The first thing to do is to make sure you can all hear me and that this isn't too loud or there aren't any complaints about the noise. Right. Okay, second thing to do is to turn it off. Oh, bother, that wasn't, oh, there we are. That was a bad start. I just thought. There we are. That's what's meant. Well, they blow past us like straws in the wind. We hear about the energy problem, and we hear about the climate problem, and the water problem, and the soil problem, and the fish problem, and the acidic oceans problem, and the decline of religions, and the decline of social cohesion, and the decline of social capital. Well, what are we to make of this? Well, there are two things that we could possibly make of it. One is a very dark view indeed about how these problems won't be solved in terms which will leave our society in anything like the condition we're used to. And the other view is that if we do a lot of the right things very quickly, then we will be able to save ourselves from the worst consequences. I take the first view, what is normally regarded as the pessimistic view, but I think it's absolutely right, particularly this evening, since we're very privileged to have with us Lord Oxborough, who is teaching at Dartington, as a former chairman of Shell, to say that there is another view. And broadly speaking, though he is more than capable of speaking for himself, he takes the more optimistic view. So do bear in mind that whatever I say, there is only one view of the matter, and that Lord Oxborough may want some sort of right of reply or some corrective at the end. Having said that, I personally have no doubt about the situation that we're in, and in many ways it's not a good situation. In fact, in most ways, it's not a good situation. The only way in which it is a good situation is that it has been seen before, and that this is the normal way that the life cycle of a large civic society works out. They don't have just one problem, they have many, all coming at them at the same time. And they realize that problem after problem overwhelms them, and the civic society dies. And as it dies, it breaks up. There is a very sharp decline in population. And as in the case, as some of you may have been there last night when we were talking about this, there is a decline in technology along to a situation which is much worse than the situation from which it began. And in the case of the last time it happened in Britain, we have to remember that this is a cyclical event, which has happened something like 25 times before in the history of the world. The last time it happened in Britain, it was in the case of the Romans, and they arrived in Britain to find a thriving Celtic society in the High Iron Age, quite well developed, with good tools, good farming equipment, ability to make pots and to make roof tiles. And when they left, society crashed, the population was cut down, as the Venerable Bede said, like ripe corn. And many of their technologies declined. And one technology which I will show you a quick picture of, and I haven't got many quick pictures to show you, but I think is particularly telling, is of some cows. I'm going to move it. And there we see, except I can't see them, there we see there are 3 cows. Number one is a Celtic cow. And as you see, this has been measured by archaeologists. You may wonder how it comes about that archaeologists have managed to measure a Celtic cow. But they have, in fact, many, many times. Apparently, Celtic cows and all other cows leave remains for archaeologists to measure in future generations. And true to their kind, the Celtic cow was left clear evidence that your average Celtic cow was 115.5 millimeters tall. Okay, and then along came the more advanced Roman civilization. And the average cow there was a quite obviously heftier looking beast with a bigger bottom and higher, fiercer looking cow, 120 millimeters tall. And then the Romans went from the early medieval was a sort of 6th century cow. That's a 6th century cow, which is 112 millimeters tall. And clearly not only sort of substantially less tall, but clearly a smaller, lighter beast for a smaller, lighter, sort of leaner, early medieval society. Right. Well, it seems that the story, what history is telling us, is that in the last sort of 20,000 years or so, 15,000 years of history, there has been a very sort of positive sort of undertow, a sort of Barkian ground base of human settlements. That is to say, people living in rural villages, carrying on, inventing religions, inventing dairy systems, inventing agriculture. And from time to time, something absolutely dramatic happens, and up pops a big civic society and produces cathedrals and pyramids and absolutely astonishing things, and invents emperors and judges and writes books and plays. And then it has this glorious sort of 4 or 5 centuries, sometimes substantially longer, of civic life. And then, like a flower, it dies, and the life goes back to a sort of normal, the ground base of rural villages. I think that's what's happening at the moment, except I think there is one wrinkle which hasn't happened before, and that is that our civic society is not only a civic society that's like sort of pop back into sort of oblivion like the previous ones have, but in our case, ours is a global one, so that any damage it causes is not going to be sort of left with traces of deserts in various parts of the world, which we can explore and send archaeologists to explore. But it actually is something which could actually turn the whole world into a desert. That's one problem. Another problem which is related to it is that it's harder actually to put your finger on any part of our society which in fact isn't part of the civic society. So the idea that one could go back to the decentralized rural villages and they were to pick up the pieces and carry on for the next 1,000 years until someone develops a new way of doing it is beginning to look a little bit odd. Maybe what we really ought to be thinking about, above all, is protecting and rescuing and preserving and ensuring the survival of that ground base of rural villages. Are there any really rural villages left in England? One does wonder. Or are they just outposts of towns, driving urban cars and using urban energy systems and eating urban food and going on urban holidays and earning urban incomes? Well, I leave it to you to judge. I'm looking rather as though we are a globally urban society. What I would like to suggest that what we ought to concentrate on above all is localization in the full sense of the word, rediscovering the rural locality. It seems to me that is the urgent thing for us to do. There are many people determined to protect gene pools of various plants. What we have to do is to protect the gene pool of human society. And that is what is endangered, in my view. Right, I'm now going to turn to a positive and more uplifting sort of stage of my talk by saying that there are many things we can do. And even though Lord Oxburgh and I may disagree in a very friendly way on a number of topics, we can probably agree on many of the solutions, which is a good thing, but I don't like agreement to be taken too far. Fundamentally, we do disagree. Let me assure you that. Well, it seems to me that if one puts all these straws in the wind, catches some of them and sort of lays them out on one's sort of desk and examines them, they have a number of qualities in common. And one of the qualities they're in common is that they are all in some way related to energy. They're all related in a lot of other ways as well, but one can only do one thing at a time, and let's actually say they are all related to energy. Then one can ask oneself whether it might be possible, possibly, to think of it a little bit like a cat's cradle. I seem to remember in the mists of time, when I was about 3, some of my sort of elder women acquaintances used to make cat's cradles, which I couldn't. And they showed, I don't know whether this ever happened to any of you, but anyway, it certainly did happen to me, unless I dreamt it. Anyway, they held the cat's cradle in one hand, and they pulled the string with the other, and it sort of closed up, I seem to remember. Does that ring any bells with you? It does, right, yeah, okay, right. So all you have to do is just pull one string, and all these other bits sort of close up. So I always thought that, I have a sort of long-term memory for a lot of things like that. And they sort of stuck in my mind, and I've never been able to make one. But now there's a theory which, well, I'm making up for it now by saying, well, let's just use it as a metaphor. Since I can't actually make one myself, let's actually use this for what the story might tell us. Well, that story is a story about energy. And there are some things one can do about energy. And if one gets energy right, then a lot of other things will come right too. Well, I think the way to get energy right is to put all energy under sort of a very, very clear, very simple 4-part plan. And I think it's only fair to call it lean energy, because I think it's a jolly good name, and everything I do is lean. So lean energy is what it's called. And the 4-part plan, part number 1 is this is part 1 is fairly conventional stuff. You'll have heard this about 25 times before, if not 25,000. First thing, we ought to apply very quickly all the conservation technologies which are available, and they are actually awash with possibilities and in prototypes of conservation systems that do wonderful things, which make it possible to live in a cold climate in a house without any use of fossil fuels. Indeed, from time to time, even to export energy. One can use, people are inventing cars that can go long distances on a fraction of the fuel, and much of that fuel is generated by solar energy. And there are many other systems. In engineering, there are lots of ways in which one can run a factory without using a lot of energy from the national grid by rethinking the way one's heating pipes and one's pumps and one's machinery, and thinking about the reduction technology in fundamentally different ways. And there's lots of rhetoric one can produce about this, and lots of the rhetoric is actually true. And if you want to know any more detail about this, I recommend you should read a book called Natural Capitalism by Paul Hawken and Amory Lovins. And Hunter Lovins. And some of it, actually, that is hyperbole, because they seem to assume that the supplies of gas are going to be almost unlimited, and the only task for oil in the future of any significance is going to be to hold the ground up, I quote. Nonetheless, everybody is entitled to a certain amount of insanity, and their insanity is fairly harmless as insanity goes. So if any of you want to know about the technology, the conservation technologies, then do read that book. There are probably other even better books, but nonetheless, it's good fun reading that book. Now, there's a second thing one should do is not at all like that. You probably won't have heard it 25 times before. You may not have heard it at all, but you may have. You never know, which is really developing something called structural change, which is in fact almost incomprehensible as I describe it, but the proximity principle is a little bit more clear. And if there is a disagreement about solutions between, I won't mention the gentleman more than once or twice more, between Lord Oxborough and me, it may well be that he is not giving the same emphasis to structural change as I am, and that is the essential difference that would come in the solutions we're talking about. By structural change, by proximity principle, I'm talking about an absolutely radical rethink of the whole of the way we run our political economy. Our whole use of land, our whole use of transport, the way we grow food, the way we import, the way we spend our time, the way we do absolutely everything. I imagine a society without transport. Well, I think such a society would have various qualities. One, that it would be absolutely wonderful. The other thing, it's absolutely likely, because it seems to me that the oil peak is going to come very quickly and very abruptly and very untidily and very soon. Because as the oil market changes, it'll change from being a buyer's market, nice and easily controlled buyer's market, that is to say, not controlled by a buyer's market, smoothly self-regulating with 6 billion buyers around the world, to being a seller's market with six tough guys in control, each one of which will be living a wonderful life with their Cadillacs and so on for the 6 months that they survive before they're shot by their brother, and then exports from that country will close down and we'll be without oil. I kid you not, because that's what happens when markets break down. Markets are smoothly running. It's called the law of large numbers. One of the fundamental things of statistics as applied to economics. You have lots and lots of people involved in the system runs smoothly. And that is what isn't going to happen, because round about 2009, 2010, thereabouts, nobody knows when the oil peak is going to happen. But they know it is going to happen. We're going to change from a smooth buyer's market to a very unsmooth seller's market. When that happens, transport will begin to cough. If we ever run out of petrol, which I have from time to time in the days when I used to drive a car, it doesn't run out of petrol smoothly, it coughs, and you think a car seems to have got a cold, and then it stops. And that's what's going to happen. There will be periods of 2 or 3 weeks during which we don't have enough fuel, and then it'll come back again. The government will say, that's okay. Our clever international negotiations restored the energy. Aren't we clever? And you'll be driving around, and then another 3 months will go by, and then it'll be a 4-week outage. It'll be a deeper outage. And those outages will get deeper and deeper until eventually it actually does break down. So it's very likely we will be without transport. And we have to think now about what a society without transport would be. Anyway, the proximity principle, in summary, means producing things and making things in the same place as they are actually going to be used. Probably all I need to say about that. You can imagine how fundamental this would be. And I do think, actually, we need to recognize, I think there's a slight diversion, I think you need to recognize how wonderful it would be without transport if we actually think of the values of English poetry and English society and English life. Much of it actually is about the pleasure of actually being in one place. May she be like some green laurel rooted in one dear perpetual place, as W.B. Yeats said in that prayer. Wonderful, wonderful poem, which I'm sure you've got in your anthology, as a prayer for my daughter. All the values that I ever need, all put together in one book. And Ben Jonson on Penshurst House, that wonderful poem, and Marvel on Appleton, and that house, a great tew, where all the thinking that produced ended up with the turmoil of the Civil War came from. All the great things that have happened in English society have happened very much. They've happened at home. We're a very much home-based society. So we will be becoming a home-based society, whether we like it or not. Let's make sure we prepare for it. Anyway, that's the second thing we need to do on energy. That's the proximity principle. That's a difficult thing. That is the fundamental change. When the society which would exist after that had happened would be not recognizable relative to the society we have at the moment. And the third thing one needs to do, but only after those things have been done, either done or thought through in detail, then and only then should we start thinking about renewables. The idea of thinking about renewables before that's happened is absurd. And the reason we do this is because there are various top-down bureaucratic instructions, such as the non-fossil fuel obligation, which require the government to apply certain criteria, which involves them building wind turbines in various places and attaching to the national grid, which is going to be in deep trouble. So when the national grid gets into deep trouble in that it can't import the gas it needs to run, then it'll close down, and it will no longer be able to even to accept the energy produced by the turbines. If you've got a system which is in trouble, what you don't do is attach your backup system to the system that's in trouble. You have a parallel system, and you think about it in a completely fresh way. We need to think about renewables in a completely fresh way, and only after we've thought about conservation and structural change. That is the first three legs of energy policy. That's really all you need to know about energy policy, actually. Just think about it for a second while I have a drink. Well, there is one more thing we need to know about energy policy, I think, I would suggest, and that is that it's quite difficult to get there. And what we need to get there is actually to involve the people. We, the people, need to be involved. And we shouldn't be told what to do by people who think they know. We need to have a system which gets us involved and gives us an incentive to be involved in an entirely intelligent way. Well, the good news, I have to say, that there is such a system, and it's called tradable energy quotas. And I would like to tell you very briefly about tradable energy quotas, not what I'm here for, but I will tell you about them very, very briefly. How do I begin? Well, maybe I should just begin by saying what was bugging me over this curry. The usual things that bug me over curry is that a lot of people have been talking for a long, long time about the case for taxes, for various forms of carbon tax, and I think that's a bad idea for a lot of reasons. I mean, reasons such as you have a tax which is effective enough to affect the rich, then it's going to absolutely destroy the poor. I mean, things like that. And in the future, given the sort of things that are going to happen to us, we're not going to be a rich society, and therefore, if we apply a heavy carbon tax, then there'll be many people who can't afford it at all. We're actually going to be a cash-strapped society, so an additional tax that makes us even more cash-strapped is not a good idea. And there are lots of other reasons, and let's go into the other reasons. They're really too obvious. I don't want to insult your intelligence. So what one needs is a system, a rationing system, like the systems I remember when I was but a lad during the war, but better, because we have electronics now, and coupons used to fall behind the piano, so it meant that we were out of bread for a week. So it actually makes more sense to have it electronic, and it really, I mean, someone had to think about how to work an electronic rationing system, because we're going to need one anyway, because when the oil and gas outages come, we'll need a way of rationing. It's probable the government has got supplies of ration books stacked up in a warehouse in Virginia Water, and they're probably sending next Monday they'll send a civil servant down to dust them down. But there are better ways of doing it, and TEX is a better way of doing it. TEX is a short word for tradable energy quotas, as maybe some of you already know. Anyway, I'll just explain how they work very quickly, but many of you know. They are a very simple system in that the total amount of energy in the economy is divided initially, well, not later, as you'll see, into the two sort of groups. One is all the energy that's used by individuals, and the other is all the energy that's used by absolutely everybody else, the government and every other energy user. And at the moment, that split is around about 40-60. And 40% of all energy, about 100% of all the energy is divided up into coupons, rather, actually one should say units, and that 40% of them are distributed free, unconditionally, to all users, and that is called the entitlement. And 1 year's supply of units is distributed to all users, and that is a rolling year. That is to say, at the end of 1 week, it's topped up with another week. And so we always have 1 year's supply of energy units, electronic energy units in our pockets, so to speak, at all times. The rest is distributed in a different way, but it's an entirely uncreative scheme. I haven't invented a single thing here because I don't have any imagination. And it applies something called the tender, and as I'm sure you know, the treasury bills and government debt are distributed every week by the government. It's something called the tender, and banks and 35 banks and brokers distribute, bid for these instruments, and then distribute them to their various clients in a very, very simple electronic way. And that is a very simple thing. So the whole, every energy user in the economy has their allowance of units, and every time they buy energy, they surrender units. Right, well, I'm now going to sort of show you one or two of the sort of key things. One of the first thing I'm going to show you is the budget. That is the fundamental thing. At the in the first year, there is a certain quantity of text units distributed, which is not very far different from the quantity that actually used at that time anyway. I mean, just at the very moment of announcing that this is going to happen, should the government actually ever do this, there will be something which economists like to know as the, I don't know why they call it this, but there you go, it's called the announcement effect. And it actually means that when the government announces something, people actually assume it's already happened and they sort of take action. So just the process of announcing this is going to happen will immediately get people to do quite a lot of things by way of energy saving. So that the budget can be set in quite a stiff budget. That's the first thing I'm going to show you. I'm going to show the budget and how it works, very briefly. It's two very simple little pictures. And then I'm going to show the market and how that works. But that's over on the computer. I'm going to have to move this off again. So, sorry. Right. Sorry, those are the cows again. You've seen that. Right. Yes. Well, there, as promised, that is a picture of the text budget. And it's a forecast, it's set over 20 years, except I've only shown 15 years of that because I thought you can imagine the last 5. But it's in groups of periods of 3. There's a commitment, which is it's a binding budget. Then it's a more or less binding budget called the intention, and then it's a forecast which goes on for the following 20 years, and which is a pretty simple diagram, isn't it, actually? And this is how it rolls along. In next year, you see the first year is used up, and another year is added towards the end. And what's exciting about that is actually more exciting than it looks, because in fact it gives everybody a chance to plan ahead. I imagine you're in the first year. There'll be no problem. I mean, all you have to do is just change your light bulbs. So I'm sure everybody in this room has already done that. Or whatever the next thing is to change your light bulbs. So decide to go and see your mother-in-law slightly less often than you do at the moment. A few, or maybe that'd be too contentious. But anyways, a few fairly simple things like that. But then what it tells you is that in 20 years' time, 15 years' time, then 20 years' time, the problem is going to be very fierce indeed. And so you're actually going to need to think very hard indeed about what to do. And actually that budget is going to have to go down so fast, you're going to have to think very hard indeed, and you'll start off by not having a slightest clue what to do, because nobody has a slightest clue about how to cope within 20 years with a very substantially reduced budget, apart from bearing in mind the 3 criteria of lean energy which I've outlined. But it's okay to outline these things in theory, but actually doing them in practice is another matter. So what I'm saying is you will need to do 2 things. One is you will need to work with each other as a local community in ways of how to do this, because most of these things are only possible if they're done at the level of the locality. You can't do them as individuals. So you really, I'm sure in Totnes you do talk to each other already. You'll be talking to each other even more than you do at the moment. And other communities where they don't talk to each other will have to start doing so. There will be a real sense of community, common purpose. And the second thing you will need, obviously, I say you will need to do, it sounds a bit authoritarian, I don't mean that at all, but anyway, to say it this way, you will need to do is to imply your ingenuity and intelligence. And that is something which, unfortunately, I think has tended to sort of drop out of the scene for quite a lot, for a few years since the end of the Second World War. It's almost regarded as not politically correct to think, particularly politically correct to think about something which actually makes a difference. Broadly, it was forecast by the sociologist Emil Durkheim some time ago that we're becoming a more and more managerial society, that is to say that there are various bureaucrats who tell you what to do. And one of the first things you've got to do is to stop thinking, well, texts are a framework which is only possible to survive if you think. Okay, so that's a budget. I think you've probably seen that long enough. I'm now going to make that clear by showing you a picture of the market. I suppose I could do it from over there, couldn't I? Couldn't I? This is better. Until this works. Yes, it does. Right. How's that? Okay, you're now about to see a picture of the market for tradable energy quotas. And it begins in the middle with something called the Energy Policy Committee. I told this was a non-creative, non-imaginative scheme, in that that's a direct sort of copy of the Monetary Policy Committee, an independent policy committee, independent of the government, that actually is paid to use their intelligence and expertise to set a budget and set not interest rates, but set the carbon budget. And that is the core of the scheme. And one of the crucial points about this, it means that the government is actually not part of this scheme in a direct way. So it's removed from the political process. It does give the government something much more important to do, which I shall come to in a minute. But essentially it's a hands-off, clean scheme in which the Energy Policy Committee is in charge. And then that sets the carbon budget, as you see, which is what I've already explained. And then above the carbon budget, there's something called the Quota Co, which is a sort of a name which is for the registrar. And the registrar, in effect, there'll no doubt be an office attached, but essentially it's a large computer. It's a large computer database, which is exactly the same kind of database which has been used for many, many years in managing investment trusts, and investment funds and unit trusts and things like that, and pension funds. So the technology is already there, just a little bit bigger than the ones that they've used so far. And then what the Quota Co does is it issues units, and it issues units in something that's called the issue. I like to keep things simple here. And then in two parts, as described before, 40% is an entitlement and 60% is a tender. And below me, that all goes down into one market, except if there is a trading market there, which in fact would be very similar, in fact, if not almost identical, to markets that already exist. Everybody's involved, anybody can trade in the market, that feels like it. And someone gets some money out of it, namely the government gets some money out of it, and they can actually, you see that money, that pound sign coming down in the bottom left-hand corner, if you look carefully, that's money going into the government's pocket. I just want to say that again, the money going into the government's pocket to be used for good purposes, such as helping us actually to reduce our energy demand. And then it flows. So this is the other non-creative thing about this. It is based on something very exciting called the value-added tax system, which is based on value-added. And this is carbon-added. So it just flows around in exactly the same way as carbon value-added systems. And then it flows up through those various stages. What I can't read them at the moment. Yes, I hope I can't read my own chart. Right, yes, yeah, to the fuel and electricity retailers and wholesalers and fuel extractors. That is to say, I didn't really need to read it actually. I knew it anyway. I mean, the thing is, when you go to a petrol station, you buy the petrol and you surrender money. I mean, you give over the money, and then you also give over your units. And then those units go up through to the wholesaler, and then they go up to the refiners, and then finally they go back to the company that took the oil out of the ground in the first place, or the company that exported it, and they're surrendered then finally back to the, oh gosh, I didn't mean to do that, finally back to, oh dear, oh, these technologies things are so difficult. Anyway, finally then they're surrendered back into Quota Co, and so it closes the loop. Well, that's really all there is to say about that, actually. It's a very simple system. I should actually say one or two little things about it, because I tell you one thing about tradable energy quotas. It's actually, I think it's very rather bad for your personality. People there is a phenomenon which I've noticed for quite a long time. If something's got a fairly descriptive title, then people think, well, that's all I need to know about it, really. I don't need to read a book about it or find out any more about it. All I need, the title is enough. And small is beautiful. Talking to the students about this yesterday. Small is beautiful is a fine example. It says on the title, small is beautiful. I mean, who needs to read the book? That's all you really need to know. About small things being beautiful. I mean, it saves us so much time not to have to read the book. And tradable energy quotas are very like that, really. You know they're tradable, and they know about energy, and you know their quotas, and that's really all you need to know. And then, of course, when you need to do that, you go to sleep and you think, oh, that doesn't work very well. He's got that wrong, and then you reinvent it. And, practically everywhere. I think I probably converted about sort of 30,000 people altogether about the joys of tradable energy quotas. And what that really means is 30,000 different versions of tradable energy quotas, and none of them agree. And so when the government sort of says, what about these tradable energy quotas? Everybody says, oh, I know what they are, and I know what they are. So the government's getting 30,000 different messages, and getting a little bit lost about this. For this reason, I'm going to outline very quickly, sort of 5 points, or maybe a few more, but roughly 5 points about it. Number one is a guarantee that the energy budget will be achieved, a guarantee. There's no way of not achieving the budget. Number two, it gives one time actually to achieve the results, which are the very difficult results that are needed. Number three, it doesn't remove energy, it doesn't remove money from the economy. So it leaves money in the hands of the people who are going to need money, sometimes a great deal of money, and sometimes involving a loss of income in what's happening. So it leaves money in the economy. Number four, which is absolutely essential, is that it's a form of rationing. Rationing is actually a good thing. It guarantees that people will get access to the rations they need. And if they don't get access to the rations they need, they're in trouble. So all forms of versions of text which are going around about transferring money to people, that makes no difference at all, because if the rich actually have more money one way or another, then they can get all the energy that's going away. It has to be a ration, a direct ration, defined in terms of the good itself rather than in terms of money. Number five, how many up to? 5? Roughly. Thank you very much. Sorry, I was once talking to the Liberal Democrats, without a glass of water next to me, and your tongue and mouth goes completely dry, I can't understand. And that was the end of that, really. It's terrible. So that explains. Yeah, number 5 is Thomas. Sorry about this autobiography. I'm getting back to the point now. Number 5 is the hands-off scheme, which is that there's been lots of stuff about how the public will need to be educated, which sounds pretty patronizing to me. Anyway, that's what they say about how to use it. Actually, the public, whoever they are, will hardly need to be educated, whatever that is, in it, because the whole thing is done by card and by direct debit, and they'll be barely aware of using it. All they'll be aware of actually is the reality of the budget going down, and the reality that they really are going to have to work together very, very much indeed, to get their energy consumption down. So it's a hands-off scheme. Number 6 is that the government at last has a useful job to do, for goodness sake. And that job is enabling us to achieve that budget, because the government will have a moral authority to do this, because the government itself is going to be having to work within the budget. They're going to have to buy every little bit of unit, all the units they need. The Army and Navy are going to have to buy units. Hospitals, everywhere, even Prime Ministerial cars driving all the way from Downing Street to the House of Commons. We're going to have to buy units to do this. So they'll be in deep trouble, as you can see, and they'll be feeling the pain. And because they'll be feeling the pain, they'll know the pain we feel, and therefore they will have to help us, and they will actually have a positive job. They will have the carrots. It's the carbon policy committee which will have the stick. A clear division between carrot and stick. A clear a criterion for good systems thinking. For systems thinking, the government's going to have this effective job to do. And then number 7. I'm sorry, there are more than 6. Well, number 7. It is something that can be done unilaterally. People say, "Oh, we can't do this because it'll stop us being competitive." I don't care very much about being competitive, but a lot of other people should do, so I should go through the motions of caring about being competitive. If one actually were, it's ludicrous to imagine that we wouldn't be able to do so, because the European Union would obviously have to do it at the same time. If, as a series of national schemes, but we'll come back to this, but if the UK were the first in, and the only one to do this, just think of the competitive advantage we would have. We would develop tremendously competitive industries. Our export trade in terms of energy saving would absolutely rocket. Our demand for energy per unit of output would crash. We'd have the moral authority and leadership of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we would be off to the races. Unfortunately, it's not going to be as good as that, because I have no doubt that when we do it, other people will be doing it at the moment. And actually the more realistic and the positive thing, which is just about marginally possible, I wouldn't put it higher than that, is that it would be a European coordinating scheme. Now, this is absolutely crucial. It is absolutely not an international scheme. It would not work as an international scheme. It's a national scheme. I will say this again, ladies and gentlemen, it's a national scheme, and if it's worked on a European-wide basis, then that's a European-wide coordinated basis with every European nation working on a national basis within the European-wide framework. So every Europe would have different budgets working on different criteria in different languages with different budgets, different governments giving it different approaches. There would be what is absolutely essential to good system thinking. There would be diversity and there would be modularity. The principle is, my mantra for the moment, if one wants to do a big task, you don't set up a large system to do it. You set up small systems to do it, working within a large structure. That is essential. Large-scale tasks need small-scale systems working within a large coordinating structure. Right. My last observation about tradable energy quotas before going on to the next topic is something called pull. Something called pull. I can't. Sorry, not my fault, Gov. It's as if technology doesn't like me. Anyway, this thing, I think you know what I mean now. The word, you've got the word, yes. Well, this comes from something which I won't go into in any detail. It's called lean thinking, which is a form of management thinking which was developed in that well-known source of inspiration to us Greens, which is the Toyota motor industry in Japan of 1940s and 1950s. And they developed a scheme, to cut a long story short, which actually is so well organized and so well defined that it's more or less obvious that if anything goes wrong, that anything happens on the production line, it's more or less obvious to the people on the production line what needs to be done about it. So you don't need to have a lot of heavy-duty managers pointing at the problem and telling people to get on with it and doing it and they're doing the thinking for them. The workers are actually not only required but encouraged and enabled to think and actually apply their own ingenuity. So it's a bottom-up scheme within a top-down framework. Guess what? This is exactly how systems should work. So, in fact, it's a non-authoritarian scheme which requires, I think the point that I came in on, it requires people to work together and apply their intelligence and ingenuity to achieve it. That's a bit of an abrupt ending to tradable energy quotas, but that's all I'm going to say about that, and I'm going to move on to the next thing, which again was turning this off, I think. Yes, it does. Right. Now, you may think this had nothing to do with what I've just been talking about, but it actually is central to it, and you will see the connection very soon. One of the things that's going on at the moment, of course, one of the things everybody recognizes going on, it's an entirely uncontroversial thing. Maybe the only uncontroversial thing I would say is that we do consume an enormous number of goods, a vast quantity, a most prodigious quantity of goods. You may wonder why we do produce this, and then we can also divide the quantity of goods, this huge quantity of goods, into two groups. One is the goods you enjoy consuming. The other goods, the goods you don't particularly enjoy consuming. You hardly know you do, but you've got to because there ain't no choice. And the goods you enjoy are sort of things like food and shirts and toothpaste, dinners out, things like that. The things you don't particularly enjoy are things such as the police force and transport systems and mechanics and people to get rid of sewage and the barges that go down the Thames to dump rubbish in various places. I never know where they go, but presumably somewhere it goes. Those sorts of things. And there's two different kinds of goods. And there are no particularly good names for those kinds of goods. I've been studying economics for a long time, and there are three names which kind of more or less circle around the problem, but someone may contradict me on this, but economics doesn't really recognize that these goods exist. The three names that are widely used in economics are regrettable necessities, which is quite a good name, invented by Robert and Nancy Ruddles in 1960. And then there's something called defensive expenditure, which I needn't tell you about, which takes a long, long time. It's a 10-week course on defensive expenditure, but it's very simple, really. And the third one is intermediate goods, and none of these really actually get it, but the intermediate goods is the closest thing. And what intermediate goods are, as I mean them, is this. I've got a definition of intermediate goods, which I shall now show you. Right. Oh, keep on doing this, not sure. Okay, intermediate goods are things which are necessary given the size and structure that we happen to have at the moment, but are regrettable in that we don't actually get any pleasure from them. If a way could be found of getting along without them, we would be better off. Well, I don't know about you, but whenever I'm confronted by a definition, my brain switches off. I really haven't the slightest clue what they mean. So I'm going to explain something about this. And in order to do that, I'm going to say something about size. Size is a funny thing. Well, the scale is the better word. Scale is a funny thing. One tends to think that a large-scale something is a kind of large-scale version of a small thing. Well, actually, it isn't. I hope that makes sense to you. But I'll now explain what this does actually mean. Is that if you scale something up, you don't end up with just a bigger version of what you started with. You end up with something which is qualitatively different. And the person who pointed this out was J.B.S. Haldane, the great scientist, and the guys were times when guys were great and allowed to smoke pipes in their official portraits in 1927. And he wrote this wonderful article called On Being the Right Size, which explains the difficulty of being an elephant. Actually, the difficulty of being anything bigger than a slug, really, or a centipede. I mean, as soon as you start really getting that ambitious, then you start having to sort of invent ways of respiring and breathing, because slugs can breathe through their skin, and if you can't breathe through your skin, you've got to think of another way of doing it. And lungs is one of the solutions for this, and they're very, very complicated, and they're very extensive, and a huge amount of surface area. And then you also have to get rid of heat, otherwise you sort of get overheated and melt. And one way of doing that is your metabolism has to slow down, and you can end up by being so slow you get sort of dopey and get attacked by predators and things like that. So, or you need big ears. I mean, there are lots of ways around these things. Well, elephants have got big ears. I'm told that's one of the reasons why elephants do have big ears. But on the other hand, I don't know. Anyway, however, he also pointed out, one of the things that size does matter. I mean, there are a lot of reasons why we are the size we are. I mean, if we were very much smaller, for example, much smaller, you can imagine it'd be very difficult for us to handle fire, because it would have to be, the fires don't come that small, and well, they do, but you can't boil any porridge on them, And if you're very, very big, I mean, a fire was big enough to boil any porridge if you were a very big person. It would have to be a sort of conflagration, you burn the place down. So it's a very good thing we are the size we are, because fire is manageable. And also things like the size of our bones. If we're much bigger, we'd have to have enormous sort of legs like an elephant, which would be difficult. Well, it wouldn't be much different from my athletic performance, really. But that's another story. But nonetheless, and also it actually means we fall down less dramatically, because they're children, you can see them running ahead, and then sometime before you know where they are, they're flat on their face screaming before you've even seen them fall. Whereas because we're fairly tall, we have a sort of slow topple, rate of topple. So it's easier to stay upright. Whereas if you're much taller, we wouldn't fall very much. We'd fall very much. We'd have even a slower rate of topple. But if we did fall, we'd break every rib in our body, it'd be bad thing. So for a lot of reasons, size is rather crucial. One has to get the size right. Well, I'm actually talking about intermediate goods here, and well, the reason we having intermediate goods is because we're so big, and if we weren't so big, we would actually just be allowed to let our sort of sewage fall into the local river, and it would be also dissolved into pure water a mile downstream, and we wouldn't have to. It'd be very easy to run closed systems. And we wouldn't have to have a police force, because people would be looking out of the window all the time just to make sure nobody was doing any harm, and they get smacked over the wrist. If they did, and if we were very, very small, we'd be allowed to smack people over the wrist, because there wouldn't be the European Union, because they wouldn't be there, because we'd be small. So, okay, there are lots of... So, what I'm really saying is, intermediate goods exist because we're very large, and in fact, I think maybe this is a good moment to actually give you an illustration of what intermediate goods are, otherwise you think I'm being theoretical. And as you know, really, this is meant to be, the title of this is a practical guide to the energy descent, and so I will now give you a practical illustration of intermediate goods. This is probably the most boring list that you've ever seen in your life, which is why I've got to read it. Not only that, but it'll be followed by a list which is even more boring. So if you are feeling sleepy, now is the moment just to drop off for a little bit. I'm now going to read out two lists with percentages. Right. Oh, no, I'm not. Okay, intermediate goods. These are goods. I have to say that it's very hard actually to break out intermediate goods from non-intermediate goods, because they don't sort of break off cleanly. I mean, a loaf of bread, a lot of intermediate good in a loaf of bread, but it's travelled a long way. But actually the bread bit is okay, you don't really need the packaging. So the thing is, just bear in mind that, not all of these are pure intermediate goods. They're kind of sort of mixed up, but there are lots of intermediate good in all this, particularly in government expenditure. Okay, well, Social Security, I told you this is going to be boring. 31% of government expenditure is Social Security. 17% is health. And I'm going to go relentlessly right through this list, so you have been warned. 17% is health and social services. Oh, I can do this with this one, of course. Education, 13%. Defence is 8%. Law and order, 5%. Transport, 3%. And the rest is 13%, which is housing and urban, other local services, central government, management, finance, employment and training, industry and science, environmental management, international relations, heritage and leisure, and finally the debt interest, reserves and adjustments. Now the point is, the reason I'm telling you this is because here we are talking about localization, and we're talking about doing things for ourselves. We actually have to realize all the things we're actually going to be doing without, because when the energy problem hits, when it hits, these systems will fail. And these are the goods that we consume. We're going to have to think of other ways of supplying these. Food, non-alcoholic drinks, housing, motoring, leisure services, household goods, clothing and footwear, leisure goods, household services, alcoholic drinks, personal goods and services, fuel and power, fares, travel costs, and tobacco. Now, it's sort of getting real, really. These are the things that are supplied at the moment, and if we didn't have them, we would be in trouble. I'm going to give you some examples of intermediate goods in other societies. And one list of intermediate goods is described by an archaeologist called Colin Renfrew, Lord Renfrew, who is a wonderful man who describes how a society might be sort of, such as a Celtic Stone Age society, might be sort of carrying along, chuntering along absolutely fine, no problem at all, until they realise there are actually a few more people around, and so there actually is a slightly bigger demand for pots, things to drink out of than they thought. But the thing is that just at that time, all the pots are being made by the local. It's the peas, isn't it? Yeah. I've been saying an awful lot about pots, so we're going to have. I can't think of a solution to this. Anyway, this is the situation. So anyway, the farmers are making these pots, and every time they make the pots, they have to start up their stoves, and they have to get the clay, and they have to remind themselves how to do it, and it's all rather slow and inefficient. And it's not really working very well, and the quality of pots they're producing is not very good. And so, well, they say very, very reasonable. Well, actually, why don't we actually have some of us actually specialising in making pots and forgetting about the farming? So they think that's a really very good idea. So they do. So they set up some specialist pot makers. And as we know from having read our Adam Smith, that if you set out specialists to do something rather than having sort of a generalist doing the whole thing, you end up with an increase of productivity. I think he said 4,166 times as productive as you were before, something like that. Anyway, so that's what they do. And but then of course there is a trouble. But if you find if all the pots are being made by specialists, then that means they're not being made locally. In which case you have to have roads to carry them around, and you have got to have wagons and things like that. And then you have a tax to pay for the roads, which is quite reasonable, of course. I mean, you can't have roads without tax, really. Then you have to have administrators to administer the tax. And then, of course, the minister's got to live somewhere, so they have to live in towns. And then there are end up with more jobs in towns, and because administrators need people to work with, because they're just administrating tax, they can't do anything else, they can't cook or grow food or anything, so they need other people to work in towns. So population of towns arises, and then this begins to upset the social structure of the countryside, and so sexual routines isn't the right word, but sexual arrangements have changed, and so birth control systems begin to decline, so the population begins to rise. It's all because you want these pots, but anyway, and then you've got now. So the population rises, and then once the population has risen, then you actually need more food. So you say, well, that's okay. There are lots and lots of people around now. So you actually make an army, and you invade the neighbour, and you get the food, and actually you also get a lot of other things. And you become very rich, and things are going very well. And the result of it is that you need more pots. So it starts again. And all those things in that list, except the pots at the beginning and end, they all consist entirely of intermediate goods. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is one illustration of how intermediate goods occur. And the result of that, you get something which Colin Renfrew describes, which is nucleation. I'm going to show you what nucleation means. You actually already had a preview of it, which I didn't mean to show you, but I'll show you the real thing now, I think. Oh, no. How do you turn back? Oh, I know, you use this thing, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry about that. There we are. Right, sorry about how difficult that seemed to be. But anyway, that is not my diagram, it's Colin Renfrew's diagram of nucleation. And you begin with, it's a pre-pot society, and you begin with lots of villages, kind of the little totnesses, little Hopkins around the place. Those little dots on the left are places with Rob Hopkins in control, and people like him. But I'm going to see the place on the right is quite different. It's called nucleation, and you end up with actually fewer rural settlements, and some very large towns, and some absolutely enormous towns. And clearly, in enormous towns like that, you need authoritarian emperors and people like that to run it. So the whole thing becomes quite expensive to run, and you need lots of intermediate goods. And I think that story is quite satisfactory, but if something's satisfactory, the best thing to do is to add to it. And I'll tell you two more stories, but come to more or less the same conclusion, if that's all right. One is by a lady called Esther Boserup, who describes the development of agriculture. And you begin with hunting and gathering, which is a very, very energy efficient way of carrying on. You end up with you have a lot of free time. But then if you end up, am I running short of time? If you need more, I've got lots more to say. If you need more food, I will speed up. If you need more food, then okay, right, well you start felling some trees. It's called swidden agriculture, and it's very efficient because the trees leave behind, unless they're conifers, wherever Stefan is. I can't see him. There he is. Not conifers. I'm not talking about conifers. Anyway, if you fell trees, non-conifers, you end up with a very fertile soil, and you can grow food without very much trouble. Because one thing is that it's in the middle of the forest. The weeds can't get there, so there's no weeding to do. Lots and lots of food product and output. And when the soil starts getting exhausted, then you just move on somewhere else. And that's absolutely fine. Then you don't do that a little bit too often. Then you actually have to come back more quickly, and that's called bush fallow. And that's more difficult because you start having to do some weeding then, and quite a lot more energy and work has to go into it. So at every stage you end up with more work going into it, more food, but much, much more work, and it becomes much more efficient. You have to get up early, and instead of working for just 2 hours a day as a hunter and gatherer, you start having to work 6 hours a day. Then it goes up further to short fallow, in which you have to come back to it so quickly that there's grass there, and if there's grass there, then it's very difficult to dig up. You need to have that, you need to plough it, and if you need to plough it, you need oxen, and you need to breed the oxen, and you need to keep the oxen in and build fences all over the place. And then if they're your oxen, you need to have people looking after it. And then you have to have laws to ensure that everybody knows whose oxen they are. And then you go on to annual cropping, which is incredibly hard work, and then to multiple cropping, which is even harder work. All these stages, they do produce more food, but actually they take a hell of a lot more intermediate goods. And we must quickly move on from intermediate goods, otherwise I'll run out of time. I want to give you the last illustration of this point, which I rather like, by a guy called Richard Wilkinson, who is much disliked by economists, which is a very good thing in his favour. And he describes the process of intermediate goods in the case of coal mining. I mean, it began in the wonderful days when we didn't need to use coal, though coal had been used for a long time. Essentially, we lived on wood, which is very easy to carry around. It's very clean, and it burns cleanly, and the smoke is delicious. And you can grow it in your garden and sit around it. But coal from shallow mines is more or less okay. You have to transport it a long way, and it starts getting a little bit dangerous, and it's very dirty, and the smoke is toxic. But that's nothing like as much trouble as it is when you start getting coal from deep mines, and you start going into the intermediate good business in a very, very serious way indeed. You've got to get pumps, and you've got to invent steam engines and things, and then you've got to, once you've cracked that, you've got to build transport systems 3 times over, roads which work, and then they don't work because they get rutted. Then you have to build canals, and they don't work because they're not fast enough. Then you have to build railways, and then you have to build towns, the result of which you end up by building an enormous civilization, all because you're getting short of wood. Now, I'm now going to say, let us suppose that owing to the oil peak, and owing to action on climate change, owing to all the straws in the wind I began by talking about, that our entire intermediate economy crashes, and we don't have any intermediate goods any longer, and that we're looking towards that diagram picture on the right with these Hopkins-led rural economies, relocalized economies, the process of relocalization. And we are trying to live in an economy in which the intermediate economy doesn't work any longer. What would we do? Well, I'm not going to take you through that entire list, but there actually are 1 or 2 elements on the list which might be worth taking you through, if that's all right. Supposing the first thing is social security systems. As I'm sure you remember, 31% of government expenditure on social security systems. So in one's localized economy, one has a lot of unemployed people, one has a lot of old people, and they need social security systems, but the government has no money with which to pay them, and one needs to provide for these people oneself. Well, that's trouble. And I'm not saying that all there are easy solutions to any of these. One has to take the trouble on the chin as well as the solutions. Poor law is one of the long term. Another ground based in English history has been the poor laws, and there's been always a contest between villages, between rural village economies to get rid of their poor and to shove them on to the next parish. And Queen Elizabeth had trouble, and there was trouble before, and there's been trouble ever since. However, there are some things one needs to look at the bright side, and the purpose of my talk this evening is to cheer you all up. One is recognise that there are lots of things going in our favour. That is to say, the villages will be much, much more located. People will be living at home. People will be living at home. There would be probably more extended families. The cost of living will be much lower. There will be quite a lot that one can do for the unemployed and for one's elderly relations. So there are some things that can be done in the context of social security. What about health? What do we do about that? If there you are in your rural economy, well, there are some good things one could say about that too. Quite a lot of things in our favour. One thing one's not likely to have is a lot of obesity, so that will save some trouble. And probably there will be no junk food. One's diet to be a lot better. We'll be back to diets like the Robert McClance and with the widow's diet of the war, which is the most healthy diet there's been in modern times. You may very well find the degenerative diseases, the cancer and the arthritis and the osteoporosis and the coronary disease, they wouldn't disappear by any means, but they would probably be much less prevalent than they have been. There would be less, the cost of health would be reduced. So there would in fact people would be taking more exercise. People would probably be smoking less, I would imagine. It'd be hard to get tobacco under those circumstances. There is no such thing as a society so poor that it can't afford to produce its own alcohol out of potatoes or something even worse. So I can't necessarily say the alcohol would be sorted, but if Rob Hopkins was in control, I can imagine that people would be ways would be found of preventing people getting drunk. So there are ways that, but also the other thing one has to say is that social capital would be very much developed. And one of the things which is very, very good for one's health is having friends. If you're well connected with friends, with friends and family, your chance of dying over the next 5 years is reduced by between half and 5 times. 5 times less likely to die over the next 5 years if you've got lots of friends and families around. And if you haven't got any friends and family, but you decide to join a group of some kind, your chance of dying over the next 1 year is reduced by half. So we'd be a highly sort of socialised society, and that would help to keep us healthy. So there may well be much less disease. So that would be something in our favour. There'd be other things in our favour too. One thing we would not have would be delocalised hospitals. There would have to be localised hospitals. There'd be no way of getting to Exeter, the nearest hospital, if that is your nearest hospital. There would have to be local hospitals. There would probably be fewer specialism. There would be, at long last, a recovery, a serious encouragement of voluntarism. There would be voluntary help in hospitals, as there used to be in the past, and will be again, and there isn't now. And there would be hope that it is possible to run small local schools and produce absolutely spectacular consequences, results in education, reading and music and art and thought and constructiveness and niceness, that nice quality that nice people can have and many people don't. It can be done in local schools. If you think of the other things that communities can do, one, they can teach the art, they can teach farming, they can teach masonry. They used to teach how to make a wagon. Rob, I'm getting carried away here. I think you ought to make sure I don't go on too long. I've got a lot of really... Oh no, you're kidding. May I have your permission to go on a little bit longer? I haven't got to the point yet. Oh no, much more than that. Well, look, I'll negotiate. I'm going to have a lot of eye contact with Rob, and I shall do terrible things to him if he interrupts me. I want to get on something which is really, really important. Actually, the whole point of this is still to come. I really do tell you, but oh dear. Well, how much can I cut out of what I'm going to say? Well, I will actually quickly say, I mean, that the teaching of crafts in community is the most spectacular thing, and I would recommend, if anybody hasn't read it, you read George Sturt's The Wheelwright Shop, and it describes, for one thing, the most wonderful thing about how they make wheels, and the men who have to drive the spokes into a hub. It's like sort of like they're sort of the Barenboims of carpentry. There would be the hub, and there were these spokes, and they would pick up this sledgehammer, and then with a leap, hit this spoke right in the middle, and it would stay there for the next 200 years. And it would be impossible to teach anybody that unless they start at the age of 12. And here's Gordon Brown saying they ought to keep them at school until 18. So the things that communities can do, which are fundamental. I'm now cutting out a lot of really good stuff, and it's your fault, guys, right? Oh, there's just one more thing I want to say on education. I'm going to leave other things I was going to say on community education, but there is something to say about higher education. I mean, are we talking about a future in which there's no higher education any longer? Well, it would be a pity if that did happen. But you know, as a Conservative minister said under the Thatcher government not all that long ago, we have taken money from the people who write about ancient Egyptian scripts and about the prenuptial habits of the upper Volta Valley in order to give them to technical education. Any society which has a Minister of Education that says that doesn't deserve to have any education system at all. It's like tickling a dog's stomach. They do not know what higher education is for. At the moment, we to a large extent don't have higher education. But there have been times in the past when higher education has been produced very, very successfully on very, very little money indeed, which is very, very local. For example, the Workers' Education Association, started in the late 19th century, Albert Manbridge, had spectacular results. And I've got actually at home, I've got the archive of some of the education which happened in Horwich Literary Society. And Horwich is a very small engineering town, at least was a very small engineering town. They made very famous Horwich tank engines and steam locomotives, and they had the Literary Society met on Tuesdays and Thursdays in the Railway Mechanics Institute. And Mr. David Gibson was the manager of the Horwich Loco Works, and he was also a very, very good tenor. I used to sing to them on Tuesdays. Other people sang too, it wasn't just him every Tuesday, I want to say, but nonetheless. And also there were lectures on Thursdays about various literary topics, and he was enthusiastic about Thomas Carlyle, and gave them a lecture on poetry, which, as lectures should do, makes a connection between what he's talking about and the locality. And I have a quote from him here, but I'll read out. Oh, I'm sorry, I've got to go through all that. Oh. We're getting there. There we are. Poetry teaches us to see beauty all around us. We see it in Horwich, we see it in the windy streets with the old smoke-blackened houses with their decent fronts on a clear east windy day. We see it when we look down on the Black Rod and Horwich Valley with its houses and factories. The gleams of water in the lodges. We may even find this beauty and the poetic interpretation of it in some of our big stately locomotives. Well, if I heard that lecture and that enthusiasm and that emotion and that passion and that connection in any modern university, English course in modern university, I'd be impressed. So there are things the localities can do on education. Defence, there are lots of things to say about defence, but under the eye of Rob, I'm going to leave defence on one side. It is the most difficult one anyway. On law and order, what does one do about law and order? Well, law and order was cracked to a large extent in the past. We tend to underestimate the accomplishment of the medieval Gothic civilization. One of the reasons we underestimate that is because it was purged, almost all evidence of it was purged in the Reformation, with the exception of the cathedrals, which should give us some idea about how effective it was. They didn't have a police force. Will we be able to afford a police force? The answer is no. Well, they couldn't then either. But they had an alternative. The Statute of Winchester in 1285 defined the police function of every male in the village. Every male had, from the age of 15 to 60, had to go around armed. The knights would have to wear a hauberk, which was a coat of mail and a sword. The poor men have a bow and arrow and a knife, When the church bell rang, they'd have to take part in the hue and cry. It was their responsibility to keep the road verges free of vegetation, of trees, so the robbers couldn't hide behind them. And they had to take part in something called a posse comitatus, where if the Scots or neighbours got seriously uppy, they had to go out and sort them out. We now use posse in the context of the drug gangs of Boston, Mass. So they did have an effect. They did have a police force. It worked. It was an amateur police force. As far as crime detection was concerned, that was more problematic. They didn't really know very much about it. Very hard to know who did something and imagine a terrible deed, and how do you get? And everybody's denying doing it. Well, they had something called compurgators, which was a jury that would get together to say who they thought done it. It wasn't very effective. They used to back this up with giving them tests, such as putting a pebble at the bottom of a boiling cauldron and getting someone to pick the pebble out. And if the blister was bad enough, then it showed they were guilty. Or grasping a red-hot iron, or walking over red-hot coals. One wouldn't necessarily recommend these procedures in localities. But we don't need to do so, because in many, many ways we actually are now becoming technologically capable of localization in a way no civilization has ever been able to do before. The fact that we're localized doesn't mean we don't have access to DNA technology. We don't have access to the modern detection techniques. It doesn't mean that we won't have an amateur police force capable of taking part in this. Indeed, we will do this. Suddenly, the citizen as an active participant in a society will become crucial again. All these things can be done. And the last thing I should say about that is that magistrates, we inherit their brilliant system of magistrates, which came after the 1066, after the conquest. They existed informally for 300 years before they were finally established in the 14th century. And we had them a really thriving, wonderful system of magistrates, capable of perturbing the peace and of keeping the society in order, until about 10 years ago when the Labour government started dismantling it in its process of centralisation and delocalisation. There are still magistrates, and may even be magistrates here. But on the whole, they're being centralised towards large towns, and localities are losing control of their law and order. And they're being sort of taken over by the servants as stipendiary magistrates. So to a large extent, the magistracy is disappearing. That can be recovered. And then the last one we can look at is transport. In the case in the future, A, we won't be able to have transport because of the reason we discussed, and B, we will be developing local self-sufficiency. So will we need transport? No, we won't. Can one really imagine our road system being discarded, being abandoned? Well, indeed, it's happened twice before. The Roman road system was discarded. And then in 1837, we used to have the most wonderful transport system of the turnpikes, 20,000 miles of turnpikes, dual carriageway, 30 yards across. In 1842, they were empty, crucified by the railways. The grass started going across them. They never recovered. So there are things that can be done. Okay, right, now I'm going to get to the point of what I really want to say, which is, if we're going to do all this, we're really going to show that localization can work in practice. We need to build communities around which can make them work. And this is very, very difficult, but nobody is talking about this, and I find it very difficult myself to talk about, because it's just not in the vocabulary, not in the mind, it's not well planted there, because it's sort of new stuff, and I'm still very unfamiliar with it. I feel a little bit I was walking over hot coals. But a community is a group in a particular place. A community is a group in a particular place in which interactions and loyalties snake through the whole thing like well-tossed spaghetti. It's a grammar. It's a grammar of community. It's a common inheritance. It's a humour and good faith which identify a community and give it existence. Well, that's what a community is. So let us actually sort of see what happens, how this applies. Now, there are different sorts of community, and the depth of obligation depends absolutely on the size of the community. Deep obligations exist in very small groups, in families of 5 to 12 people. Less deep obligations, but nonetheless crucial ones, exist in the next size up, which is 150. That is the group, that is a society, the essential size of group which will need to work in the future as a cooperative unit. That ain't me speaking, that is a huge literature on the scale of a group which is large enough to be effective, but small enough actually to be cooperative. It's 150. However big the community should be, it should recognize that it's the groups of 150 that are the groups that matter. Above that, there are larger groups which can be more or less any size you want. One could call them the parish. And above that, there is a group, there is a nation. And they all have different forms of reciprocity, whose names are so long, I better not tell you what they are, because I'd run out of time. But if one's going to do that, then one would need a culture. And one needs to recognize that culture is going to have a central job to do. Right. Well, culture is, I think the best thing is to give a metaphor. It's like the upright strands that you begin with when you're making a basket, round which you wind the texture of the basket itself. It actually is the culture which is the grammar. And a lot of the culture and a lot of the texture of the community which I'm talking about, in fact, is inherited. Much of the culture which works in a community building sense is not something which we do because we like to do it, but because we've inherited. And the person who explains this best is the philosopher Edmund Burke. And I'm going to read out to you what he said about it. Oh yes, I should have ended up with that. I was in such a hurry. Can I just go back to Ivan Illich on transport? Can I just forget about needing transport, concentrate on space? Ivan Illich said, what we need to think about is space that offers to each person a constantly renewed experience, that the center of the world is a place where he stands, walks, and lives. You can't put it better than that, really. Anyway, what I really wanted to show you was Edmund Burke. Much the strongest moral obligations are such as were never the result of our option, wrote Burke in an appeal from the new to the old Whigs. Men without their choice derived benefits from that association. Without their choice, they are subjected to duties in consequence of these benefits. Without their choice, they enter into a virtual obligation as binding as any that is actual. So culture, to a very large extent, and the way the communities work, is to a very large extent something we inherit, and we have to actually hang on to everything we possibly can, all the cultural inheritance we have got. Okay, anyway, we know what culture is now, and now I'm coming to my concluding part of what I'm going to say. I'm actually getting to the point now, and let's actually say what culture does. What does culture actually do? Why do we need it? Well, it does three things. Thing number one is it provides social cohesion. That is to say, social cohesion is a difference between a group, a cooperative group, and a crowd of individuals that are indifferent to each other or actually hostile to each other. And that's really all one needs to say about cohesion, actually. Except that how is cohesion expressed? You don't say, here we are all being jolly cohesive together. How it's actually expressed is it's in culture. Cohesion is expressed in music, in choirs, in going to choir practice, in doing things which are cultural together, which are not cloying together, which actually have cultural integrity and cultural accomplishment together. And the second thing that the culture does, it develops a public sphere, and not many people are talking about a public sphere either. And the public sphere is something which exists, which you take part in when you are expressing yourself in a community not as yourself. That is to say, you're no longer thinking about your problems and about why it is that your compost loo doesn't work, and about how difficult neighbours are, and what you'll do with the apples, and who is stealing your cabbages, and things like that, and generally the mechanics of how to cope. We're actually saying, okay, enough of all that, maybe we'll come back to that tomorrow, but let's now raise our thoughts to higher things. So, in the public sphere, that is to say, you are not just expressing yourself as you are, you're not being, in the modern sense, authentic. You're actually doing something, you're taking part in something which you know in the literature as self-distance. You're saying, don't look at me, don't think just about me. I'm not coming here as me, I'm coming here as a member of the community. And to some extent, in fact to a very large extent, that the absence of the public sphere is expressed in the modern age by the fact that people aren't dressing properly. I don't want to become moralistic and ranty about dress. That's not my purpose at all. But one of the reasons, in fact, the justification for when you go to parties as in Islington, as one does, every bloke looking as though he's a plumber, every woman looking as though she's brought a plumber. In some cases, they probably have. You never know. But clothes are sort of not the thing. The way to express oneself, the self-distance, is to do something really silly, like wear a bow tie, something with absolutely no practical value at all. It makes you look a little bit daft. The public expression requires something which is not of practical value. The public sphere has no direct practical value. It is direct as cultural expression. That's the first thing that happens in the public sphere. And I think it's actually worthwhile saying that there is a question of demoralization here. One of the reasons why the public sphere is no longer recognized, is no longer expressed, is because people have become demoralized. Who cares less? Nobody cares really about the public sphere any longer. What is the public sphere? Nobody has any idea. Maybe you have little idea what I'm talking about in terms of the public sphere. It's just not part of our experience. Young people would have no clue. But it's a matter of demoralization. That is what's happening. We no longer think we belong to a public sphere that matters any longer. So when one's actually talking about relocalization, we're talking about remoralization as well. The two, relocalization and remoralization, are the same things. It's actually saying your locality matters, and it matters more than in practical terms, it matters in cultural terms as well. And in that context, it is possible to play. Play has been fundamental to every resilient, long-lasting civilization. These villages I was telling you about, which we need to recover if we're going to keep the DNA of human society going. They need to have a culture of play. I'm getting very near the end now. What does play do? Play is such a relief because it means you can get very, very close to somebody, and we will need to get very, very close to people in the future, in the community of the future. But if you get that close, it can be a little bit terrifying. You don't want to be all that close to people. And come on, that you can take these things too far. In the context of play, there's also distance. So you establish your difference and your separate identity in the context of play. And this is well recognized in the play literature. You get very close with people, and you agree to be adversarial with them. So you're establishing your difference, and at the same time you're colluding in this common activity, and that is a way of bonding. It's very hard to bond with anybody effectively without play. Without play, it just becomes sort of cloying or nasty, or you just fall apart. And it's also very good for your body because it releases serotonin, and if we deprive of serotonin, then you are likely to be involved in a drug addiction, violence, tantrums, withdrawal, depression and boredom. Sounds like everybody's idea of a teenager. Could be something to do with that. Maybe they lack serotonin. So, very near the end, promise. That's the second thing the public sphere does. And the third thing the public sphere does, it develops practice. And practice is an idea which was described by Alistair McIntyre, which is accomplishment in an artistic skill, such as playing the piano, or being very good at something very difficult. And I was talking about this yesterday, but some people will be familiar with what I'm about to say. However, Alistair McIntyre developed the idea that if you are very good at something, like let's say playing the piano, or whatever it may be, the three moral qualities are developed in you. Number one is truthfulness, because there's no possibility of you actually knowing, reaching a level of accomplishment without actually having some sense of truth or falsehood. You can judge your own performance. The second is fairness or justice. You can judge other people's performance. And the third is culture. The third is courage, because you're always slightly going beyond what you've ever done before. You're always testing your limits. And those three, if ever one wanted as a package of moral qualities, those are the three which one can package properly. Those are the three things which come from the public, from accomplishment. So that's what public sphere does. And now the last thing that culture does, which is then I will really stop talking, is that it develops something which may be the most fundamental thing of all, which is judgment. We're suffering from a depletion of oil, we're suffering from a depletion of many things, and above all, we're suffering from a depletion of good judgment. We seem to have lost the ability to think. We're digging the hole deeper and deeper with every public decision that's made, and probably bad judgment is spilling over into personal judgment as well. So the question is, how does culture develop judgment? Well, it develops it in the following way. Number one, it establishes your identity, because if you are accomplished in a culture, you take part in your community's culture, then that gives you the identity. And therefore, if you have an identity, you know what you're making a judgment about. If you don't have any identity, there is no way in which reason actually makes any sense at all. There are some areas of life, such as Euclidean geometry, in which a sort of free-ranging rationality exists, whether there's anybody around to know it or not. But actually, in most of the circumstances of our lives, we have to have an identity before reason makes any sense at all. And the illustration of that, you imagine an antelope being chased by a lion. The antelope's reason says, I need to run away from this lion. And the lion's reason says, I need to chase this antelope. And those reasons are both right, but they're all entirely based on, related to, founded on the identity of said antelope and lion. And it is actually becoming not... Rhetoric is not hyperbole to say that in our society, in our failing society, we are losing our sense of identity to such an extent we are losing our ability to reason, because we don't know who we are any longer. The second thing, which is related to that, is that if you have established your identity by your involvement or participation in culture, you can actually get rid, you actually in command of your own identity. You don't have to prove anything. If you don't have to prove anything, you can come to a problem without any baggage. You don't have to come to every problem in order with a particular agenda. And you can take case-by-case judgments. And that, I'm glad to say, ladies and gentlemen, takes us back to that wonderful period. I don't want to exaggerate how wonderful it was. It had problems as well, it had good qualities as well, the medieval period in which they developed this property of making case-by-case judgments. And they made a lot out of it. It was just one of the few things that kept Christendom together, that there has to do with the integrity of being able to, of not approaching things in a big catch-all scientific way, but actually looking at the person in the eye and saying exactly what are the circumstances that are going on here. That later came to be called casuistry. And needless to say, as science began to come on stream in the 17th century, it began to be rubbished. And Blaise Pascal rubbished it in his Lettres Provinciales in 1656 in a polemic of such absolute savagery that casuistry has been a term of abuse ever since. And from since then, philosophers have been earning an enormous amount of money, which is entirely undeserved, developing broad philosophical principles in terms of which to make that decision. So that's the third. My last, he's making the most fearful signs at me, for which he will suffer later. I have about 5 more sentences. Would you like to hear my last 5 sentences then? You see, right. I hope I've explained to you why, if we're going to join together and make a future, the first thing we need to do is to go after quark practice. I kid you not, it's parody. It is the bit that's been forgotten about. It's the culture that comes first. Indeed, we do have to find ways of swapping vegetables and developing renewable energy systems and doing such very difficult things and making ourselves self-sufficient. And those things are very difficult and absolutely essential. They're non-negotiable. And thank goodness we are doing it. But that's not what it's about. What it's really about is starting now to build localities that ring with creative vitality and which we can call home. Thank you.
Shaun Chamberlin of Dark Optimism here, your host for today's proceedings, and I hope you enjoyed as much as I did that recording of David Fleming from 2006. And now we're going to move right up to 2010 for an interview that he did just a few weeks before his death. And this is a much more informal conversation. And all of David's work in many ways was about the importance of the informal. So it seems a very, very appropriate point to come to. And as we heard at the end of that talk, really what he saw as the key imperative for us all in this time, in these times, is to start now to build localities that ring with creative vitality and which we can call home. And so in the 4 years between that talk and the interview we're about to hear, David had really been trying to address the question of how do we do that? What does that look like in practice? And working on his life's work, Lean Logic, a dictionary for the future, and how to survive it, very much as a reference guide to that work. And this interview was with a young man called Henrik Dahler, who had developed this approach of interviewing interesting people up trees. And so I think a few weeks before, he'd interviewed Rob Hopkins, who we heard from earlier, the founder of the transition movement, up a tree in Totnes on Vere Island, I believe. And I'd asked Rob, who else should I be interviewing? And he suggested David Fleming, as you'll hear at the start of the interview. I should also note that there are a few seconds of silence at the start of the interview as Henrik sorts out his microphone, so don't be alarmed by that, but do very much enjoy this warm and entertaining last interview with David Fleming.
I have to sort of shield this thing from the wind. Okay. Dr. David Fleming.
Hello.
And Beth
Barton.
Beth Barton. Thank you for joining me in this amazing oak. So Rob put me onto you.
That's good.
You don't mind?
Not at all. not at all. But Rob is incredibly productive. I mean, what he's managed to do in the last 5 years is almost impossible, humanly impossible.
Yeah.
To get the biggest, fastest growing movement in the history of the world off the ground. To write all his reports and stories and blogs for the Transition Network, and to do all the talking, and to publish his book and to write all these forwards and in other people's books is quite extraordinary. And also to be a family man with 4 boys, amazing. So he's a good bloke.
Indeed. And I think, he said he was surprised himself about the whole, because there's a lot of momentum that's kind of just, it's kind of been serendipitous, the way it's all come together. So he's had, I guess, not luck, but something,
synchronicity,
behind him, or behind the whole thing. So
yeah, he did absolutely the right way. Something like 15 years ago, or was it 10, something like that, the Town and Country Planning Association decided that it was they were going to start a sort of campaign, which was going to be about localities not leaving it to the government to take initiative, but to do it themselves. And I forgot what it's called. It's called the sort of Local Design Association or something like that. In terms of the brief, it's exactly the same as Transitions.
Okay.
But it got nowhere. It was the wrong time, and they involved Loughborough University to produce a pack, a design pack, which they distributed to localities and say, go on, get on with it, do it like this, which is exactly what Rob didn't do. He said he just did it himself and said anybody who wants to do the same thing can do it exactly how they want to do it. So that just shows that basically Rob's concept was right. Almost the identical thing was done 10 years previously. It completely failed and got nowhere. And Rob said, okay, we'll do it another way, which is we'll let people do exactly how they want it to do, and it's just taken off.
Do you think
so there we are.
A lot to do with timing as well? Or?
It might have had something to do with
right,
I think it might have had something to do with timing too. That's right. And also, I think Rob is very practical. I mean, he's a permaculture teacher. He really knows permaculture backwards. He really understands it. And been studying it for years. And he did have a little dry run at Kinsale. I think that helped him enormously. And he's naturally modest, very, very able fellow, and very modest. You don't realise how able he is at first meeting him. He is really very impressive.
It's do you think that it's? Do you think because it comes from the grassroots, this stuff, doesn't it? It's people just getting on with it.
Yeah.
Do you think that comes out of? Do you think like it being ready? Do you think that's to do with people being like going, well, the government aren't going to get on with it, so we'll just get on with it ourselves, and it's sort of a certain amount of dissatisfaction with action from the top?
That's exactly what I was thinking, because the other day I was thinking, look at the French and how they're protesting and everything.
Yeah.
And I came to the conclusion that the French are like teenagers. They still expect, they're sort of like rebelling teenagers. They still expect their government to do stuff for them.
Right.
Whereas the English, we're not sort of, all the other countries are saying, oh, look at the English, they're just like taking it, whatever the government throws at them. But I feel
that's what I feel like. But go on.
But I feel like possibly it's because while the French still sort of expect the government to do stuff for them, we've sort of given up, and we're more like the adults, and we've left home, closed the door.
That's an interesting.
And we're just like, we'll get on with it ourselves.
Okay, I like that idea.
Yeah.
Do you concur? Or do you...
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Beth and I were discussing. Beth and I were discussing it the other day. There really is a very different culture in that the French, the transition movement hasn't really taken off in France, and there was a discussion with some French people at the transition conference a couple of years ago about this, and they said, well, no, not for us to do that, it's for the government to do it. So the thing is that the French have a strange and mixed attitude. On the one hand, they don't think they ought to get on and do it with themselves. They leave the government to do it, and that covers French politics in a very, very broad way. They're prepared to put up with huge numbers of nuclear power stations and prepared to put up with the national curriculum years before we did. So they will more or less do what the government tells them to some extent. At the same time, which seems to be a sort of contradiction, they have an absolute contempt for government and for politics, and they reveal that contempt by having a revolution from time to time. And they've been having big revolutions or small revolutions, at regular intervals for the last 200 years.
So that's why I see them like sort of being rebellious teenagers, still demanding things off their parents, like of the government, and whereas we're,
although I mean,
just given up.
actually overthrowing people in power who aren't, looking after your interests. That's pretty full on.
I mean, they've possibly had more success as well, sort of chopping off a royalties' heads and things, haven't they, than us in the past.
Yeah, but rebellion is a sort of teenage thing, because you only rebel if, in fact, your parents are in a very strong position. If they're not in a strong position, you don't need to rebel. You just go off and do exactly what you want.
Yeah.
So I think in Britain we have a sort of disdain for politics. I think, but I don't think we take them as seriously as they do in France.
Right.
And I think that the last government did help, because the last government seemed to be so authoritarian, and whatever happened in public affairs, the government almost inevitably decided to pass a new law or set up a new quango, and they were really sort of quite authoritarian, and they really were treating us like not just like teenagers, but like children. So I think that may have helped too. But on the other hand, I think there has been. I'm not sure. I think there has been, for a good 20 or 30 years, a real concern about the way things are going. And you may be right that transition wouldn't have taken off 20 years ago, but it might have, because I think people have been concerned for quite a while. I mean, not concerned, worried. I think it's advanced from being concerned to being worried, and from being worried to being so seriously frightened. And also, now it's sort of got into the two modes. Now, on the one hand, when people think about it, they're seriously frightened, so they decide not to think about it. But the great thing about transition is it actually makes it possible to think about, because you think, oh, not only have we got this dreadful situation, but here's something we can do about it. And that suddenly makes it thinkable, and that is brilliant.
Yeah, exactly. Action and progress, sense of, not being helpless. It's incredibly important. Hope, gives you hope. So you guys are working on a book.
Oh yes, you could say that. Yeah, I started. I've been writing the book for a very long time, and it's kind of joke now. And I.
It's going to get published very shortly, though.
Well, Beth is very encouraging about that. We're within days of getting it more or less finished.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow! I'm so cool. I'm so pleased to be here, right on the end of this, or the edge of this life's work being, released into the world.
Yeah, well, there's another 2 days of serious writing to do, I think, and then it's going to be okay, be good enough to send it out to readers and referees to comment on.
Right.
I have sent 1 or 2 bits out to people to comment on, and so far people haven't liked it. I've absolutely been taken to the cleaners. However, I think I debugged it enough for people to begin to think it might have something to be said in its favour, and I hope so, because it's the only thing I should have ever actually done in my life. It's taken me 20 years.
What about text?
Oh yes,
text
with text
is pretty
too.
major.
Oh yeah, okay, with text too. Yeah.
So,
well, I have one. I've done one too, I think.
Well, so
but it's the only thing. It's the only thing I can remember recent. It's the only thing I think about really, and I have been doing it more or less flat out, full on, to use your word, for 20 years. And I first started thinking about it in 1978. How long ago is that?
Was this text?
No, the book. The book. Yeah, the book. That 1978. My goodness, that is 32 years ago.
Yeah.
Now that must take, and it took Dr. Johnson. It's a dictionary. Dictionary's taken a long time to write.
It's called Lean Logic. Was it Dictionary for the Future?
Yeah, Dictionary for the Future.
Oh wow. Okay,
and how to survive it.
Tell me.
And how to survive it.
Okay, really?
Yeah.
So can you try and sum it up, if possible?
This is always the difficult bit.
How could I sum up a dictionary?
But so, for example,
600 entries.
What kind of entries then? If you could give me an example.
700 pages.
It's kind of like for a world post-peak oil, isn't it? And how to survive it. What would you say? It's about a new sort of economic system, a new way of. It's a lot to do with communities.
Sounds good.
What would you say?
I'm glad you're here, Beth. Actually, but yeah, Beth finds it easier to think about than I do. Yeah, yeah. Well, what it really is, it's sorry. Yeah, it's saying forget about sustainable development. That is really. I've never believed it since it was first thought of. We're not going to be able to sustain the system we've got at the moment. It's going to be heading for an absolutely radical change. How radical that's going to be is not for me to say. But what one needs to think about the life after that shock. And it's going to be a major shock, and a very, very good thing if, having had the shock, we learnt some lessons from it. We didn't say, oh dear, that was just a sort of a glitch, let's see if we can sort of set things up exactly on the same basis as we had before.
Yeah.
It'd be really nice if we could actually learn some lessons from it and set things up on a completely different basis.
Yeah.
That's what it tries to do. Saying, okay, the lean economy is going to be completely different from the market economy we have at the moment.
So what can you describe the lean economy?
Well, it's just going to be about rediscovering society and rediscovering relationships between people and rediscovering sort of contacts and community and networks and conversation and engaging with the life we've actually got, rather than just floating above it on a sort of cloud of money and exchange and security. Money is only been around for not very long. Only invented in something like 600 BC by the Greeks, and so almost the whole of human history has been without money. And probably will never be, so long as we're here as a human society in the future, there probably will be money. Money will be part of it, but it's not going to be anything like as important a part of it as the moment. I mean, the informal economy, that is to say, the non-monetary based economy, is going to be incredibly much more important and will take over from a lot of the things we do.
You think it will, for sure?
Yeah.
I feel about based on relationships and living in more of a sense of community. A lot of the research is to do with how we were living in medieval times.
Okay.
Before we were using money as much as we are now.
Right. And, more bartering and
you're just producing quality goods, because you've got that relationship to sustain, and
Have you read that book called The Gift?
Yes, absolutely. I've got it. Yes, yeah.
I have. I didn't get right the way through it, but I really loved a lot of what she was saying. About the idea of transaction. When you exchange something with money, then it's a neutral transaction.
Yeah, you wipe out the relationship. You just walk away, and nothing left. Hide, isn't it? And you just walk away. But if you do something without money, then you set up an obligation. It doesn't have to be repaid. In fact, the more is not repaid, the better, because you want to keep the obligation live. You want to maintain the network of obligations, and that's what the community is all about. And we tend to think, if we talk to most people about this, they would say, "Come on, pull the other one. This is not realistic." But actually, we also need to recognise how crucially important the informal economy already is now. And most of what we're doing right now is in the informal economy. We're not getting paid for this. Our family life is informal. All our friendship part of the informal economy. Most of the things which people in our kind of life do are part of the informal economy. We do things for each other constantly, all the time. If I were to do something, if I was to do something for a friend and they were to offer to pay me, I would be mortally insulted. That'd be more or less the end of it. So if you tend to think, oh, come off in the informal economy, this is terribly romantic, unrealistic. On the contrary, it's very unrealistic to dismiss the informal economy as being unimportant. So it's going to be a big rediscovery of the informal economy, but it is very hard to summarise.
But how does it? Okay, you're doing a lot of research about how things have worked and you've obviously got ideas about how things could work. But we've got this whole financial system. You're talking about replacing that with something else?
No, unfortunately, I'm not. I don't think it's going to last. I mean, I think a lot. I'm a capitalist. I'm a bit of a right winger to most people's horror and shock. And so I think, in many ways, the system we've got at the moment is not a bad system. I think capitalism is a good thing. The only problem with capitalism is that it destroys the planet, and that it's based on growth. I mean, apart from those two little details, it's got a lot to be said in its favour. Yeah. And when capitalism dies, we'll be on our knees. We'll wish it was back, because it supports a high standard of living. It supports freedoms. From the point of view of freedom, we're an incredibly free society, and that is basically to do with the capitalist system we've got. So it's a wonderful system in a way. It's very efficient. It's based on pull. It's not based on authoritarian people telling other people what to do on the whole. It's based on people asking for services and paying for them. So in many ways, it's got a lot to be said in its favour, but you've got the absolute, there's no such thing as a free lunch. It's got these absolutely crucial flaws, which is, the essential flaw is it depends on growth. And it will go on. It will go on depending on growth to the point at which it collapses. It's not necessarily an argument against a system that it collapses, because most systems do collapse in the end. I mean, that's part of the nature of the wheel of life. Systems do collapse, and there is life and death. So I think I'm to some extent slightly inclined to forgive capitalism for being about to collapse. I mean, there are lots of fine things, lots of love affairs which have come to a sticky end, and lots of novels which come to an end, and life tends to come to an end. I mean, life itself comes to an end. You can't necessarily blame life for being something comes to an end. So I'm not really going to blame capitalism. On the other hand, it does. I mean, it's quite a thing to be held. Quite an accusation. Hard for it to live down. The accusation that not only is it based on the ludicrous idea that growth can continue indefinitely, but it's going to destroy the entire planet with it. I mean, that's quite a lot. That's a big problem. It's not a small problem. It's a fairly sort of fundamental problem. But anyway, the thing is, as it is going to hit the buffers in this way, we don't have to go around destroying things. We don't have to dismantle the banking system and such things. But whatever we do with the banking system, it will make absolutely no difference at all. We do not have to reform things. I'm not a reformer. I don't think we should bother. We should waste time reforming things. It's going to reform itself, in that it's going to come to falling about our ears very, very quickly indeed. And indeed, the longer we keep the system going, in some ways, you could argue the longer we keep the system going, the longer the growth will continue, until the greater will be the fall when it eventually happens. The more nuclear power stations we'll be able to build. The more forests we'll be able to cut down, the greater the CO2 accumulations when eventually the crash happens. So there is something to be said, actually, for the crash being earlier rather than later.
But it will happen, naturally.
Yeah. But that doesn't rule out productive action. And we have got, for example, one example. No, it doesn't mean to say I go around hoping the world is going to end tomorrow. I don't. I do everything I possibly can in my own sort of personal life. Not everything I'm looking at, but a large number of things too. And encourage people to do. To save things, to recycle waste. I mean, not to use energy unnecessarily and such things. I don't do as much as quite a lot of people do, but nonetheless, it doesn't mean that I'm destructive in this way. So I think my situation, my position is ambiguous, and it's full of contradictions. But I would challenge anybody really to analyse their position in a way which is not full of contradictions.
Yeah, I can buy that. I mean, capitalism, is it gone so wrong because, I mean, this is what I was mentioned earlier on, which is with ownership. The problem is that you start out where things are unfair. Somebody is because way back in the day, somebody was bigger than somebody else, or tiny bit more intelligent, or a bit more shrewd, or a bit more cunning, and they managed to swindle or get other people to work for them, or steal land, or whatever it is. No? Am I wrong? Am I completely...
I haven't finished your sentence yet. I'm just waiting for the end.
Well, the thing is that, we've inherited, most people have inherited a situation. Some people have inherited a situation through bad parenting. They've ended up, having parents that didn't look after them properly, or, they gambled their money away, or, this is the details. But, and so, that's the system that capitalism operates in. Any system would have to operate in that. But okay, I'm not communist, but the idea of kind of levelling the playing field.
Well, I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure what your question is, but I think I'm sort of getting I sort of get the drift. I think one needs to be sort of careful about this, because any large-scale society, anywhere in the world, at any time, does have very substantial differences in authority and influence and freedom and wealth and such things. And the differences we've got in our own society at the moment are absolutely trivial in comparison to the differences in most previous societies. If I was going to look at any sort of point in the history of China, for example, I mean, we just don't know what inequality we don't know what inequality is. I mean, it means something. So in fact, if we're talking about inequality as being a bad thing, I think we need to wake up to the fact that every large society does have inequalities. Our society's inequality is far less pronounced than probably any other large society's inequalities has ever been. I'm bringing the word large in constantly for good reason, because if it's a small society, you can have a more or less egalitarian society. The Inuit society is more or less egalitarian. The Cambodian villages, famously described in the last century as the most perfect place on earth, the most wonderful place to live. Their villages were basically villages with equality. All traditional societies, most of human history has been built, organised around small-scale, localised economies, and with substantial equality. There is inequality from the point of view of leadership. If someone decides to lead a hunt, he's leader for that day. But from the point of view of permanent inequalities, small-scale societies don't need to do it. As soon as you get into large scale, you have lots of differentiation.
So you're saying that it's inevitable, and
it's inevitable, and not only is it inevitable, but you can hardly not just say, "Oh, what a dreadful thing!" It happens. It's impossible to imagine a large-scale society without inequality, because you have, in a large-scale society, you have lots of differentiations in function. If one's going to have a large-scale society, you need, let's suppose, you need an irrigation system. So you need someone to organise the irrigation system, and someone to get people to participate in it, and someone to organise where the canals are going to go and where the rivers are going to be diverted and something, and all that. And it's completely absurd to argue that can be done on the basis of equality.
Yeah. But obviously, then, what we've got now is where people are being paid the amounts, the differences in wages. I mean, I don't want to get into this too much, because people working their asses off, in jobs that maybe they're not skilled, but they're still putting the time in, and they're doing it as well as they can. And then other people, being like these, I don't know, doctors. Obviously, they deserve to be rewarded, I think, but they're on the other hand, it's kind of disproportionate. So I mean, I'm saying that's a dysfunction it's capitalism, perhaps, that's the kind of the wrong end of it.
Because we are living in the large scale. When you're talking about small and large scale, what are the numbers? Have you got numbers for when something becomes large and when it's small?
Well, well, it's hard to say. I think there are some sort of numbers, but I think one ought to be very careful about numbers in a way, because it depends what you mean by community and how close one community is to another community, and so on. What the circumstances are. And so I would think that a small community is one with something like, well, it depends. I would say 150, but there are various stages of scales. But after 150, if one starts going up to 5,000 or something like that, which is the next sort of stage up, then inequalities do start appearing. Then there start being people of sort of mayoral functions and what were described in the big man functions, and there are quite a lot of differentiation. But 150 is just about the upper limit at which you can maintain a decent sort of a level of inequality. But I think I never really liked talking about equality and inequality, because I think that lots and lots of misconceptions about it. In many ways, people in at least several ways. One way is that it has very little to do with the problem we've got at the moment. And if I was talking about the big problems, the big problems of climate and energy and fish and environmental pollution and a loss of species and the range of things which I call the climacteric, which are sort of poised to change our civilization completely out of control, it will make no difference whatsoever to the way that pans out, how equal or unequal we will be. So I think, well, since one can't discuss everything,
right?
Then
go to the
do I go for the big ones? And I really, I mean, people sort of need to. It doesn't mean to say that if anybody were to argue against exploited labour now, I would be against it. I think absolutely exploited labour is an outrage, and it shouldn't happen. And I wish people were more on the case about that than it.
It's outrageous that we have these trade rules, isn't it, that are work in our favour, that stop people, trade rules that stop other nations developing. The whole debt thing. I don't know, debt. The thing is, can you what would you describe what's your title in this world?
My title?
If you had to give yourself a title.
How do you mean?
Like a job description.
An economist.
Oh, me? Oh, no. What do I? On my passport? Would I call myself an economist? I don't think other economists would call me an economist.
Oh, really?
But he's got a PhD in
Yeah, I have got a PhD in economics, but nonetheless, but I don't think I've never. Well, I have, but I've written about economics and I've read probably a great deal about it. But I know as a practice and a bank as an economist. I never advised the government as an economist, and I never really could understand econometrics. At least I tried to understand it. I think I got the idea, but I can never really get those computers to work. So this is not answering your question, is it? Mind you, they were difficult. They were difficult to work in. We had punch card systems, and that was very difficult. So the question, I've lost the question.
No, you've answered the question.
Right.
The title, you see yourself as an economist with an environmental, or I don't know, you're interested in.
I'm an environmental economist, you could argue. I'm a thinker, but the thing is, I do. My speciality is being a generalist. My speciality is sort of going out. In the academic world. This is called. It's an extremely long word. Your tape recorder will probably crash. Interdisciplinary studies. That is to say.
Yeah.
I sort of cover everything. There's almost nothing I don't sort of include in lean logic, which is why it's taken such a long time.
So you're a holistic economist.
Yes.
Well, there's a lot of anthropological stuff actually, isn't there?
Yes.
In lean logic, so. Interesting.
Yeah, and it could be taken to the cleanest, who knows? Because there's so much, having to cover such a wide front, even with the assistance of Beth, it can be very difficult to keep up with what's going on in all these things. And if I did keep up, the thing is, as I said, I'm getting constant flack from friends and people. People pointing me in the street and say, "See that poor old fellow over there? Yeah, that one."
He's got big ideas.
He'd been writing this. He's been writing this book for the last 20 years. He'll never finish it. And then they say, "He's a nice fellow, but just don't mention the book." So I think I'm in real trouble.
I really want to read it.
Oh, I'm very glad you said that.
Yeah. But I also want to tell me. Can you give me few more clues?
what it's about.
Yeah, as to like what it actually contains.
Well,
I mean, it's a dictionary of.
But I think possibly a kind of very clear clue that after the shock, we'll be thinking, we're building a new world, and one of the things that will happen, we will not have a market economy in the background. We won't have capitalism. It won't exist, and therefore we will all be extremely poor. We won't have any income. And amongst the people who won't have any income is the government. They may not even have a government, but they won't have any income. They won't be able to raise any taxes because we won't have jobs, and so the government will go bust. And therefore they won't be able to pay for education, or police service, or defence, or hospitals, or social security, or any other thing you can think about. Under these circumstances, how do we organise our communities without all these things being provided by government? I mean, the thing is, if we have to organise our own schools and hospitals and universities and police forces and defence, how do we set about doing it?
Right.
With great difficulty is the first answer to that.
Okay.
But then I think, well, okay, let's say it. And so,
sounds interesting.
And then so I developed lots and lots of ideas about how to do it. And some of the ideas are more successful than others. For example, lean defence has been very difficult. I mean, after
lean defence.
After organising after the shock, people have to provide their own armies. Well, that could be hard. But I've written something about that. And what I'd like to do is stop worrying about whether those 12 sort of essays about the future are right or wrong, or whether they're well enough researched or not. I've done a lot of research, but that's enough is enough. The time is going to come very, very soon, I hope, when through that transition movement, or somehow we can start sort of thinking about sort of days and workshops, and we say, okay, let's think about these. We've got this essay as a starting off point. This essay, in lean logic, they might say, is ridiculous. We can do better than that. That's absolutely fine. But at least they've got somewhere to start from. So I think it'd be really worthwhile, be really instructive to think, well, let's actually apply our minds and maybe set up websites, so the Lean Defence website, and start thinking about the Lean Education website and see how it can be improved.
Can't we? I mean, it seems a shame if you've got all these, you've got these great ideas about how we can do things differently, that we have to go through this kind of horrendous kind of destruction first. Can't we just sort of? I mean, like I've wrote something like about does the bubble have to burst? Can't we just sort of let it down slowly and then kind of? Yeah.
Well, you're absolutely right about that. You're absolutely right about that. There's absolutely no way, I would say. One of the great things about the transition movement is that they are receptive to the idea of doing these things before the bubble bursts. Before do you have a Kleenex? No. I changed my trousers. Will you mind if I wipe my runny nose on my shirt? You won't mind, will I?
Well, do you know what we could do? Because it's very windy here.
No.
And I'm concerned about the
sound.
The sound, yeah. Should we mosey back?
Yeah.
It'll change the entire timbre of. Oh, then I have to tell you what I really do in my life. I work in a bank. Bloody hell. Oh dear, I've kidded you along all this time. Right.
It seems a shame, but it's definitely it's a different sort of setting for having a conversation when you're in a tree.
Well, no harm. I think it's okay. You might not find the wind is doing too much harm.
I quite like it here.
Well,
it's okay. And I've now wiped my nose and my back of my hand, so that's all right. So that's okay. That's problem solved.
Okay, what I'm going to do then is I'm going to plug in my and just check that everything is picking up okay, because it's a very sensitive microphone. Come around the other side. Hello. Wow. It's incredibly loud.
To set up lean logic, a sort of way of life, but without the crash, it would be.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the great things about transition. One does not need to wait for the crash before one starts experimenting, thinking about these things, and doing them. I mean, absolutely, that's precisely why transition is so brilliant. So there's no way the crash is is a necessary condition for these things to be to be done or experimented in or thought about. And the longer, from that point of view, the longer the crash is postponed, the better, because the more time we'll have to think about these things. So postponement of the crash could be a good thing and a bad thing in various different ways. Probably, on balance, it would probably be a good thing.
I mean, how long can the planet sustain it? I mean, like, because the oceans are, the acidity in the oceans and.
Well, people say about the oil as well, that some people are saying that it's going to become really problematic in the next 5 years. So.
There are lots of estimates about oil. The 5-year estimate and the end of 2011 estimate, which is what it is, about one of the quarter years, and then there's a 15-year estimate. But it's definitely soon, and I don't think we're ready for it really. And the thing is that there's still the presumption that more or less all government policies all over the world are based on the presumption there isn't going to be an energy problem. But that's normally assumed, and you can see why. You can really see why, because if they actually said, well, it is going to be an energy problem, then they just wouldn't know what to say, what to do.
Well, you'd have to really rethink it, wouldn't you? Come and buy a copy of your book.
Well, that's right. That's right. That's right.
It's kind of aimed at undergraduates, isn't it? It's quite academic. The book, do you think?
I don't know. It's a good question. I sometimes wonder about it. People tell you, who is it aimed for? I think it's aimed for people like us, for anybody who ever reads a newspaper and is concerned about these things. And well, actually, I'm on the dinner party circuit in North London, as I'm sure you'll be not surprised to hear. And most of the conversations around most dinner party table, touch on these sorts of things. Yes. That's what people talk about. They all talk about climate and oil and trade and fish and things like that, and communities breaking down and social unrest and all these sort of things. So anybody who's interested in any of these things, then can pick up my book. And also, if they have an argument, they can pick up the book and they see what's wrong with the argument. Beth and I had an argument the other day because
about a list of arguments.
An argument about a list of arguments.
No, the reason is the thing is in the future we're going to have to think for ourselves. We can't wait, as everyone is. And if we're going to have to argue for ourselves, we're going to have to look at each other in the eye and listen and be sort of seriously able thinkers.
Right.
In which case we ought to greatly improve the quality of argument, because whenever, I'm sure it's the case with you, it's all of us, whenever any of us have had an argument with anybody about anything, one or both of us has sort of cheated like anything and talked absolute nonsense, and they sort of fallen into one of these sort of great fallacies of argument. Well, there's a well-known literature about informal fallacies, a very, very big literature, lots and lots of people written about informal fallacies and informal logic and the fallacies and the mistakes people make in argument. And my book really partly began as being about that. So I've done that. I've covered them all. I've got about 120 of the errors one makes in argument. So that every time the next time you fall out of someone, all you have to do is pick up my book, see where the mistake was made, and point out that where they made the mistake, or realise it was you that made the mistake, in which case you learn a lesson. The result of that, we greatly improve the quality of our conversation, and we can actually get together and develop positive solutions.
See, am I allowed to say my half?
Yeah, just so long as you don't believe her.
Because every single argument, you could look at this list and think, oh, I did that, and it just seems impossible to me. So I said, why not take out this huge list of 120 things not to do in an argument and just put one thing of what to do in an argument? I just think it would make it a lot easier.
So you're going to do that? I mean, not change it, but you could have the alternative, the what to do, and then you could have your list of 120
things. I do that. There is quite a lot about how to argue in a positive way, rather than just how not to.
But I just think it could be one simple thing, just simple guidelines, that people can just look at and remember and keep in mind while they're arguing. Because no one's ever going to remember 120 things not to do.
Yeah, what is that holy grail? What is that golden thing?
Well, there's that, love your neighbour as yourself. That's quite a simple instruction.
Yeah, people don't. It's very hard to get people to do that. I think a lot of people have.
Yeah, well, I mean, you need to. For a start, you need to know how to love yourself.
Yeah, and a lot, yeah,
which
exactly,
is difficult.
yeah,
a lot of people struggle with that, don't they?
Yes,
But
yes.
there's also,
A lot of people are suffering and in pain and all that. You know, that's. I mean, this is what I like about what you're saying. Is you know, you're talking about economics, but in terms of, you know, people and you know, relationships, which is, yeah. I mean, it's. So how do you physically or practically marry those two things, like in terms of an economic kind of system?
about people, the importance of people.
I mean, how does it? I mean, okay, people learning to communicate.
Oh, I see. You're talking about still talking about the argument. Oh well, yeah.
No, like the whole book, really.
Yeah.
The whole economic system. How does that marry with people?
Yes. Well, it sort of takes apart economics and says what's wrong with it, and then it puts it together again and says that this is how we ought to think about economics. And also, in a way, it also says that actually one of the first things we ought to do about, if we really get to understand economics, is forget economics altogether. But we ought to be thinking about economics. We ought to be thinking about people, thinking about well, yes, our relationships and not even think about our relationships. Well, people go on thinking about my relationship. I have a good relationship with Beth on the whole, apart from when she disagrees with me, which she doesn't do too often. But I don't spend a lot of time thinking about our relationship. We just do it. We just get on with life, you know. And I think the best relationship about that. And I think the book is all really about getting on with life, and crucially getting on in life in the things that really matter. And what really matters is music. And,
music.
Yeah, and humour, and conversation, and painting, and the arts, and things like that, and having fun, play, and farting about, and generally enjoying life. That's what really matters. Everything else is just almost sort of just a kind of well, sort of the needle hiss, as we used to say in the old days of gramophone records. You probably are too young to know that expression anyway.
Needle hiss, yeah, I know needle hiss.
That is, it's sort of just the foundation. Most of the rest of life is just the foundation on which what really matters can be built, and what really matters is culture and play and music and those things. So there's lots of.
So how does it practically work? I mean, are you giving?
Well, because like back
practical. Are you suggesting how this can work practically in this book?
Yes, yes, absolutely. What people do about food, and what people do about water, and what they do about energy, and materials, and what they do about conversation, and what they do about having people around a dinner, and what they do about why eating is such a crucial part of life, and not just eating in order to keep body and soul together, but eating from the point of view of building relationships, and the number of friends they have, because not the number of friends I think they ought to have, but the number of friends when actually they do have, and so all these, which people don't know. I mean, and how friendship works, and how different sort of levels of friendship work, depending on how many people I'm talking about. You have different levels, sorts of friends. Oh, hello.
This is Jen.
How do you know which?
Hello,
Jen. How do you know which tree it was? Did Beth tell you?
Yeah.
It was every
I
tree.
managed to, in a text, in one sentence, I managed to say which tree this
is
was.
Beth.
Hello.
This is Henrik. And
nice to meet you.
Jen.
Excellent.
Did I say Beth?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Jen.
Well, there's a lot of Beths going around today.
Yeah, that's right. My day for using the wrong words. Sorry. The guy's asking a lot of difficult questions. Come and join us.
I'm just going to move around the fringes and take some photos of you.
That sounds a good plan.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're talking about friends. So I think I was sort of answering your question about how does it all work. Making a society that works.
Are you talking about? How are you talking about things being exchanged and things getting to people and people? I mean, you know, people need to eat. Somebody needs to grow the food. How does that? Is it? Do you still have a fun? You got money. You still got money. And
no, you may not have money, but there are lots and lots of ways in which people are already. And do you know Tamsin Pinkerton's book?
No.
Oh, it's a very good book. I'd recommend that. Tamsin Pinkerton and Rob Hopkins cooperated, mainly Tamsin's work, I think.
Okay.
Cooperated in something called Local Food, transition food, about the
Right.
various systems that people set up to produce their own food. And we'd think, oh, well, we've got this ridiculous theoretical tosser who is talking about how we're going to get food without having to pay for it. Well, actually, it's happening all over the country all the time. People are growing food in their own gardens, in each other's gardens, in cooperative gardens, in allotments. There's community agricultural projects. It's happening all over the
But
place.
you're talking about that en masse, basically, are you?
Well, yeah. Well, no, not en masse. No, I can't have en masse. And there's some awful problems here. The thing is that what I'm on about can more or less only happens on a small scale. As soon as one gets into a large scale, very large scale, then the thing falls out of bed.
I see. Right. So what happens on how does it work on a large scale? Do you still got money and?
Everyone's going to have to get into smaller groups, like a community under 150 people, basically.
Okay.
For small communities to work.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's Jehovah's Witnesses. They have this way of. Don't they? They got this church. When a church gets above 100 people, they split off because they decide that it can't work beyond 100 people.
Yeah.
Because, you can't effectively nurture each other, and also I think it's it's the way for them to keep expanding as well. I think that's why they're growing so quickly.
I didn't know that. That's very interesting. I didn't know the Jehovah's Witnesses.
I think so. Yeah, I'll check that out. But I'm pretty sure that's how they work.
Yeah, so the transition towns at the moment are all about being local and small scale, but I think we're going to have to get even smaller, aren't we, within, although the transition town groups are pretty small, the groups within each transition town.
So how does it work? Do people sign up to a group in a local area?
Yes, they do. Yes, yeah, that's right. And then it gets too big, and then that splits off. The Belsize Park was the biggest one. But
in your
and now there's a transition Hampstead and transition Primrose Hill and transition Camden Town. I think transition Chalk Farm. I'm not sure, but they're all over the place, and there are more and more sort of growing in a sort of viral way, with small numbers of people there.
But with the lean economy, it's the same system.
Yeah, that's right. The various stages of levels of friendship. There's a 5 or 6 group, which is the very smallest group, and then there's a group of 15, and then there's a group of 35, then there's a group of 150, and then there's a group of up to 5,000, and then it goes on to the nation size. So the thing is, I'm not saying that we all got to live in groups of 150 people.
Yeah.
And there's also some considerable ambiguity, which I haven't even now at this late stage. I haven't got to the bottom of it. But what do I mean by 150 people? Very difficult question. Very
transsexuals.
Difficult. Well, yeah. I mean, all I'm talking about.
No, that was just.
It's.
They are people.
That was a complete joke.
Well, no, there are absolutely.
Forget I said that.
There's a big notice all over the British Library about how they have a transsexual special fair deal for transsexuals at the British Library.
They are still people.
No, it's.
But what I'm talking about is a group of 150 households, or 150 men and women.
Yeah.
And if it's men and women, or if it is, what age group we're talking about?
Right.
And these things I have found it almost impossible. If you could find a way of getting to the bottom of this, I'd be very grateful. I found it almost impossible to find. My own presumption is it's normally 150 households, i.e. 150 men in men groups or 150 women in women groups. I think that's how it works, but I may be wrong.
Right.
And I think it's certainly how it worked in Switzerland, because they've had problems. But this is getting I think it's getting off the topic, isn't it?
Oh, it's interesting.
Well, no. This is for me. This is the meat of it. It's the kind of the nuts and bolts of how this stuff works.
Well, it's very uncertain now. In Switzerland, they're still uncertain about it because almost forever in Switzerland they've always had direct democracy. They want to decide to do absolutely anything. They all get together in their town hall, and they have a meeting about it. It's called real democracy, and they have a big argument about it, and that's absolutely fine. Until 20 years ago, when someone said, "Come on, we've got to allow women into this," and they said, "Oh no." Anyway, they said they had to do so. But of course, leaving aside whether it'd be a good idea to have women there or not, I mean, that would be off the topic. What it means is that they've got to have a hall of twice as big, to get to twice as many people in. All right. In which case you end up with a hall which it doesn't take 5,000, it takes 10,000. Well, they haven't got halls that take £10,000. 5,000 is just about the upper limit at which you can maintain a conversation. In which case they have to say, all right, well, in that case, let's divide our communities up into two. So you've got men and women there, which could be a good thing. But on the other hand, it means one's got different decisions to make, and then if one wants to make a decision covering the whole community of what was previously 5,000, then you've got to think of a way of doing that. So I'm not actually making an argument here, but it is a point. There are quite a lot of difficulties about this. From the point of view of the sheer arithmetic, in a mere neutral arithmetic, there are problems about it.
Right.
And I
so you're talking about how you divide people up.
I would say 150 adults rather than households, because if you say household, like adults, men and women, of whatever, they don't have to be equal amounts. It just, you know.
What about children? You don't want to bring children into this.
But you might. So the thing is, that the equally argument for bringing children in, about what age, and what about old people? So
it's difficult.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm on hand on heart. I'm not making a view about which I think would be.
The thing is that you don't have to.
But I just don't know. I just don't know how it's done. And Hutterites say 150.
Yeah.
I've heard you say Jehovah's Witnesses. People, and whenever I ask, are we talking about 150 people or 150 men? I'm never going to answer. I'm sure there must. Well, some people must know. I've just been looking in the wrong places.
You
probably
don't need to have everything totally. Do you need everything completely ironed out?
That's the thing about the transition towns, isn't it? It's quite sort of relaxed, and it's sort of like whoever's there is there, and you know. People aren't held to things.
But it actually comes down to making a community without money and making sort of local decisions and organising food and energy on the basis of reciprocal obligation.
Are you talking about fairness now?
No, I'm not. I'm absolutely not. I'm talking about what works. The thing is that you're talking about the least inventive person. I never invent anything. I never had an original idea.
Sounds like you.
All I do.
Done quite a bit of invention.
All I do is nick other people's ideas. Yeah, and I know that 150 people work. If one tries to develop reciprocal obligations between 500 people, it doesn't work. You just don't know them well enough. We were talking earlier about how an obligation is set up. She's bought you half a dozen eggs. You don't immediately pay her. You don't immediately reply with a bag of carrots, because if you did. But on the other hand, you remember she bought her half a dozen eggs, and so she thinks she's a good lady.
Yeah, you're saying that you can't retain it.
Yeah,
with 500 people.
Yeah, if it's if it was 5,000 people, it was just some total stranger bringing you half a dozen eggs. She's a nutter.
Yeah.
And if it's 10, well, for God's sake, you're all in the same boat together. So there obviously is some number which works.
Right.
And the number which constantly comes up is 150.
Right.
But it's back to the question about what 150 is. So the thing is, that's why I argue it really matters.
I see what you're saying.
It's no good to say, even though you said one would love one's neighbour as oneself.
Yeah, you're talking about the way you. I mean, like, we've got so much input. You're talking about input in the brain and how much we can actually cope with.
It is actually. There's that story is there too. Yeah, absolutely. It's the neocortex ratio.
Yeah,
that's right. And 150 people is the maximum one we can contain. We know them well enough.
And have a relationship with.
Yeah. This is why London is such a. You come to London, it's such a difference. You try and talk to somebody in the street, and it's like. It's just so many people flowing past that you just this sort of. You get lost, don't you? Because they can't cope with any more. I don't know. I'm not saying it's like that everywhere, but
it absolutely is. It is in London. But the thing is, when you walk over the Heath, people say good morning.
Yeah.
They compete different. You walk along the street, they don't just walk past them. You don't see them.
Yeah.
If you're, and the narrower the path.
It's like Christmas, isn't it?
Yeah.
Walking into the Heath.
Yeah. The narrower the path, the more likely they are they say good morning. If you're walking through a narrow path in the middle of a wood, people will definitely say good morning to you. So the thing is, so it's not a matter of saying, oh, you must love your neighbour as yourself. And if you've got to say good morning to each other, it doesn't. If there are few enough people around, then suddenly every individual.
It's a good principle. I'm not trying to, advertise that. But if you want to break it right down, like you were saying, having one thing as a rule of thumb.
Yeah.
Like one thing that you can just easily get your head round and filter it all through that, and then all the other things Anyway, I don't want to, you know, tell me. Can you tell me about text? Unless you want to elaborate on what
we talked about our text. Oh, bloody hell.
So you actually came up with text?
Yeah, over a curry in that restaurant over there.
Right. Okay.
Called the Sharbag.
Right.
Yes. In 1996, an article that I was writing for Country Life. I was an environmental columnist. I wrote a lot of articles and feature writer for the Country Life.
Okay.
Country Life, and they asked me to write about transport, and I thought up text over a curry, and published it, and have been pushing it ever since. And I haven't been pushing it very well. I don't have much of a flair for publicity.
Well, you've got a lot on, it sounds like.
Yeah, there have been a lot of other things on, but I think the thing is, I think partly a matter of having too many things at once, and partly a matter of having absolutely terrible judgment about things that really matter like that.
But I think it is going to get sorted out though, isn't it? We've got the launch January the 18th in the House of Commons. Caroline Lucas and Jeremy Leggett, so that should be. Yeah.
They're into it, are they? Yeah.
Yep.
So what is it? Can you give me a potted explanation?
Well, yeah, it's really there are two things which are converging on us. Which are two sides of the same coin. One is climate change, you know all about. The other is peak oil, you know all about. And then the Pussycat would tell you they're really the same problem, because your climate change comes from burning up peak oil and burning up oil, and oil is getting scarce, and before too long it's going to become so scarce that there's not going to be enough to go around. Then we're going to be in deep trouble. And both those problems, require a solution in terms of reducing our demand for fossil energy as fast as we possibly can. We really got to get it done very, very fast, fast indeed. Okay. Now, this is where you need to listen extremely carefully. Are you listening carefully?
I'm trying. I'm squinting.
All right. Okay. It's going to matter as the amount of energy goes down, whether it's because of peak oil, because the amount of energy available is declining, or whether it's because you've been so successful in reducing demand for energy on account of reducing fossil fuel emissions, carbon emissions from fossil fuels, then there's going to be less energy available. And if there's less energy available, then people who haven't got very much money are going to be very short of energy. They're not going to be able to buy any, because there isn't going to be energy available in the shops. They're just not going to be able to get it, because the price will eventually rise to the point at which the market clears.
So you're saying you even if you start using less, then it will the price will.
But there's going to be less. There's going to be less around. It isn't just a matter of price. It's just going to be less energy around, and it'll be distributed by price. There'll be very little around. And so there's going to be huge energy scarcities will come, either because of peak oil, or because of climate change, or because of both. Okay. Under these circumstances, there has to be some entitlement system, a rationing system, so that people guarantee to get at least a fair and equal access to energy. Otherwise, some people have no energy at all, and the rich will get lots of energy. A little bit like during the war. I'm about to wipe my nose on my shirt.
So
I forgot to bring. I changed my trousers and didn't bring a. Don't you dare take a photograph of my.
If I can help.
She's going to.
She's ready.
She's going to. I don't trust her. Oh dear. In that case, I shall have to. I'm sorry. If Beth had a Kleenex.
Do you want to leave?
Never go out without a Kleenex. Have you got a Kleenex?
Do you want an oak leaf? Oak leaves are good.
Very desperate.
Yeah,
it's not really a runny nose. It's just a fresh air drinking. Excuse me. Don't take it very across this side. No. Oh yes. And so there's going to so we need a rationing. So if we're going to do anything seriously about reducing our need for fossil fuels, or if we're going to actually reduce our demand for fossil fuels in line with peak oil, there's got to be a rationing system as well. A rationing system is not saying don't use more than this, but it's saying here you are, this is your share, this is a guaranteed entitlement, this is as much as there is available. And so that's got to be the case. And very few people understand that. That's why I said listen carefully, because very, very few people understand that if we're actually going to reduce the total amount of energy that's used, there has to be a guaranteed entitlement system as well. Otherwise, individuals are going to be in deep trouble.
It's a very fair way.
How much? Sorry.
It's a very fair way of softening the blow, basically. So the transition. It's a way of easing the transition in as fair a way as possible.
So how much energy does each person get? Let's say a person.
It depends how much there is.
Do children get energy? Is this by household or is it by? No, that's a,
well, the thing is, the children could get it, or they might or they might not, and it depends on how people want to play it. I would argue the best thing is not because if best to have absolutely equal and a guaranteed entitlement to all individual energy users, and if babies are using the same as their fathers who are driving around in their cars, then it's a very energy expensive baby, so it'd be a little bit ridiculous. And if we start having baby shares, then it starts getting really very complicated. But if people want to do it like that, it could happen.
But then if you've got 5 kids and they all need to eat toast,
there are other ways of doing it. It could go on the family, it could go on the child allowance thing. It could go on.
But how much energy would each person get?
It depends on how much there is available.
Well, let's say right now.
Well, now.
If we implemented it now, how much?
Well, no. If it was now, then
you'd get what you get.
No, absolutely not. But then there wouldn't be a market. The Energy Policy Committee would get together. The Climate Policy Committee would get together. They would set the budget. Okay.
Yeah.
And so if it was to be started a year ago or 2 years ago, by now the budget would be the energy budget. The amount of energy available would be less than we actually are using now, in which case there would be a market for it.
Right.
Okay. So the thing is that the total amount of energy, it's this independent Carbon Policy Committee that will make the decisions, and it's not for me to say what the decision would be.
So, would I be able to? I mean, you'd have all the things that you could have in the house, like appliances. Would you be able to run all those things?
It depends. It depends on where we are on the energy on a step down thing. You can think of yourself.
But it is a way of getting people to reduce their energy as well.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So would you set the bar at lower than than the amount we use at the moment?
Oh yes, that's the point. If it didn't, if there was no bar, there wouldn't.
So
there wouldn't be a market.
Could I have toast? Could I boil 5 Could I have 5 cups of coffee a day?
But it depends how far down the slope we were.
Let's say in 15 years' time.
Well, who knows? You might be. Maybe no. Who knows?
Okay. I mean, I'm not worried about this, but
no. I mean, but no. I
should drink less coffee anyway. So.
But who knows? It may. And the further down it gets, the harder it will be.
Yeah.
So who knows? But the point is that it is not me that's setting the problem of energy scarcity. That's being sorted out. That's being done for us. We don't have to lift a finger about that.
Yeah.
Really. That's probably going to be done by peak oil.
Yeah. So this is just a way to make it less. I mean, really, what it's doing is avoiding kind of unrest and people. I mean, people would freak out, wouldn't they? If they're
everything, would break down, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Can you imagine that there are no oil shipments for a month because a submarine has been sunk in the Strait of Hormuz, so we have no oil shipments. Can you imagine? And there's no petrol in the petrol stations. Then what happens? There would be riots, and there wouldn't be food on supermarket shelves.
So this is a way of deflating the bubble, isn't it?
Well, it's a way of managing an extremely difficult situation. We'd much rather, much nicer, if there were no oil peak and there were no climate change problem, in which case you wouldn't have to bother about it. And I would argue in favour of, if that could be arranged, I would argue in favour of both, actually. So what I can say, it's not my fault. I'm not causing.
Well, yeah, it's a bummer, isn't it?
I'm not causing peak oil.
So basically, it would all be done online. Everyone would get their own sort of ration. How often would it be done? Like once a month or something?
Well, probably a week to top up. You'll get your original entitlement at the beginning of the year, and then it'll be topped up every week. So it'll be a rolling annual thing. So you'd never run out. The end of the first week in January.
So what if you're not very good at managing your,
when you buy extra,
affairs?
You buy extra on.
Well, how does it? Is there like a welfare system as well?
Well, you'll be in trouble. But the thing is, the same applies to everything. A lot of people aren't very good at managing their money.
Yeah.
I'm one, and so I'm not very good at managing their food or their drinking habits or their relationships or any other bloody thing. And so, the thing is, this would be no exception.
It would be another. You're talking about another kind of monetary system in a way, aren't you? But it's not money; it's energy.
Well, but it's not really money. A lot of people say it's it's money, but I don't think of it as money. I see it as, well, rations, entitlements.
Yeah.
I think it's a reasonable response to a terrible situation.
I think it's a good idea. It's a very good idea.
I think
and
the point
you
is
thought of it just over there in the curry house. And you thought of it over there in the curry house.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Do you eat there often? Do you get good ideas when you eat there every time? Is there somewhere I should go and perhaps I'll come up with a brilliant idea? Or should I say another brilliant idea?
Well,
I do find down too much.
I think we're going to have to. I'm getting quite cold. My cough's getting worse.
Right. Well, yeah, we'll wrap this up soon.
I do find curry quite inducive to good ideas. I must admit. I don't know what it is about it. Someone told me it was the turmeric.
Okay.
Yeah, which is
gives you inspiration.
Yeah, I never have understood turmeric. It's a very nice orange colour, and I've got some in my fridge, and I taste it. It doesn't taste of anything at all, but I usually find I have a good idea after tasting it. So I think there may be something in it.
Okay, which brings me to I've got a few questions here that I have to ask you, because I imagine that this lean economy, it relies on imagination a little bit as well. Am I wrong? I have this idea. You have these, everybody who's out of work, like you have whole council estates or whole areas of the factories closed down, and all of these people are out of work. Mm-hmm. And I kind of think, some places those people would actually, they would just make something happen for themselves. They would start, you could grow vegetables, you could get involved with community, set up community groups, but instead people sort of wait for somebody else to, give them a job. So
there's a sense of disempowerment because the government's taken over things. A lot of the things were started by people in the first place, like schools, hospitals, like even the welfare, and they run pretty well then. But then the government came along and saw that they were running well and said, okay, well, don't worry about that, we'll take care of that. And it ends up with people feeling a bit disempowered.
Right.
So, and I guess that's where the big society thing's coming from with the Conservatives, but it's just about how to implement it, because the transition town thing is also, and lean logic is about sort of bottom up politics and people doing things for themselves, but I don't know if it will happen naturally if people have to get into small groups like in lean logic. What do you think, David?
Well, I quite agree, absolutely. I mean, it's related to this whole question, which is now beginning to be understood better, about incentives.
Yeah.
And there's a very, very, I don't know if you ever look at what is it? The film, YouTube, an RCA.
Oh yes.
I don't mean
RSA.
RSA. It's generally assumed that if someone is going to do something really useful, such as reduce their energy use or recycle their waste, they're going to need some sort of incentive. So one ought to sort of think of arranging they get at least a £5 a week if they do it properly, and possibly pay a fine of £5 a week if they don't do it properly. Well, that is complete rubbish, otherwise known as bollocks, and it's now well recognised to be the case, but not by the government. The government is still thinking about incentive schemes,
right.
Because they say that people people won't actually do anything unless they're treated like donkeys, with the carrot and the stick. Well, actually, we're not donkeys, and if we're treated like donkeys, then we'll behave like donkeys. If we're trusted, to do something, which works, that is, say, we want to do, and we're given a proper incentive to do it, then the thing is completely different. Yeah, and trade energy quotas are based on that, and lean logic is to a very large extent based on that. It's saying actually it's treating human beings with respect, the people having imagination, to use your word, and intelligence and judgment and motivation. And what we're doing is unleashing, the great unleashing that I'm interested in is unleashing the imagination of people so they can get on and build their own future, which I think a lot of people are prepared to do, and the transition movement is an indication of how prepared they are.
Okay, I'm going to end with this. I mean, I could ask you loads of things, but your cabinet dream team.
My cabinet?
If you're going to have a cabinet, you don't have to be on it. You could be, though. Sounds like you'd be good on it, actually.
Of people?
Yeah.
To decide what's to happen next?
Yeah.
Am I allowed dead people?
Yeah, you can have anybody. You can have people that you know that I don't know.
Edmund Burke.
Yeah, Edmund Burke.
Yeah. The philosopher.
What's his role?
Oh, he'd be the philosopher who would give guidance to the whole thing. I'd have Aristotle.
Okay.
If he's available.
Right. See if we can dig him up for you.
I might have Kirkpatrick Sale.
Who
wrote that book on scale.
Who is he?
He wrote that wonderful book on scale. It's called Scale.
Okay.
And human scale.
What's his?
He understands scale better than anybody else.
What's his role on the cabinet?
Well, he would understand scale. He'd work through the implications of scale, and he would see through this whole question of the size of communities. And that, and he'd understand how that worked. I didn't really hard to say. The question is quite a big choice. I think Rob Hopkins would merit a place in the cabinet. I'm not sure, and I think it probably would keep it to no more than 6. I think probably 6 is the upper limit. I'm not sure how many I've got, and I think I was wondering. I think of maybe maybe Gerard Manley Hopkins. I would maybe he a role. He'd be the poet in residence.
Okay.
And maybe finally, if I got now, maybe John Elliott Gardner as a musician.
Okay.
So there we are. I think that'd be my cabinet. I'd keep it small. These cabinets of 25 are notoriously a disaster. If I've got as many as 8, then I have to knock on. Cabinets of 8 don't work. If I lost count. But
so are you the Prime Minister? Or
I think so.
You'll give it that go?
Yeah, I think I'd like to sort out.
Is this you standing to be Prime Minister?
Yeah, that's right. Rather than one of the cabinet.
Just
telling Aristotle what to do.
It's a cabinet dream team question to end it. Do you have anyone you want to put on your cabinet?
David, definitely.
Oh, very kind.
David, Jeremy Leggett.
Is there any politicians that you?
Caroline Lucas.
They could be dead people.
Oh right, okay. Oh gosh, that makes it too difficult. So many people.
What about any of these? What about Miliband and these
Henry
guys?
IV.
Do you like any of these guys?
Oh right, okay.
Henry IV. Sorry, I interrupted you.
It's okay.
Henry IV.
Yeah, of France.
What,
he was a really good king.
Okay.
One of the best king. The guy who's Beth knows about this. Beth knows everything really. He was a guy who's given his name to that wonderful, nice soft cheese. And he was the guy who said he was very pragmatic, and he decided to convert from being a Protestant to being Catholic, and saved Paris from destruction as a result of doing that.
Is this how Henry IV that Shakespeare wrote about?
No. This is a French King Henry.
Oh, okay, it's French. Okay.
Yeah.
You'd have him.
Yeah. Mind you, he was assassinated, unfortunately.
Who's that? What's the name of that writer that I love that talked about nature all the time?
Richard Maybe?
It's about 100 years ago.
Have you read it?
You can email it to me.
Yeah. Have you been reading it? Completely in love with nature and the Yosemite in America.
Yosemite. Oh, I know. John Muir.
Yes, John Muir.
Right.
Yes.
John Muir, oh no, he'd be a weird person to have in a cabinet. Mind you, would have a very interesting cabinet. John Muir, a real romantic. I mean, a real event. You'd love John Muir. He climbed trees and he climbed waterfalls and he climbed rock faces. He climbed everything. Anything you could climb, John Muir climbed it.
Right.
I'd be a man after your own heart. I'd recommend that you.
Just beautiful writing. Yeah.
Cool.
It really sounded like he was completely in love with nature. Yeah.
Any last thoughts?
Although Leopold, no, I'm getting an enormous cabinet.
Yeah.
Yeah, some great
Leopold
people
was
around.
good,
There's some
yeah.
absolutely great people around. I think that
Bossedi.
you probably would enjoy reading some of these great classics of the literature. Robert Hart, read him. You definitely ought to read him. Definitely ought to read him.
Okay.
He wrote Forest Gardens. In fact, you ought to be up to speed altogether about Forest Gardens.
Well,
do you know about Forest Gardens?
Yeah, I do a little bit. Yeah, I've talked a bit about it.
Patrick Whitefield.
Yeah.
Have you met him?
No. Who?
Patrick Whitefield.
Right, no, I haven't met
Oh,
him.
definitely ought to meet Patrick Whitefield. What about Martin Crawford?
No. Well, I've only been doing this 6 months. So I'm still at the beginning. This is the beginning. This is still the beginning.
It's all right, he does that to me all the time as well.
No, this is great. This is great. I'm going to get all these people. So you
And Robert Hart?
No.
Well, you're let off, but he's dead. That's. No, Robert Hart.
Perhaps you can put me in touch with a couple of people that I'd love to meet. Again, like I say. Anyway.
Patrick Whitefield. He's a bit of a sort of a star, and he's quite hard to get. And I think fairly long and hard before getting in touch with him, because he gives lots of courses, and the best thing to do would be to go to a day course or something like that.
He's coming to do a talk for us, for the community.
Oh really? Who's us?
The Shaun's community and the Moneyless Man.
Oh really?
Mark Boyle.
Yes.
He keeps coming up. There's a bird sitting
He's
there.
based near Bristol, isn't he? I think.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Oh, in that case, but yes, he's got quite a sharp edge to him, Patrick.
I think.
But no harm with that. No harm, and a lot of people have. A lot of people, including me.
A bit hungry again.
Yeah, I'm starving. I haven't had any lunch yet. Okay, should we call it a day?
Yeah. Okay.
Jen got some good shots of you, by the way.
Oh, she did?
Yeah.
Bloody nose and all.
Thank you so much. That is absolutely brilliant.
Thanks.
Oh, it's okay. It's a great pleasure.
So, while David, Beth Barton and Henrik Dahler saunter off for a bite to eat, we now have in store our penultimate treat for the evening. Peter Armstrong's 1-hour film about David Fleming and his legacy that was released last year, 2019, which is titled The Sequel, What Will Follow Our Troubled Civilization, which has a particularly powerful opening, actually. So I shan't spoil it, and without further ado, the film.
If I say to you the Earth is around 4,600 million years old, that's just a huge number, and it doesn't mean that much. You can't imagine such a big number. Well, instead of just giving people or students here the number, what we do is to walk that distance. So 4,600 million years is translated into 4.6 kilometers. So we walk 4.6 kilometers, representing the age and the history of the Earth. We start in the deep past when the Earth was formed all that time ago, and we walk towards the present moment. Okay, so 4,600 million years ago is when the Earth first formed from the massive supernova explosion. 4,000 million years ago is roughly when the oceans appeared, probably sent in by ice comets from the solar system. 3,500 million years ago is when the first bacteria appear. And these little bacteria aren't spreading all over the planet because they're living off chemical energy around certain rocks, and they can't spread very far. We've still got such a long way to go. And we don't have any plants, we don't have animals, we don't have fungi. It's only bacteria, and they're living only in the oceans. We're only 200 meters from the end. That's 200 million years. This is the moment when the age of reptiles begins. And we start getting the first dinosaurs. 200 million years ago. That's only 200 meters from the end. Just think of how far we've walked, and we get dinosaurs almost at the end of the walk. We've reached the end of the walk now, so it's time to bring out the tape measure. And maybe all come and gather around the tape measure now. Everyone, that's it. Come and crouch down. The closer you see it, the better. Okay, and just remember how far we've walked as we do this. And this is 20 centimeters, 200,000 years ago. Now, our species, Homo sapiens, appears somewhere around here, right? Now let's go to the end of the last ice age, which we think of as so long ago. It's about 13,000 years ago. Well, that's just about here, 13 millimeters. And finally, let's go straight to the Industrial Revolution, which is 200 years ago. That's 1/5 of a millimeter, which is impossibly difficult to show you. Can you imagine 1/5 of a millimeter in the context of this huge long walk that's taken us hours to do, representing the age of the Earth, and our massive impact on the planet, which of course David Fleming was so concerned about, happens in the last 1/5 of a millimeter. Industrial Revolution begins, climate change begins, the sort of climate change that is brought about by humans. We have the 6th mass extinction happening, and the Earth leaves the nice stable state, the Holocene stable state, and moves probably towards a very catastrophic warming. And it's great we've got a steam train coming, because this really does represent the Industrial Revolution. Look at all the steam being blown out. That's not just steam, that's carbon dioxide, which is going to help warm the Earth. And that CO2 has been coming in from steam engines like that, and later on from petrol engines and diesel engines for 200 years, 1/5 of a millimeter. And in that 1/5 of a millimeter, we are utterly transforming the face of the Earth forever. Welcome to the present moment.
This present moment, this market economy that we've created since the Industrial Revolution, this latest 1/5 of a millimeter of our Earth's story, feels like a moment of confusion and loss, a sense that in our ever-accelerating consumer society, we've lost the sense of how to live well together. This film is about the work and legacy of an amazing man, David Fleming, a historian, economist, and ecologist with a deep understanding of how we got here, and a compelling vision of how we could rediscover what we've lost, as the market has worked its way into every aspect of our lives.
The market economy has descended like a frost on public joy. It recognises value only in money and takes the colour out of society, burying loyalties and culture in a blizzard of prices. The things that we most need, families, mental health, belonging, happiness and community, are left out in the cold to die. We know what we need to do. We need to build the sequel, to draw on inspiration which has lain dormant, like the seed beneath the snow.
So who was this extraordinary man? And who are the people taking action around the world today, inspired by his words? David Fleming came from a family of writers, with a historian as his grandfather and his mother a novelist. He was born in 1940 and grew up in this house in the Cotswolds. He read history at Oxford and later economics at the University of London. Later in life, he became economic spokesperson for the Green Party, writing their general election manifestos with Jonathon Porritt in 1979 and 1984. And he went on to chair the Soil Association. But for the last 30 years of his life, he had one overwhelming preoccupation: to finish his book, the life's work that pulled together his holistic vision for the sequel to our present society. He called it Lean Logic, a dictionary for the future and how to survive it. And he was constantly revising and reworking it, adding more and more ideas, never satisfied that it was ready for publication.
Which at the time I thought was ridiculous, and it's like, just publish the bloody thing. It's been going on for ages. Anyway, so then the Lean Logic went through he came to my wedding with a copy of it under his arm. When everybody was still getting up in the morning and half asleep, David was sitting out in the sunshine under the trees, working away on Lean Logic as it was, and he never finished it.
In 2010, David died, suddenly, at the age of 70. The fate of David Fleming's book passed into the hands of his friend and collaborator, the writer and editor Shaun Chamberlin. He spent much of the next 6 years in a labour of love, editing Lean Logic and finally bringing it to publication. Alongside an accessible paperback version he created, Surviving the Future, which he describes as a gateway drug to the full work.
I first met David Fleming in 2006. He taught me on a course at Schumacher College. And we became very close friends almost instantly. But he never actually showed me Lean Logic. He said it was too close to his heart and we were two good friends, and if I didn't like it, we'd fall out, and he didn't want us to fall out. So after his death, I found the manuscript for Lean Logic on his home computer, and it was like an invitation to one last glorious conversation with my dear friend, who was the most incredible conversationalist. And as I was reading it, you know, in a fairly mournful way, but I was blown away by the book. I thought, well, this is something that desperately needs to be published. And eventually we were able to bring it out with Chelsea Green Publishing, and it's been a real delight to see how it's spread through the world since then.
David is such an important person in our world, by which I mean the world of alternative ways of looking at our relationship to each other, to the future, to the natural world. And in a way, it's tragic that he wasn't more understood and better received when he was alive, but that's because he didn't finish his great work, his magnum opus. It wasn't for any other reason. People loved the things that he did when he was alive, and he was a great political campaigner, and all of that made him a very important person to all of us at that time. But it's only now that Lean Logic is out there and people can see the combined effect of 30, 40 years worth of work brought together in one place to help people understand the need to transform our core assumptions and core ideas about the future. It's only now that this kind of life of indefatigable work and genius is there for people to share.
This book is about how to recruit the intelligence and purpose of people in the extraordinary task of inventing a future. How to strip away the burdens and complications the industrial economy inflicts, nurse the human ecology back to health, build local competence, and rediscover a sense of place.
He was looking towards a future that in many ways could be difficult, and that where the present is increasingly difficult for more and more people. And what David's work was about was a different vision, a future which is built in community, in carnival, in conviviality, and that sense of enjoying what it is to be alive together and remembering what really matters. And it's really satisfying and nourishing now to see how many people are not just reading the books and being excited by the concepts, but going and putting them into practice, going and doing things which really embody that vision that David had.
So today in Tooting Broadway, in the heart of bus-jammed central London, Lucy Neal and her team are planning a surprising experiment, seeking an antidote to the market economy's hollow hunger, and a first step towards the kind of future that David Fleming had in mind.
Tooting's a very, 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 very busy town centre.
people are accustomed to seeing the buses here all the time, every day, coming and going, and therefore there's something fixed about it. There's nothing fixed about it. The buses have left today, and therefore the open space allows us to conjure and play with other possibilities. Today, we're transforming this space into a pop-up village green, and we're going to see what happens. Essentially, it's an invitation to people to enjoy a space for play, connection, and possibility, and to reimagine what this place could be.
Country road, take me home to the place I belong, tooting Broadway, Mountain Mama, take me home.
Historically, Carnival spans the buffoonery of the Feast of Fools, the erotic Saturnalia of Rome, the holy holidays of the church's calendar and the agricultural year, all the local days of festival in which communities, for most of history, have put down their work and concentrated on enjoying themselves.
And I love this event of saying, what would happen if that place, which is full of buses and diesel fumes and noise, and that nobody goes, nobody has conversation there, nothing convivial ever happens there, what would happen if we turned that into a village green? And to not just ask the question, but then to say, so, should we try? I can sort of imagine David wandering around here. The thing that I always loved about David's work and David's writing was that although he was an economist kind of by training, he was much more than that. It was underpinned by a vision of what we could create out of the mess that all the other economists have created, the sort of car crash that will inevitably result from conventional economics, or what comes afterwards. And do we want to be looking forward with a very dystopian vision, or actually do we want to create from that a vision where we can have carnivals and parties and where the food is better and the conversation is better? And that always underpinned his approach to economics, the idea that actually this is the opportunity to really create something better.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy.
The community building of the future will explore the intensely unfamiliar. Carnival is a time to grow into simply practicing our culture. It lifts the spirit, it bridges the distance to another person. It allows exuberant self-expression and trusting encounter. The celebratory making of community is something real enough to give your heart to.
I think we need the occasions where the ordinary is interrupted, where existing situations are transgressed and changed, and that's how transformation happens. It sits within that broader context of beginning this long road to totally reinventing how our world can be.
Historically, Carnival was under the sway of the god Dionysus, lord of wine and ecstasy, who delighted in creating room for passion and play by overturning the established order. And in our present, play-deprived times, more and more people are coming to share David Fleming's passion to overturn the established economic order. One of today's leading-edge academics calls herself a renegade economist. Kate Raworth teaches at Oxford and around the world and has recently set out her ideas in the popular bestseller Donut Economics.
We are politically, socially and economically addicted to unending growth through the design of our institutions.
She takes the same starting point as David Fleming, that the goal of ever-increasing economic growth, so dear to politicians and mainstream economists, is just not possible on a finite planet.
So I've just been teaching a class taking on the question of what would it look like to create economies that can thrive without endlessly growing. I think I really share a viewpoint here with David Fleming about the apparent paradox or contradiction of growth.
This is the central problem of the market economy. If it does not sustain its growth, it will collapse, because unemployment will rise without limit and both private incomes and public finances will fail. Like a bicycle, it is only stable when it is moving forward. And yet, if it does sustain its growth, it will collapse even more dramatically owing to the depletion of fuel and materials, the breakdown of soils, environment and climate, and the decay of social capital.
People sometimes say, well, growth is a wonderful thing. We all want growth. I want to see my children grow. I like to see my garden grow. But if I said to you, I have a growth, well, that's very different, because you'd know that if I, a complex living system, had something in me that was attempting to grow indefinitely, well, that would be a cancer. We understand that there are limits to the benefits of growth, and yet our economies are structured to depend upon this. It's almost an unaskable question in today's politics. It's an unchallengeable norm. But we're heading into a direction of which we can't see a way out, especially when we see all around us already the degradation that this journey is driving.
I go up to the tip very often and see the things that have been thrown away. It's not on, you just can't go on like that forever.
But here's an alternative. In Stroud, as part of the transition movement inspired by David Fleming's work, they're running a repair cafe where you can get your stuff fixed for free.
I like the fact that these things are repairable, even though the manufacturer doesn't want us to think so. A massive amount of things that can be repaired that don't need to be thrown away, but people would rather buy new things.
Halfway through the material. Yeah. Not on one side.
I think the Repair Cafe itself goes back right to David Fleming's original thoughts about being able to live in a sustainable world.
Closed-loop systems are systems or communities that have worked out how to reuse most of their materials. For a natural ecology, this is routine, a necessary condition for its existence. Whereas in an open system, such as a market economy, this condition is absent. The energy-intensive, materials-intensive, feedback-blind model of society and economy on which we rely is in trouble from many directions. The transition movement is a wide-awake, small-scale network of resilience towards which talent and passion are being drawn. The tide is flowing.
So following on from David Fleming's original ideas, we've got a movement now which is well established. And I think it's in the everyday implementation of those ideas that you actually get your greatest rewards. Today we had someone who brought in a lamp, and it wasn't particularly easy to repair, but it certainly was something that you wouldn't want to throw away. And it was her mother's. Her mother's suffering with Alzheimer's at the moment.
My mum's 87 and she's been really upset about it for months. And luckily one day I was hoovering and I found that the piece that had been broken off and didn't throw it away. Every night she goes to bed, she says, I miss my little lamp. So she'll be thrilled.
Right, we can pop that.
It's very generous community spirit.
Okay, and that will give that something.
And what there was a great bond between the person who was fixing and her.
Thank you, Mike.
That's all right.
It's so kind of you.
That's all right. Glad we managed to do something.
She'll be thrilled. Thank you.
So that's the real, in a way, the economic benefit of repair cafes. You actually get people thinking that, well, we can't go on consuming forever. We can't go on taking raw materials out of the ground and then throwing them away or dumping them in the sea. We've got to be able to express our relationship with the material world in different ways. In this world, you can do something about what's wrong with it, I think. You can actually take something, take it and fix it. I mean, the analogy there is it could be the world. That is, you know, the world is in many ways broken, but you can do something about it.
Now, any one initiative, a little repair cafe, it's going to look isolated. It's going to be expensive. It's going to be awkward because it's competing against a system. But once that becomes part of a network, an ecosystem of resource reuse, then you're beginning to build up a natural network of an alternative.
So every political party in the world bases its programme for improving human lives on economic growth. That's the basis of all of their visions. But it's not possible for that to continue indefinitely. And so what's really exciting about David's work is he holds out an alternative which is not just theoretically possible, but has a great historical proven track record of sustaining human civilizations. And that alternative to growth for David is culture, is the informal economy which is built in trust and relationships and reciprocal obligations, the kind of relationships we have within families and with people we meet up with for sports events, the kinds of informal friendships and relationships that make life worth living. Well, they could actually make it possible for life to continue as well if we can get away from our dependence on the monetary economy and remember how to rely on each other again.
The informal economy consists of all the things we do for each other which do not involve money. In families, cooking and bringing up children. As citizens, serving as school governors, organising societies and sports clubs, voting. The informal economy makes the community. It's the fusion of friendship and service, of presence and local self-reliance. And throughout history, it has proven its ability to maintain the stability of an economy without growth.
There I do very much agree with David Fleming. We need to rediscover the community-based values and ways of working together through the informal economy, not based on a price mechanism, and not based on government regulation, but based on the community actually collaborating and co-creating.
And this core principle applies worldwide. There's a striking example here in Nyahururu, Kenya, where local communities are providing essential support services on an entirely voluntary basis.
I started noticing physical changes, had sores on my body. I wasn't able to eat properly. Then through St. Martin's, my neighbours started bringing me food, sharing their own food. When John, the volunteer from St. Martin's, first came to visit me, he arranged for me to go to hospital for a checkup. Now he comes every day to look after me.
Yeah, I was doing my job at home to farm, and evening I normally come to visit her and nurse her. And we normally stay with her 1 hour, 2 hours, talking, sharing.
All the activities that you have seen these days in St. Martin, we could summarize them in 3 words: only through community. Everything we do, we want to do with the people. I think we should really facilitate the sharing in the community to help themselves to tackle their own problems. So everything we do is only through community.
And David Fleming described how this community spirit can be reinforced by ritual, especially dance, being willingly swept up, as he says, by something dramatic and beautiful. And David's words themselves helped start something dramatic and beautiful here in the small town of Totnes on the River Dart, inspiring the birth of the now global Transition Towns movement, perhaps the most potent expression of his vision to date.
So Transition started here in Totnes in 2005. As an experiment, really. We didn't know how to do it. We said at the time, if I try and do this on my own, it won't be enough. If we wait for the government to do it, it'll be too late. But if we can gather around us some people where we live and try and do it, it might just be enough. Transition Town is a movement of communities around the world who are reimagining and rebuilding the world. They start in the place where they are. They start with the people who are around them who are interested. And they create a space where people can come together, envision and imagine the kind of future they like, but then always in the context of, okay, so what are we going to do about it? And in a context of, all right, next Saturday, 3 o'clock, I'll bring the spades, let's do something. They take that step into doing. ultimately where it is heading in the places that are most sort of advanced with it now is they become a kind of a driver for economic regeneration, but through this lens of resilience and localization. So they become, communities becoming their own housing providers, their own energy companies, their own food businesses. That's when it all gets really, really exciting for me.
We started the bakery just over 3 years ago now. We managed to get together a group of about 60 families who paid upfront for their bread, sometimes up to 12 months at a time. And the longer they subscribed for, the bigger the discount we offered them. There was such enthusiasm in the community that we just knew we were onto a winner, basically.
The transition movement says, if communities are to be prepared for the coming shocks of climate, economics, energy and society, it will not be government that will do it. It will be something that they do for themselves. And trust is a key enabling condition for this transformation. A sense of common purpose, where individual and collective interests are aligned. Individual contributions and insights make a difference. The exceptional becomes feasible.
You're much more connected with the people you work with. You know, I've had colleagues all my working life, but it's not the same thing. This is a different level of interconnectedness.
You have no idea who's going to hear that story, visit that project, what it could lead to changes in national government policy. It could lead to new enterprises that create hundreds of jobs. It could create a whole new way that community imagines its future. But you have no idea when you start. And the most important thing is you take that step with other people and you trust that something amazing will come out of it. And now, in 2017, there are thousands of transition groups now in 50 countries around the world. It's about culture and local culture, not in a sort of turning your back on the world kind of a way, but in a really connecting to place.
This is at the heart of David's work, developing the culture, interdependence, humour and warmth of the place where we live. In his words, building localities that ring with creative vitality and which we can call home.
And that's something which I share with David Fleming, of course. His whole emphasis of his ecological thinking is that place comes first, and that we human beings are unhappy until we've made a place for ourselves. We don't make it alone, we make it with others, and we make it through bonds of attachment which are not merely economic. On the contrary, they are cultural. The place that we have made here, which we call Scrutopia, we have tried to rescue this old farm and reintegrate it into the local economy. Home is the place where you are in the existential sense. You know, this is where your identity is, where you fix your being. Because your home is connected with your identity, you feel an immediate bond of responsibility towards it. If you make a mess in your home, you clear it up. You repair it when it starts leaking and falling apart. You're concerned about all its surroundings. We need to learn how to extend that natural feeling, which I call oikophilia, the love of home, beyond the immediate environment of the person to the wider environment. So it follows from this way of looking at things that we must also localize our politics and our sense of environmental fragility. And that's something, again, which David Fleming was so keen to insist upon.
The political economies of the future will be essentially local. They will use locally generated energy and local land and materials, producing for local consumption. This local lean economy will be shaped by a rich, earthy mixture of reciprocities and culture. In the context of the unsustainable market economy, localization stands, at best, at the limits of practical possibility. But it has the decisive argument in its favor that there will be no alternative.
If we think of the problem of our dependence upon the global food distribution network, and this is something which has come about without anybody intending it. It's come about, as Smith would say, by an invisible hand from the opportunities available to supermarkets and from the hidden subsidies that are offered to supermarkets by governments, free roads, a planning permission that permits them to develop these enormous warehouses. Supermarkets are a kind of scam, really. I mean, they're fully subsidised form of food distribution, which externalises many of its costs onto future generations without any recompense. And, that they are the enemy. But everybody loves them because they can go to a supermarket and get everything you want. You go back to your hunter-gatherer state of mind, picking things off the shelf, you come away with a smile on your face. So it's a big problem, about motivation. But at a certain point, of course, this distribution network will collapse. But we'd have the alternative, and we've always had the alternative. People grow their own foods spontaneously. Farmers grow food spontaneously. That's what they do. And this is where we have to start thinking. Okay, how do we bring back that local food economy?
Local self-reliance in food is about protecting the ecosystems and soil that are the true foundations of all food production, instead of importing fertility by the bag. The claim that centralized industrial agriculture is the only way of feeding a large population is about as scientific as a belief in creationism, and far more damaging. In this context, practical education must be recognized as a critical accomplishment and teaching it as a core responsibility of the community.
Such practical education in food production is core to life here at Schumacher College, deep in the English countryside. David Fleming lectured here, and one of his successors today is the anthropologist and activist for local agriculture, Helena Norberg Hodge.
In our entire history, we grew up connected to the sources of our food, connected in a way that meant that we also understood that food production was and must be at the center of every economy. And the celebrations around the harvest, around the feast of coming together to enjoy the fruits of those labors.
For the harvest of gardens and allotments, for earthy roots, for crackling cabbage, for hanging beans and striped courgette, we give thanks. For the harvest of local hedgerows, for the struggling bramble, the black showers of elderberry, the mushrooms nesting in the dewy grass. For the friends made and support given, for people with whom to laugh and with whom to weep, we give thanks. Blessings on the meal.
I like the egg in the pocket.
So the idea is to make food as local as possible. So you can't get something more local than this, because basically all of that is from the field. Chickens have laid these eggs over there. These beetroots, carrots, cucumber, all of that is from what we produced. So we wanted to celebrate harvesting, bounty, and enjoy and eat in the field what was produced in the field.
I think it's very much about improving environmental sustainability and locality of food, and obviously we can grow our food in a very ecological way and try and work as much with nature as possible, rather than relying on larger industrial scale agriculture to feed us. And so I think part of the programme is trying to train up the growers of the future to kind of spread smaller scale local growing to other places.
This kind of lean economy, as David Fleming described it, has also been called the economics of happiness.
For us, the economics of happiness is an invitation to exactly the lean economy, to the local economy that David talks about. And it's the perfect phrase for us because it makes it very clear that at the deepest level, this is about our own well-being. And I believe that today, as people are feeling overwhelmed and depressed, it's incredibly empowering to be able to share a message like David's, that there is a path that we can embark on right now that can, even with the madness surrounding us, start to heal ourselves, our souls, start to help us to connect with life.
Such connection with life was a central concept for David Fleming, and not just human life. His holistic ecological thinking recognised that a purely human-centric viewpoint not only damages the ecosystems that support all life, but diminishes us as people. And his writing recognised the times to step beyond logic into the poetic, the spiritual.
If the spirit is anywhere, it is in the natural ecology. It does not travel unattended. It comes in stories, in myth, in music, in the music of wolves. It has insight, it brings hope, it has tenacity, it has attachment connecting the body and the soul, intellect and emotion, animal and ecology. It is our sigh and our inspiration. For the dweller in an ecology, spiritual awareness recognizes that beyond a certain point, explanation misses the point. It is turned up at the wrong party. Spirit engages the whole of us in conversation, in encounter. Lean logic, once, briefly, maybe, encountered the sublime.
Well, encountering means really meeting something in a way that goes beyond one's intellectual process. So normally in the West, particularly as a scientist, as I am, one's taught to encounter, say, a tree through one's ideas. So how did the shape of that tree come about through the process of natural selection? What might the forces have been that made, say, the sycamore leaf the shape it is? And, you know, it becomes a sort of instinct when you're a scientist and an ecologist to look at nature in that sort of way. That's not encounter. Encounter is when that conceptual structure vanishes and you actually meet the being as the being, coming forth from itself as itself, revealing itself to you in a way that's beyond your intellect, in a way that's much more deeply intuitive and much harder to express. In fact, scientific language is inappropriate for this kind of encounter. It's poetry that does it. It's a poetic encounter. Well, I had many experiences of this kind of encounter with the muntjac deer that I studied for my doctorate. And some of the moments I most remember would be when I was just waiting, and for many minutes or even an hour or more, nothing would happen. And then, if I was lucky, a muntjac would appear and just stand, even just for a few seconds. And if I was lucky, it would look in my direction. Then time stood still. Time stopped. And there was this infinite moment of meeting between myself and the muntjac. There was a sense of the being of the muntjac as a revelation, as if some kind of syrupy smoke was moving from the muntjac to me, infusing my whole being with muntjacness. So I could immediately understand the wholeness of the muntjac and how they relate to the entire wood. I could have an intuitive perception of that in that instant, about who the muntjac were as an animal with their own ecological niche in the forest. And it went further than that. I could also get a sense of the ecology of the whole forest. It suddenly came into focus through the being of the muntjac. The whole came into my perception. And then if I was very lucky, then that wholeness would spread out and I'd get a sense of the ecology of the entire earth. All those energies became concentrated in the muntjac, which for me symbolized all these different aspects of the ecology of the wood and indeed of the earth herself.
When the animal ecologist Stefan Harding observed the little muntjac deer in Rushbed's wood, little pools of life, chewing their cud, pausing for a moment of meditative tranquility, and seeming to radiate light in the shadows, there was encounter. When the system you've been studying looks back at you, it's not understanding that hangs in the air, but hello, there's a conversation. You're not alone. By filling its environment with things it can control, the industrial market economy has lost its grip on logic at roughly the same speed and time as it has emptied its environment of things it can say hello to. Observing a little system chewing its cud among the shadows of a summer afternoon is good. Encountering a little muntjac is better. It can start you thinking.
So after a lifetime of thinking about all these issues, what conclusions did David reach about the future we face and how to survive it?
David was personally very troubled by what he saw coming in the future, where we're headed, all the various ways in which the systems that we rely on, whether that's our food delivery systems or our climate or our water supply systems, are all in trouble from a lot of different directions, and indeed have all become very interlinked, so that as one fails, it's likely to take others down with it. And he used this word climacteric as a sort of a collective word for all of these crises converging.
The end is in sight. During the early decades of the century, the market will lose its magic. As the market's taut competitiveness demands ever-increasing productivity and thus relies on the impossibility of perpetual growth.
For David, the world we see around us now, it's a system which is destroying the biosphere, the climate, is causing an unprecedented eradication of biodiversity and life on this planet. It's something which is creating an epidemic of loneliness, of isolation, a mental health crisis. You know, we really shared a sense that this was not something that was resilient. This was not something that had permanence or stability to it.
And yet we still want to believe in the demonstrably impossible myth of endless economic growth, hoping that it can defer the climacteric forever.
Every civilization has had its irrational but reassuring myth. Previous civilizations have used their culture to sing about it and tell stories about it. Ours has used its mathematics to prove it. Civilizations self-destruct anyway. But it is reasonable to ask whether they have done so before with such enthusiasm, in obedience to such an acutely absurd superstition.
He was certainly somebody who recognised that the current model in the world, the economic model, the prevailing systems, are very transient and will collapse at some point soon. So for me, he wasn't so much an end-of-the-world merchant as a what will the next world look like merchant. He was the least doomy, pessimistic person, but he was really fascinated by those questions about what comes next. So it's not so much the end of the world is nigh, it was more like a new world is coming. What are its qualities? What are its feelings? What would it be like and taste like and sound like and feel like?
It is the aim of lean logic to suggest some principles for repairing the atrophied social structures on which most human cultures were built. The play, humour, conversation and reciprocal obligations of a rich culture as the basis for a cohesive society that might survive the turbulent times to come.
David's work was all about building the sequel. It was all about the seed beneath the snow, as he called it. Like, what do we want the world after the collapse of this economy to look like, and how can we start building that today?
And here at Stirling College in Vermont, dedicated to practical environmental stewardship, they're exploring just this issue. In a series of seminars and courses drawing on David Fleming's work, they are asking, how should we prepare for the future as the climacteric continues to unfold?
We will start to live in relationship again to each other, to the land, to every other species on the planet. We have everything to gain, and I think that speaks to the difference between what we've been sold in terms of how we'll be happy, which is through material gain, versus what is true, which is how we will feel fulfilled and purposeful through relational gain in every sense of the word.
The fact that this is posthumous adds such a poignancy to it, because there's a mystery that he's not here to explicate it. And in some ways, paradoxically enough, only we can explicate it. Only we can fulfill his vision by enacting it, by coming together as communities, by understanding the predicament we're in.
David's work has taken me somewhere that I hadn't got on my own. With 20 years of thinking about these issues and climate change and poverty, he took me over a threshold, and the very important threshold that I think the world collectively is struggling with right now, which is the desperate desire to hold on to what is. We all have our critiques of this culture, but it is still our culture. And it's still our system. This capitalist economic global system is the system that we were born in, raised in, are comfortable with. It is an extraordinarily difficult cognitive feat to be able to get beyond the desire to hold it tight. Because to let go feels like a leap into the dark, and it triggers very big fear responses. What does it mean for the collapse? System collapse, civilization collapse, that's an almost impossible thought to process sometimes. And what David did to me, and what is so inspiring about his work, is that he took us beyond that threshold. He certainly took me beyond that threshold of collapse. So the task is not to ask ourselves whether we want to move to a post-growth economy, but prepare for it.
And here in Greece, it's already beyond the stage of preparation. They're among the first to experience just such a post-growth collapse. Since the crisis in 2010, economic growth here has ended. The economy has actually shrunk by 25%. And sure enough, without forward motion, the bicycle of the market economy has lost its stability. 250,000 companies have collapsed. Unemployment has jumped from 10% to 25% and to over 50% for young people. At its worst, close to half the population of Greece was living below the poverty line. And just as David Fleming predicted, when people can no longer rely on the formal economy to support them, the value of the informal economy is suddenly recognised and remembered.
What means for us solidarity is, first of all, to say that no one is alone in this crisis. We are all together, we stay together, we live together, and we fight together. And that is why we have that written here, Mazi. That means Mazi, together, in every situation.
And the situation was particularly bad for medical services, as suddenly everyone had to pay for access to doctors and hospitals, prescriptions and treatments. In response, an informal health service was set up by volunteers across the country. Solidarity clinics were established like this one in Athens, with doctors and pharmacists offering their time and expertise to anyone who needed healthcare but could no longer afford it. This clinic was founded by the cardiologist Dr. Vichas.
It was at the very beginning of the crisis in 2011 that I had the idea of this clinic. The aim was to help patients who simply couldn't afford healthcare and were at the risk of dying. And if I hadn't done anything, I would have felt complicit. When we opened the clinic, we were just 20 volunteers here and 7 of us doctors. And then, within 6 months, we were 300 volunteers and 100 doctors. At first we had a few boxes of drugs. Now we have rooms full coming in as community donations.
Medicines are brought in by people who have more than they need, or are sent in as donations from supporters around the world. They're dispensed by pharmacists who are either retired or who volunteer after work.
We see people here who've become unemployed because of the crisis, or had their pensions cut right back. That's why they come here. So, for example, a person who needs thyroid pills, this pack only costs €1. But even that's something they can afford. So, I rely on this clinic. Otherwise, it would cost me around €100 every month, which I just don't have.
Μόνο φιλανθρωπία με την έννοια της
It's not a question of charity. This is a political act of solidarity. I retire now, but I can't just stay home watching on television things going on from bad to worse and do nothing. So, I worked here for 6 years now with the other volunteers. We make a team, and I hope we make a difference.
I can't see all the people die around me, because maybe tomorrow I'll be in the same place. That's why we feel so good, all the people here. That's why, in the clinic. It is very difficult for the people who work and they take a lot of money to understand what is this to give without take back money or something else. They can't understand that. But for us, it is very important, because if there are a lot of places like this, this is the hope of the future.
So what I find really exciting about David's work is that it's the most compelling yet realistic vision of the future that I've come across. It doesn't ignore all the things that are going wrong in the world. It uses what I call dark optimism. It's acknowledging the beauty of the kind of world we could create, but also acknowledging how far we are from doing that today. And in some ways it unifies two groups of people who see that we're heading towards this climacteric, this collapse scenario, and are looking to prepare for that. But also people who are looking at society as it is and just thinking, well, could it be made a bit more fair, a bit more sustainable? And David's vision really creates room for both of those perspectives and allows them to find common purpose in building a better future.
This is not some brilliant new idea. It's synthesizing old ones in a new way, because we have to usher in a new time. It's coming regardless. A new time is coming, and it's going to look a lot like a lot of old times, but we aren't back there. This is not romanticizing the past. This is trying to think about a future that we can romanticize a little bit, but actually is very functional and very real and makes a lot of sense. You're not reading it going, oh, that could never happen. You're going, wow, how can we make this happen?
You and me. If you've watched this film and you've enjoyed it and you're inspired by some of the ideas, I think have a look around. Is there anything already happening around you that you could get involved with? If there is, go along and see what they're doing and get involved. If there isn't, maybe start something. Identify 5 or 10 people that you know who might be interested, show a film, this film possibly, to inspire people, and then have the invitation, let's meet up and see what we might like to do. You know, for me, taking that step into saying, okay, I need to do something, however small, there's so much power in that moment in deciding to do that.
I think the one thing you could do is to fall in love with the earth. Just go out and encounter nature in a deep way. Simply fall in love with nature. That's the most important thing you can do.
The one thing I think we can do is to realise we're not just consumers. We are members of a household, so we could each of us go home and ask ourselves, what's the division of labour in this household, and is it fair? How are resources flowing into this household? And how are we letting waste go out of this household? Are we enabling ourselves to be part of a regenerative economy with that through flow? Where does the electricity and energy for this household come from, and can we transform that? But also, who am I in relation to the commons? Where do I collaborate in my local community? What am I doing to be part of that? Am I helping grow that? Who am I in relation to the state as a citizen? Not just in voting in elections, but actually in working in local politics and again, building back that local community. Who am I as a neighbour? Who am I in terms of how I invest my money, how I divest my money, how I protest, how I volunteer? So there's so many different ways in which all of us actually have huge influence in the networks of which we're a part, bringing awareness of that we can all be transformative of those around us. And like any form of transformation, it happens bit by bit through a network.
I think it's important to find something that you're passionate about. You don't have to tackle everything, but do find something which you've got a real enthusiasm for, like trying to live without single-use plastics. Think about doing it, do it, and think about what the implications are further up the chain and further down the chain from you. And then you can start making decisions about how you can actually influence policy or the other decision makers.
It never ceases to amaze me that someone says, but it's all so controversial, all this kind of stuff about what I should be eating, what I shouldn't be eating, and so on, and I just don't know who to listen to, and it's, you know, so contradictory. And you say, okay, so is there one thing you think would make a difference? Is there one thing you think would make a difference? And of course, instantly they say, oh, I know I should be eating less meat. I say, okay, you know you should be eating less meat? Eat less bloody meat.
I think if David were alive today, he'd be very surprised to see how many tiny but literally millions of initiatives are starting to implement exactly what he described, what he dreamed of.
I have about 5 more sentences. Would you like to hear my last 5 sentences then? I hope I've explained to you why. If we're going to join together and make a future, it is the bit that's been forgotten about. It's the culture that comes first. Indeed, we do have to find ways of swapping vegetables and developing renewable energy systems, and doing such very difficult things and making ourselves self-sufficient. And those things are very difficult and absolutely essential. They're non-negotiable. And thank goodness we are doing it. But that's not what it's about. What it's really about is starting now to build localities that ring with creative vitality and which we can call home. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody, and I very much hope you enjoyed the sequel, What Will Follow Our Troubled Civilization, by BAFTA-winning director Peter Armstrong. And I was delighted to find that film ended with a line from David himself, who was, of course, a great friend of mine. And that line, as you'll know, was, if we're going to join together and build a future, it's the culture that comes first. What it's really about is starting now to build localities that ring with creative vitality and which we can call home. And that, I think, sums up very beautifully the essence of David's work. And Philip Ackerman-Leist here and I are going to discuss that for the next half hour. And I'll introduce Philip properly in a moment. But I thought I would start by, I have this ancient and mysterious tome, The Lean Economy, A Survivor's Guide to a Future That Works, which is a
preliminary draft of what became Lean Logic, a dictionary for the future and how to survive it. But this is 5 years before David died and thus finished his work on it. And it's fascinating for me as the editor who brought that book to publication posthumously to see a lot of sections in here that didn't make it into the final book. And that quote from the film really sums up the focus on culture in David's work. And my personal favorite part of the film is the section on encounter with Stephen Harding and the muntjac deer. And so there's a quote from here which didn't make it into the final book, which I think touches on both of those, and I'd like to share with you. And I was also fascinated that this book is not in a dictionary format. This is before David decided to rework the entire thing into a completely new format at a point where many people were telling him to just publish it. And so in his introduction, he writes, "If you are now wondering how any one book can sustain a useful argument through that range of subjects, through all human life, from oil to religion, from systems to nations, your objection is reasonable. The Lean Economy," this book, "is well signposted though, so you can easily dip in or dig in to particular subjects as usefulness and interest suggest. By the end of the book, all of the connections will already have been made, but the conclusion rounds them up." And this really piqued my curiosity because I had an unforeseen problem when editing Lean Logic into the paperback version, Surviving the Future. It was a substantial distance through the work of doing that when I suddenly realized Lean Logic doesn't have an ending. How on earth am I going to end this book? And so I had to figure out how on earth to end it. And it was only the other day reading this that I thought, I get to find out how David ended it and compare it with my own effort. And this section, I think, does a rather good job of that. And David writes, "There can be no encounter, and perhaps no moral philosophy at all, without a sense of place. And place is not just location, it is the social capital of the particular community that lives there. There is a warmth here, an emotional, even erotic engagement. Encounter breaks out of the frigid torpor of the soul, characteristic of the late market economy, and calls on the range of emotions, good and bad, to build living local cultures. It also draws on the subconscious to handle the complex arguments which cannot be worked out by the conscious mind. This underused stock of cognitive capital opens up access to the middle ground between truth and untruth, which is the habitat of artistic creation, imagination, and religion. A society without this resource is substantially paralyzed by being unable to draw on the resources of complex imagination. Sense is lodged in place. Your place, however, is not a rejection of other places. On the contrary, it is a bridge to them. Be not forgetful to lodge strangers, writes St. Paul, for thereby some have lodged angels unawares. The future economy will be confronted with a sea of problems. It will need to discover the deep intelligence which human society can achieve. It will need to engage with the problems, enter into them, touch them, dance with them. It will need to recognize them on their own terms. And that uncompromising ability to encounter the difficult is possible only in the context of deep culture, of the deep, unsentimental skills required and taught by, for instance, music, dance, and play. And I just love that. I just love that the whole essence of David's approach to these impossible times that he predicted and which we're now living in is culture. is music, dance and play, is building our relationships to each other and our need for each other, not on finance or maths or, you know, job titles, but on care and community and conviviality and culture and civility. I noticed as well that the subtitle to his book then was The Book of Sustainable Civility. And that, I think, is a fine aim for us all. And as at that point, I feel I want to bring in one of the most civil men I've known, in the best sense of the word, rural yet civil.
I didn't know they were mutually exclusive.
You prove that they're not, Philip.
Oh, okay, good. May we still have some wildness.
Absolutely, absolutely. So Philip is the Dean of the School of the New American Farmstead at Stirling College and was my co-leader on the first run of the Surviving the Future Conversations for Our Time course that we ran, grounded in David's work. So Philip, welcome to the conversation.
Yeah, I'm always happy to have a conversation with you, Shaun. The only problem this time is we have a time limit.
Absolutely, yeah. That's something we've ever struggled with, I think.
That's right. Starting on time and ending on time. Yeah, but that means it's all organic through and through. Yeah,
so what would you say, Philip, characterizes David Fleming's work for you, or attracted you to it when you first encountered it?
Yeah, well, maybe the first response is just in the fact that the piece you read, the very last word was play, which, you know, what better conclusion than play, because it's not a conclusion, it's a starting point. And, you know, that whole notion of, you know, David's willingness to bring play in as a serious matter. And, you know, as Lucy Neal, you know, for us just did in a fashion that almost no one else can do. You know, he shows the importance of play. And part of, I think, coming to his work, you know, certainly part of what really made me, I guess, just want to engage it was the fact that by having things set up as he did as a dictionary, it runs in contrast in some ways to what the academic world does so often. You know, the academic world doesn't like ambiguity. It likes finality. It likes clarity. It likes to find the path, the solution. You know, it likes singularity and decisiveness. And what I find so beautiful about David's work is that both are defied. You know, so when you pick up lean logic, you know, it is a choose your own adventure kind of endeavor, really. And, you know, and that might be at one given point in time. You may pick up the dictionary at one point on a certain day in a certain mood with specific circumstances. And at that point, you know, it can be something that is, it fits that day. And then you pick it up a different day and you're playful as you go in and you figure out which entries you may want to read. And it seems to fit that occasion. So there's a real beauty to that, I think. And so it's just, there's a nice contrast to the academic world and the decisiveness and singularity.
I mean, someone described it to me once as the most upmarket toilet book they'd ever read, which says it nicely. And actually, that part I read from the introduction to the early draft, actually the next line says, and all this makes it more than just hard. It makes it impossible and meaningless to think about the future while at the same time remaining in the well-behaved manner of modern studies within the range of a single discipline.
Yes.
Yeah. So you and David Fleming, great minds think alike, Philip.
Well, I don't know about that. Yeah, thanks for sending that copy to me right prior to this. Well, and yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Well, you know, and it does speak to, you know, I think a world that you and I both appreciate, by whatever name, be it the liberal arts, interdisciplinary studies, systems thinking. Again, I think when we're confined by specific disciplinary lenses, and can't get past those, I mean, there are times it makes sense to embrace those lenses, you know, but we should have multiple lenses and not just a single set. And that's one of the beauties of it for me as well, is, you know, his ability to sort of, you know, step around any given issue by virtue of the entries, and tackle it from so many different perspectives, be it economics, cultural, you know, religious, ritual, you know, that makes it fun and gives the world that kaleidoscopic view that it deserves.
And I think also gets around a problem. I mean, David was the most well-read person I've ever met. I mean, you look at the bibliography of Lean Logic, and it's daunting and impressive. And I can vouch for the fact that he actually had read all those books.
Wow.
But one problem very often with someone who is so well-read, and that often applies to academics, is they sort of spend 10 pages explaining all the preamble of all the stuff you have to understand before they can say the thing they actually want to say. And the beauty, another aspect of the beauty of Lean Logic's format, is that he can just launch in with what he wants to say. And then if you're like, wait, where's that coming from? Then you can follow the link and read the backstory, or then you can see how it connects to other ideas. And so again, it's not just choose your own adventure in terms of subject, but it's sort of choose your own adventure in terms of how much how much you want to dig into the footnotes, or how much you want to dig into the related ideas, or if that's already your area of expertise, then quite often I find reading an entry for the first time just provokes a lot of laughter because there's a lot of good jokes in there.
Yeah, no, the humor is through and through, and I just love that. And here's a question I've never asked you, I'm curious about. How do you think he went about writing the entries? I mean, did he take one entry and just focus on that exclusively, or do you think he was writing multiple entries at multiple points in time?
Well, funnily enough, you picked the right time to ask me, because I think I have more insight into that, having literally just been reading this, which I'm reading it in a way that perhaps no one else would, in that having really got into the guts of the book in editing it. There's a lot of content in here which is not in dictionary format, that either made it into Lean Logic or is clearly an earlier draft of something that made it into Lean Logic. And so initially I think he wrote it much more as a more conventional book, and this, I don't know whether we can see this, but this is the contents list. No, maybe not quite.
Almost.
But yeah, it's part 1, torments and elements. Part 2, intimations. And then we're into lean production, lean society, lean consumption, lean culture, and each of those broken down into chapters. And the chapters, to some extent, relate to the entries, but I can definitely feel, reading this, why David had the inspiration to turn it into a dictionary format, because there's a lot of stuff there which, I mean, he was such a holistic thinker, so everything connects to everything else, and so it feels very arbitrary, the order of the book, because there's stuff right at the start which directly connects to stuff right at the end, and it seems really odd that they're so far apart, but at the same time, if you moved them, something else would seem really odd. And so it's not so much a conventional development of an argument, here are my premises, then I'm going to build on those and build on those to my conclusion. As he said, because the question of inventing a future is such a huge one that to limit it to any one discipline and proceed in that way would just do a disservice to the task. And so I think he tried very hard to be more conventional, and ended up thinking this just isn't working, and so kind of pre-inventing Wikipedia in a way, deciding I need a format where people can choose their own adventure. And having known him as a man, I think that has incredibly resembles the way that he would converse. You'd be talking to him about one topic and you'd think, okay, great, this is a conversation about forest ecology, and then suddenly you're talking about Shakespeare, or you're talking about windmills, or you're talking about Cézanne. It's just it's kind of wildly mystifying, wildly entertaining, and then often just incredibly enlightening, because you'd be like, wow, actually that insight from over there really does apply here, and really does shed some insight in a new way over here. And I think I would have said, had I not encountered Lean Logic, that it wouldn't really be possible to do that in book form. But it really does. So I think I think a lot of the work of the entries, to answer your question, was done sort of originally in that format and then transposed into entry form, and then comparing in my own mind between that draft and the draft that I started working with, that he left in 2010 on his death. I think then there were several areas where he thought, well, you know, in this new format, that needs a lot of work. You know, that needs to be retooled, and the links saved him a lot of work. You know, the ability to just go, okay, I don't actually need to explain all that before I say this. I can just put a star next to that word and explain it over there. So it, you know, in a way, I think it was quite an iterative process. That he would sort of start with some content, then work it into the format, and then work on the content again. And that's probably part of the reason why he was never happy that it was finished. Apart from the thing that he often complained about, which was that he was covering such a broad front that how could everything ever be up to date? You know, there was always things happening in the world. I well remember him complaining to me. He was reading about wheat rust in Russia, if I remember rightly. There was a huge outbreak, and he was like, I wrote about this 3 years ago, but I still haven't published it. And you know, the future that I'm warning about is arriving before I've published the bloody thing. So yeah, I would say the short answer would be iteratively and endlessly.
Yeah. Well, you know, it sort of seems to me that you know, I mean, he was too much of a thinker to avoid conclusions because he couldn't get there, but he also seemed not to have been someone who was going to impose conclusions on others. And I think, you know, in reading lean logic, or, you know, dabbling in it at different points in time, you know, part of what you come across, I think, is that, you know, one person's conclusions are another person's beginning points or midpoints in terms of kind of logic. And you know, it also sort of represents, I think, the notion that you know, logic isn't necessarily a one-way dead-end street, you know, that it really is more circular than linear in the long run. And not only is it circular, but it's also collective, that we're all doing it together, you know, in our collective fashion, even when we think we're off doing it in our, you know, in our bedroom and you know, quietly reading, you know, before we go to sleep. But ultimately that bears on what we've learned previously, and then those stories that we tell about those ideas or conclusions to others. And I just think there's this beautiful kind of knot making, you know, we keep complexifying the Gordian knot in a way, you know, by virtue of our experiences. But that's part of the beauty of it for me, is that there's not that conclusiveness that's imposed, that feels imposed. You know, it's really an invitation, I think, which is a word you and he use quite a bit as well.
Yeah, and I guess was the inspiration of our Conversations for Our Time title for the course, was, you know, let's come together and, well, as David said, do nothing that matters without consulting a conversation. And I can't remember who said it, but someone said a conclusion is just the place where you got tired of thinking. And that's probably why David never finished his book, because I don't think David ever got tired of thinking. But yeah, it's interesting that what you say about logic as well. I think, you know, one of the key elements of his book is that it's so much not about it's not about how do I engage with this, it's about how do we engage with this. And that in itself is quite a radical thought in our incredibly individualistic culture. You know, to not be thinking about me, but to start thinking collectively. And as you say, developing logic collectively. I'm actually at the moment reading Edward Snowden's book about his sort of personal journey to what he's ended up doing in the world. And there's a very memorable line in there where he says, it's very important that people learn to think and reason, because I've learned that almost everything in this world can be hacked, but logic is one thing you can't hack. And it's true, you know, if you can, like, people can lie to you, the media can be corrupted, you know, people can sell you a whole reality. I mean, we see that with Trump now saying, well, Fox News aren't, you know, selling the facts I want, so I'm going to move to another network who'll sell the world the facts that I want. Right. And that can be done in an age of mass media, and in an age where, you know, all our relationships are mediated on the large scale. But what can't be done is hacking logic. Like, if we can actually look at the actual claims that are being made and say, well, it doesn't matter who's saying it or how authoritative they are, that is wrong, that doesn't add up, that doesn't make sense. Well, then you've got some kind of basis for a shared reality. You know, then you can say, okay, you know, this is the world we live in, and we can prove it because we know how to think. Which is why I think, you know, again, in Lean Logic, David writes about the first thing we need to do if we're going to make sense of the future we're moving into is to understand our own language and logic. You know, this is ever entertainingly presented, you know, he calls that section how to cheat in an argument, or even better, how to catch yourself doing it. But it's fantastic reading, you know, that section and thinking about, you know, the age of Donald Trump over there or Boris Johnson over here, who, you know, just have no interest at all in, you know, following the laws of logical argument, you know, none at all. They're just interested in presenting the illusion that it serves them to present. And there's a line in the early part of Lean Logic and Surviving the Future where he says, the art of recognizing the difference between honest argument and fraud has been in poor health of late. And I think that resonates even more now than it did 10 years ago. And that's good enough for a political economy which is overflowing with the riches of oil and held together by the self-interest of the market, and where there is a range of choice with plenty of ways to be right and second chances if you're wrong. But in our new urgent world, getting it right matters more. If we are to usefully think through system solutions to these times, the first system to be aware of is the system of language, insight, and self-deception that guides or confuses the way we think.
Wow, that's beautiful. I mean, I guess I've never really sort of put it together until you read that piece in your comments before. You know, the civility is really rooted in logic. You know, without logic, then civility is much less likely, at least to continue over time. You know, and there's no time, certainly in my lifetime, where that's been more apparent than the moment. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, I sort of, you know, obviously, you know, I've been pulling together this event to mark 10 years since David's death, but you know, there's also the kind of the personal level for me of it being 10 years since a great friend of mine and collaborator of mine passed away, and I've been sort of reflecting on, on David's legacy, you know, and all the ways that his work is still spreading and influencing in our world. And that, you know, that really does strike me as a core element of it, is that he's just offering tools, really, you know, offering tools and offering frameworks. And I mean, I've said this many times, but the one line of his that literally transformed my life was, you know, I was really grappling with things like climate change and biodiversity collapse and these huge issues, and thinking, you know, what on earth do you do? And thinking maybe I should go and join the United Nations or something, get involved with the, you know, the big scale stuff to address these big scale problems. And he said the complete opposites. You know, he says large scale problems do not require large scale solutions. They require small scale solutions within large scale frameworks. And the more I've reflected on that, the more it's changed my life. And in fact, I was giving a talk a few years ago, and I mentioned that, and afterwards this guy came up to me and took his notebook out of his pocket and showed me that quote was written in the front page of his notebook, and that was the one thing that he always like reminds himself of.
Wow.
So, you know, I think that legacy of I don't know, standing for the small scale, but also emboldening the small scale, like reminding those of us who are really drawn to civility and conviviality and community and the earth as the path that feels right, that feels human, that's, you know, the human scale and the natural way of life. To have a work which engages with the huge issues and engages with the economists, who are always the ones who are telling us, oh, you know, you're just old fashioned and out of date, and, you know, engages with all of that and connects it in a very rigorous way and says, yes, you know, huge issues, absolutely, but the most important work we can do is defending and restoring the ecology, and defending and restoring community and relationship and care. And I find that such a, I don't know, a reassuring and emboldening and inspiring thing to, not feel like you're sort of retreating into the small scale because, things are so big, but that we can build the frameworks that the only solutions that work are small scale, because they're the ones that understand the actual circumstances where they are. And so there's large scale work to be done, the course, for example, is a large scale framework for small scale solutions. Lean Logic itself is a large scale framework for small scale solutions. But for those who are just called to, looking after their field or their family or their community, great. Do good. Like all the big problems of the world are caused by the big ideologies, the big ideas, the things that tell us to overlook the particular. That for me is maybe the defining element of David's legacy, is just an emboldening of the importance of care, human care.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I have a confession to make. I mean, several years ago, about the time of David's death, I was working on this book, Rebuilding the Food Shed, and was a little ambivalent about the word food shed being in the title. And so, as you know, kind of what happens, there's a book you've worked really hard on, and then you start talking about it, and then you suddenly realize how many other things that you wish you'd explored, in writing the book and in thinking about it. And I kept having people ask, well, how do you define a food shed? And that was one of the struggles for me, was that, you can come at it in so many ways. You can use miles or kilometers, you can think about regions, and ultimately, after talking to different audiences and thinking about it aloud with people, I just came to the conclusion that the best way to define a food shed was the periphery of your ability to exert positive change. And that's enough, just that it really is the scope of what you're able to do. And, if we're all doing the work well and we're interconnecting in the process, then ultimately that's a much more kind of dynamic and resilient fabric than any corporation or government, can weave and spin. It's something that, we can really hold on to with a tenacity that's generational and not based in fiscal years. And so I think there's a real wisdom in that notion. And so many people, the folks we brought into the course, they did this so well, I think, in talking about, this seeming paradox of local and global, and finding their own ways to kind of break down that paradox and make it meaningful and appropriate. And Helena Norberg-Hodge did such a wonderful job in that, and Vandana Shiva did as well. All of the folks, I think we're all struggling with living that paradox, and not just doing it as an intellectual enterprise, but really trying to transform it into something that is a community-based enterprise of some sort.
Yeah, and I mean, I would say that leading that course with you was some of the most satisfying work that I've done. In that, we had a couple of hundred people who were really thirsting for what we all created together in that space. I think, both the sense of, as you say, like making sense of these times and finding right livelihood in these times, but also just the sense of having someone to talk to.
Right.
I mean, I know it well. Like there's no feeling worse than feeling alone with the apocalypse, and it can be a topic where most of the people don't want to hear about it. You're trying to grapple with, there are these problems. How do we deal with that in a positive way? But before you can have the conversation about dealing with it in a positive way, you have to know what the problems are. And so every time you try and have a conversation with someone, it just ends up being about the problems, and you seem like this really negative person.
Right.
Trying to do is say, what do we do about it?
Yeah.
And so to have a space where David's work provided a basis, provided some meaningful questions, and then there was a group there to discuss it with, it felt like a really important framework for those solutions. And some of the feedback we had from people that I now feel like I can make sense of the world and I know what to do with my life, was one of the comments. And to be part of that felt an honor, really. And I think the wider eco-gather program that you're leading, that was the sort of first expression of, I think is really taking the principles that David's work has been spreading in the world primarily over the last 10 years, and running with it. I really think it's the greatest honor one could do to his work to be doing the work that you are in driving it forward. So thank you for that.
Yeah, well, likewise. And kind of midwifing that course together, it's just incredibly powerful. I think what we were encountering was, the worst place to be, as you say, is totally kind of confined to the negative. It's not a whole lot more fun sort of being in the swirl of ambiguity and uncertainty and just the constant questions. But I think all of us in that course and in that particular point of time, we're looking for the affirmative. And and I think that's what David offers as well, is again, not affirmative in the singular form, but the possibilities of the affirmative and what that might be, and respecting the fact that we're all going to come at it differently, and we're probably going to come out of it differently in terms of our solutions and the quest that we have. So there's a real beauty to that, I think. And to have a group like that where automatically you knew, because there were people there from 25, 26 different countries, there was no one answer, that was pretty much guaranteed. So you really got to see all of the diversity of approaches. But there's that common element of humanity that came through, and weirdly it came through Zoom. I don't know how. But it seeped through the technology in some form or fashion. It was amazing.
Yeah, and actually that makes me think of another sort of expression of all of this, which is that this month we've launched leanlogic.online, which was developed by one of the students on an earlier course I ran at Schumacher College back in 2017. And Matthew Taylor there fell in love with Lean Logic and had a lot of experience of kind of building wiki sites, etc. And so he's now put together this online version, which very naturally suits the structure of Lean Logic, which is essentially hyperlinked, but in the form of a book. And so when you were saying about different people come at these things from different angles, and that's completely appropriate. What I found to be the most delightful thing about leanlogic.online is that I can now send someone a link directly to the particular entry that I think is going to float their boat. I can be like, oh, you need to read Encounter, and I can just be like, leanlogic.online/encounter, check it out. Whereas if before I would say, here's this huge book, like, I really think you should get hold of it and take a look at this particular entry, and everyone's like, yeah, whatever, I'll get around to it sometime, never. But to be able to send just this little pithy entry, and then people very naturally go, oh, what does this connect to, and then they're in, and so it's fascinating to me as well that David was definitely not the most technologically accomplished person, but it's amazing to me that something about his way of thinking is reflected almost in the structure of the internet. So it seems to suit it's very apt to have brought it into that format. And really suits that nature that different people will just be interested in different elements of the whole thing, and it's a rare and curious creature like David who tries to be interested in all of it.
Yeah. Well, what do you think the difference is in terms of experience in kind of reading the hard copy version of Lean Logic and the online experience? I ask in part because there was a book I read a number of years ago just out of college, and it was something like the Elegy of Reading in the Electronic Age, something along those lines. And that started me 30 years ago thinking about what is the difference then in terms of reading and the way we engage in the electronic kind of format. You sense there's a difference for people as they come at it in one form or the other?
mean, I think a lot of it, it's not something I've thought a lot about, but I think a lot of it is something about the physicality of it, the object. I mean, this is a beautiful object apart from everything else. I remember, having engaged with the content for years before this book ever existed. The first time I saw what Chelsea Green Publishing had created as an object to contain the content, I sort of fell in love at first sight. And there is something, for all that it can be off-putting to see a huge book and think, well, I don't even know how to begin with something like that. There's also something sort of reassuring about its heft in your hand, that it kind of gives you that sense of, comprehensiveness, I suppose, and authority. And I mean, I was idly speculating like what Wikipedia would look like if you printed it out. It would be the biggest book in the history of the world, I guess. And I was thinking that because I was thinking, well, nobody says, oh, I'm not going to look at a Wikipedia entry because it's just too bloody big. I wouldn't know where to start. And so, I would say that Lean Logic Online has the great benefit of accessibility, but there's something about a physical book that, if you want to read yourself to sleep, I think I'd much rather do it with a book than a web page or an e-reader for sure. And there's something, there's a lot in Lean Logic about, a love of material objects, actually, which is not sort of what we typically hear from environmentalists these days, but the importance of loving not just a place in the sense of the ecology and the community, but a place in terms of your stuff. And that actually that's a beautiful and important thing, and that's something that we desire and we're sort of taught to feel guilty about, but that actually it isn't our material desires that are fundamentally the problem, contrary to what many people say. The problem is the infrastructures. The problem is the things, not the things that we want, but the things that we need to exist in a suburban community. We probably need a car because of the way things are structured. We might not want one, but we still end up with one. And our wants are actually much lighter by comparison. A beautiful book is nowhere near as destructive to the world as driving a car around daily, because you don't know how to get around without it. And so that's, I would say the beauty of the object is a key part of the difference. But maybe Lean Logic Online is a good way to inculcate in people the longing for that beautiful object. We shall see.
No, it's been interesting using the online version in the course, and then having the tome to pick up, and being able to, as you say, pick up that physical object and take it to a tree, and do the reading in the sunlight, in the shade, and away from the other distractions. There's something really important to that piece. I mean, reading has to be an experience. It can't just be a task, I think. And that's part of what we have the possibility of changing, I think, as we think about digital technologies. But I also have to say, in the course, the online version, and being able to quickly do your own little adventures. And I mean, those weren't rabbit holes. They weren't warrens. Those were colonies of rabbits, out there waiting for us.
Right.
And you can be a fleet-footed rabbit, I think, when you start doing this online.
I mean, it does suit the course incredibly well, because, just as different people have different entry points and interests, people have different levels of content that they want to engage with. And so, normally in an online course, inevitably it's going to be too big or too small for someone. But with this, there's the core content, and people can just do that if they want. But then if people want to ramble off and go broader, there's the whole of Lean Logic to many rabbit warrens to get lost in. So, it's a good fit in that way for sure. But we're nearly out of time, because we're closing in on dusk. But I don't know if you have any sort of overall feelings about either your engagement with David's work, or about the experience of the course, or about the state of the world and how David's work is relevant to that.
I think anytime you're lucky enough to encounter a creative and thoughtful author like David, it has quite an influence. But then when you're sort of charged with the onus of teaching it, I think in this case, keep referring to the midwifing of it, because it was more the midwifing of the experience. And again, in kind of in the spirit of David, letting people come to their own conclusions or come to their own questions. And it was the sharing of that collective quest, I think, that was so powerful in the course. And I think it really is what is most emblematic about David's work. It really is the fact that it's there. It's an invitation to engage, to pursue, to go further than you ever thought. And you're kind of, it's a forced reflection on self and society, which I just think is so critical. So, I can't imagine a book that offers more opportunity for rich conversation than David's in the way it's constructed. And, when you think about the fact that people were coming into the course from so many different countries, sectors of society, religious affiliations, political affiliations, it's just extraordinary to, well, first of all, that everything didn't just blow up, so I think
that's very true.
David brought the possibility of respect, of tolerance, of civility, of engaged dialogue and quiet reflection. And what more could we need in times like these?
Absolutely. And I must as well honor the closing of the course through Carnival, which is another key
Yeah.
Fleming thing. I mean, for me, that's extremely memorable, is some of the the creativity and the music and the art and the performance and the joy and the laughter that came out in the group there in our concluding online Carnival, which certainly we had absolutely no idea what that was going to look like when we started the course, but it was a worthy honoring of David's thinking. He would have been delighted to be part of it, I'm sure. And and that's actually how we're going to play out. Thank you everyone for joining us on this this poignant but celebratory day, and the journey we've been on from dawn till dusk over the last 9 and some hours. And above all, thank you to David Fleming. Thank you, David, for all that you birthed and inspired and did for our world. I know better than most how hard you worked on the book, and I feel sure that you're proud of all that's flowed from that. And the last thing that we're going to have today that's flowed from your work is another song, which is called "The Seed Beneath the Snow," which is a line from David's work by the band Seafern. So this is the conclusion of our time together today, and I will play you out with Seafern, and then here's to another 10 years.